Well, we have a few minutes until we'll begin, but anyone who's here, I wish you good greetings. Okay, so I see everyone is here and it's 6 p.m. I would like to call to order the June 17th special town council meeting via teleconference only. We are all participating remotely. What I'd like to do before we begin the meeting is to let everyone know a little bit about how you can participate this evening. I know this evening is going to be very participatory, and so I want to make sure everybody knows the multiple ways that you can join. The first thing you can do is you can go to our town website at www.townoffairfax.org and watch live to the watch-live2/ sorry. Or you can go to www.tv/27. You can watch on cable TV, Comcast channel 27 and AT&T channel 99, or you can call in, you can come in via Zoom, and the meeting ID, this is really hard to do because everyone needs to write these things down, but I'm going to read it. The meeting ID is 832-0214-1650, or you can join at the link, which I'm going to send you to the website for, only because it's complex. And if you would like to call in, that option is to dial +1 669 900 9128. And the meeting ID is 832-0214-1650. And you need to press *67 before dialing in order to hide your phone number. I'm sorry, there's so many instructions to this, but I hope people are able to make their way through. If you would like to make the talk about scheduling a special meeting that will be focused on that, and I think we will learn more of the suggestions from the community about other potential committees, and we will need to hash through that in order to create something that's going to be an effective way for us to start to move forward together. So instead of pulling it at this time, I would like to continue it and to wrap it into a special meeting that will be a community meeting absolutely designated for this discussion, which is just the beginning of something much bigger. Instead of bringing it back tonight, because I think it's going to be very, very late.
I like that suggestion, but obviously I would defer to other council members.
May I chime in?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel strongly that this committee and the mission and the objectives of this committee should be driven out of once it's populated by a diverse set of community members, and that we don't want 5 white people saying this is what we're going to do. And I also feel strongly that the intent behind this committee is to influence cultural awareness of the racism in our community and the structural racism in our community, and seeking out opportunities of where we can eradicate that. But we should not, I don't think, blend that with the police body of work that we're going to hear about tonight. When I spoke about this at the last meeting, I'm pretty sure if we go back to the minutes, which I haven't seen, I'm pretty sure I referred to it as a racial equity social justice committee.
Okay, Stephanie, I'm so sorry because I don't want to interrupt you, but as a point of order, it sounds like we've pulled it and we haven't had a chance for the public to comment. I'm just saying it's more than race, it's broader. So I would like to keep it separate from the police issue. And I think the other council members might not be thinking of that mindset. And that's why I'm raising it. Right. So why don't we go ahead, if you all don't mind, and I know, but we'll pull it and we'll consider it right now, knowing that we're going into the budget discussion and that it will bring up all of the different pieces that the public wants to comment on. So for point of order, I would like to pull it, and Garrett, go ahead. And then John, sorry. You're muted.
You're muted.
I thought I did. How about now? Okay.
Yeah.
So right now you have a motion to pull it. And so you either have to ask for the second, or the person who made the motion could withdraw it and then you could talk about it. Because if you continue it to another meeting, then there's really no public comment because you've continued the item to another meeting. If you're pulling it and keeping it on the agenda, then, well, yes, you could have it as an item and discuss. And so the question I think right now is debating whether or not to pull it or not to pull it, but you do have, I thought, a motion, but maybe there wasn't a motion. Maybe you just talked about doing it.
Garrett, sorry. I think we need to pull it in order to have this discussion. And so I would, do I need to have a motion to pull it?
Yes. Because remember, you're pulling it, putting it back on the agenda, the regular
Exactly.
agenda at some point to talk about it. And then there's pulling it and continuing it to another meeting, which is something that you talked about, in which case you wouldn't talk about it anymore, just talk about it at the special meeting.
Great. So it sounds like we want to talk about it. So I would like to entertain a motion to pull it so we can talk about it. John, you can talk about it.
Well, I was just going to echo Barbara's comment, and who knows now that whether we're pulling it or not, that it would be very useful to have what Stephanie was talking about and kind of positioning it in the report so that people, you know, the public and the council could know exactly what the framework that we're talking about is. And that's as far as that comment should go, because,
Okay.
Yeah.
I still think right now we can pull it so we can have this conversation. We can direct staff to bring it back in the form you guys are asking for, and we can go from there. So is there a motion to pull the agenda item, the consent item?
So that the public can comment on it?
Otherwise, it's really just a brief questioning. So if you want the public to comment on it and you want to comment more, we need to pull it.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion to pull.
Okay. So we have a motion, Hellman, and a second, Ackerman. And I'll do the roll call. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
And myself, I vote aye. So that allows us to pull it and to continue the discussion. And Stephanie, I interrupted you. So I think it's important that we hear that and what you were saying so that we can direct staff to bring it back the way we want to talk about it.
I have lots of thoughts on what I want to do, but I don't actually want to share that because I do want it to come out of the committee. I want it to be populated with a diverse set of community members from a background perspective, meaning professional background perspective and ethnic perspective. I want to like I said, look at, you know, we've talked about things like how do we invite more diversity into our patterns of practice in the town, things like, you know, RFPs, for example. You know, we should, as a practice, always include female-owned and minority-owned businesses in our RFPs, and we should be doing more RFPs and not just hand over business to vendors that we always do business with. That's just one example of things that I think we should be looking at to invite more diversity into our patterns of practice. One thing, but I don't have all the solutions. And when you invite a more diverse audience, you get better outcomes. And this is my experience of leading a diversity council and being on equity teams. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other comments, Barbara?
I would just suggest that what Stephanie was talking about was kind of formulating what this group would do that would grow out of a bunch of people sort of from diverse backgrounds, etc. That's a good idea. I also think that nobody appointed the committee yet. There are certain members who self-appointed. But I would say this is that seems like we don't just formulate committees to figure it out. I think one of the things might be a listening session.
Yes.
Which is what the mayor suggested, having a listening session with all the council members present. That's not necessarily that we would prescribe everything, but I think that's where then we take from that what is kind of the focus. And I mean, one of the things I've seen is if you look at the census figures, a lot of this is about 1.4% Black in Fairfax, 6.6 to 6.8% Latino in Fairfax, and pretty much 88% white. So what is that about? Is that about housing and the fact that we've had tremendous resistance to affordable housing here? And so there's a lot of things that, you know, I would prefer that we do kind of a listening session, which is what I believe the mayor was talking about, and hopefully I'm not misinterpreting what you were saying. With all of us there, we put all that together and then coalesce that down so we can actually accomplish something from this group. And maybe it's not everything, but you pick out the key trends. So I like that way of kind of formulating it into the focus of what this group would do. I also like the idea, I think you said a racial equity and social justice committee. Is that what you called it, Stephanie? I think that's a good idea. So anyway, that's my 2 cents, but I don't want to step on the public's toes.
Okay. And any other brief things to say? And then I'm sure there are members of the public that would like to comment. Okay, so I think we're ready to open it up to any members of the public that would like to speak on this. And
Okay.
you all have 3 minutes to speak. And if you are representing a group, you can ask for 5 minutes. I would like to recommend, I'd like to ask you to take a look at the clock. It's in Garrett Toy's box here on the Zoom so that you don't go over the 3 minutes and I don't have to interrupt anyone. And let's go ahead and start. So Michele, can you let me know who would like to speak?
Yes, the first person is Richard.
Okay.
Hi, Council. So I'm glad that this topic is coming up, and I like the idea of maybe even eventually a dedicated meeting and a listening session and sharing. I think that's really great. But just for tonight, a couple of seed thoughts that I would like to mention. I don't think it's clear yet exactly what actions of this committee could take. And so I think that the things to think about are, and they're not mutually exclusive, but would this committee eventually make recommendations that would actually involve policy changes, where we would try to look at things that are going on within Fairfax that are structural, that we might want to shift? Or if that's not really possible or appropriate, then it may turn out that the real impact of a committee like this is to be more educational, or to keep a certain kind of dialogue or discussion going on, or to create more awareness and sensitivity. And so I think that there's a lot of directions this could go in, and that a lot of, it's a timely moment. And I think that, we're a small town, and yes, we're majority, Caucasian, but I think there's a lot of progressives and liberal-minded people and decent folk here. And so I think that's it's a good opportunity for a certain kind of dialogue to happen. And so, maybe there are some things that we can do that would, add to diversity in the town. And maybe there's some things that could open up. There's some places where we've had blind spots. It'd be great to look at all of that. And, if there are things that we can actually do that are concrete, and that involve our own little piece of sort of institutional stuff and systemic stuff. But if there's not so much, or we can't, suddenly come up with a policy of, to raise percentages of who lives here, right out of the gate, but just to even have this lens happening now and have this type of discussion, awareness. Maybe there's educational things that happen, things that go on at Drake, things that go on in the community. It's been very tense on social media around this of late, and there's a lot of well-intended folks yelling at each other, and so I just think there's an opportunity here. And so whatever, whoever the community, and then of course with all of your leadership and participation, I just really support something like this coming about and being done in a thoughtful way. And I love the idea of having kind of a dedicated, whether it's a workshop or a meeting or a special council, whatever it is. So I just wanted to lend my voice as support to this in general. And I agree actually with what Councilmember Hellman said also, is that this to me isn't a one-to-one thing, anything to do with police resources. That's a whole topic unto itself. I think this is about a sensitivity, awareness. What can we do here if possible? And at a minimum, at least to have a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Maya Sinaiko.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going? This is my first town council meeting I've ever attended, so this is exciting for me.
Nice to have you here.
Yeah. I'm tuning in because obviously, like many other people watching right now, I have concerns about Fairfax's policies around racial equity and inclusion. And I'm a young person. I'm 24 years old. I've been living in Oakland for the past year, and I'm a local musician. I'm trans, I'm queer, and I'm multiracial. And I grew up in Fairfax. I attended the MAP program, public schools, up until high school, and I had a very happy childhood here, and I love this community dearly, and I appreciate all the work that community members such as yourselves are doing to promote inclusion and equity in your individual lives and as community members as well. I believe it was Councilman Barbara Kohler who brought up affordable housing, and I just want to speak from my experience as coming from a place, as a young person living in the Bay Area, some things that I see as systemic inequity in Fairfax, and affordable housing is number one on my list. Number two on my list is inaccessible transportation. I think that the public transportation in Fairfax and the larger Marin community is a big deal for people who are part of our Marin community, our Fairfax community, but can literally not afford to live in the place that they work. And I'm talking about people who come in from the East Bay to clean our homes. I'm talking about people who work in our restaurants. And a lot of these people are not white. I also do think that this issue is deeply tied into policing and the police presence in Fairfax. I understand that there might be more of a focused meeting around that later, and I will definitely be in attendance if that's the case. But But the last point that I want to come to, and this is kind of general, is NIMBYism, which not in my backyard is what NIMBY stands for. And I've seen this with, you know, the community's approach to education. I've seen this with the community's approach to affordable housing and transportation. And I just think I've watched our Fairfax community come together around issues like, you know, childhood education and access to education, access to arts, you know, environmentalism. And I'm wondering, where is that energy for diversity and equity in our town? You know, there are so few Black people who live here who we can call our neighbors, and so few people of color who live here that we can call our neighbors. And I think that these systemic problems that are very based in economics, and also, you know, that inevitably includes the police budget, I have to say, it's our personal attitudes that we need to address first. And so I just want to echo what the previous commenter said about, you know, this really needs to start with a dialogue. And so I appreciate that that can happen right now. And I will absolutely continue being a part of that and continue watching the progress that we're all making together.
Thank you so much, Maya.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mireya. Mireya?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep, hi, Mireya.
Great. Hi, Renee. I'm Mireya Morales Query. I live up on Cascade. And first I want to say thank you so much for being here tonight, and for the work that you are all doing for our town. I really appreciate you giving everybody here a chance to be sharing, because it is an emotional time. Dr. Melina Abdullah, co-founder of the LA chapter of Black Lives Matter, said no one is saying we don't want to have strong systems of public safety. So what do Black people and people of color want? What do these people who live right here in our communities of Fairfax, San Anselmo, and the Valley want? Is there a way to alleviate the implicit fear that author Ta-Nehisi Coates alludes to, that so many people of color feel, for example, when they are pulled over? What is the role of our town as we attempt to be progressive? How can our town help to lead our country in this current struggle to understand why 400 years after the first slaves were brought to this country, there is still a brutal attack on the Black body? I am asking for you to wait to approve the budget and for a subcommittee to be formed to discuss how to use this approximately $3.5 million allocated to our safety through the police department. I'm more importantly asking for the police department and the town council to invite Black people and people of color to join and then lead that conversation so that our town can truly offer protection. What will help them feel safe? I'm asking that the town council please hold the proposed budget money in a fund for reallocations and use the funds according to priorities that come out of this dialogue that is run and led by people of color in our communities. Let us offer our voices to echo the needs, the requests, and demands that are very clearly being stated by Blacks and people of color throughout our country. And I know that you've already mentioned this, Renee and Stephanie, in your comments, so thank you for helping all of us feel comfortable stating these things. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mireya. If I might interrupt for one moment, and that is, as I stated in my statement, everything is so interrelated in all of the things we're dealing with tonight. And this agenda item that we've taken up, as Stephanie was asking, there is a difference between what we're talking about as we go into the budget conversation and what we're looking at in terms of the more systemic approach, community-based approach to dealing with this inherent systemic racism and lack of social equity. So I might ask, if possible, that we stay on the topic of this formation of a racial justice, racial equity committee, and when we take up the budget, that maybe more specific asks and requests and demands, if you will, are made according to the discussion of the budget. If it all gets mixed up, that's absolutely fine too, but that's my request. Next speaker.
The next
Please.
speaker is Natasha. Natasha, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I am a Fairfax resident, so I'm going to just jump right into it. One of the most alarming concerns is the amount of policing in our town when we have such low crime rates. County and city records show that on average, 20,000 incidents are reported to Fairfax police every year, but for the past 3 years, less than 1% are crime-related incidents. So we should be asking ourselves, what does our community really need? Based on the incident logs, the majority of the community needs general help and information. The logs show such incidents as misplaced keys, help carrying items, legal advice, and overturned trash cans, to just to name a few. Did you know that 10,000 of the yearly incidents are initiated by police? That accounts for half of all the reported incidents. So it's concerning to have an armed police approach nonviolent citizens on a daily basis to help manage our town. Having police handle non-crime related issues is not necessary. It can lead to more conflict. It is a poor use of our town's resources. I ask that you listen to our concerns, work with us to create a budget that properly allocates our resources to fit our community needs. I am here to reject the proposed budget allocating 38.6% to police. It's excessive. I'm here to support the formation of a citizen oversight committee dedicated to rethinking public safety and reallocating resources to organizations that are equipped to handle our community's needs. I ask that you make a commitment to action by making the pledge that hundreds of mayors and city council members have made to the MBK, which is My Brother's Keeper Alliance, that is part of the Obama Foundation. Council members, you have the opportunity to be part of a solution that makes our community safer for everyone. That opportunity is now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope we continue to have the conversation.
Thank you, Natasha. And for the record, I did sign on as the mayor to the My Brother's Keepers. How do we call it? Cause. Action.
Alliance.
Alliance. Right away when I saw it.
Are you ready for the next speaker?
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry.
The next speaker is Kimia M. Let's see. Oh, Mahallati.
Yes, you got it. Well done.
Okay.
Hi, Kimia.
Hi, my name is Kimia Mahallati. I have been a lifelong Marin County resident, and I've been a resident of Fairfax for the last year. Previously, I was a San Anselmo resident for 5 years, so basically neighbors. So I understand that you would like to keep comments for the committee separate from the budget. However, I just think they're too inherently intertwined to separate. First, I'd like to begin with the fact that the police budget is most of the budget, or it takes up the largest part of the budget. And we really just don't need that much money going to the police. The police started out in this country as slave patrols to catch runaway slaves who escaped from the plantation. They eventually became funded by the state. So the police in this country, as we know it, started out as a state-sanctioned slave patrol. And I know it's easy to say, well, that was 400 years ago. So much has changed. It really hasn't changed. I've hung out with people who grew up in Fairfax, and they made really racially disparaging comments towards me about the Black community. And I know for a fact a couple of them are now police officers. So I really don't think that we can separate the budget issue from the committee issue. Second, if we are interested in ensuring that the community is safe and we're preventing crimes, well, you know what prevents crimes? Affordable housing for people, ensuring that no one goes hungry, ensuring that mental health services are provided. And I think there are such amazing alternatives out there that people have been working on for centuries to deal with these issues. For example, when you're having a domestic abuse situation, you dial 311 instead of 911. Someone who is equipped to deal with the situation, who is not armed, can come to your home and help you feel safe. Someone who's like maybe passed out drunk on the sidewalk, you can have a community member dial 311. Like there's options. Second, I know that people who are from the community and decide to go into law enforcement and policing don't necessarily get placed within their actual community that they grew up in. So maybe one reform to consider would be ensuring that the community is being policed by actual community members who grew up there. But overall, the police department budget as it is now needs to be tremendously less than it currently is. Thank you all for your time and your consideration and for your open-mindedness to these issues. I yield my time.
Thank you, Kimia. Michelle, next speaker, please.
The next speaker, excuse me, is Amal Jamal.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. I first just want to get clear, because I was invited today, I didn't know this was happening. This commentary is open to all comments regarding creating a safe environment in our town for people of all backgrounds, and yes?
Yes, it is.
Am I correct that the police, some of the police, that our police members are actually attending this?
Yes.
Okay, so I read the website today and I appreciated all that our police are doing to address the issue of the vulnerability of Black lives in relation to our law enforcement. And I have so many feelings on this, but one thing that I wanted to speak on is how do we make people feel safe right this minute? Because there is already backlash from everything going on. A lot of individuals are enduring severe backlash. Just walking, I saw somebody experience backlash. I actually called the police for them because somebody was being called, somebody was screaming, taking down Black Lives Matter posters and screaming effing N-word lovers in our town. I don't know if they were drunk. I don't know who they were, but drunk people and people of lower ethics are dangerous regardless. And they were screaming this as a Black mailman was walking by. And I spoke to the mailman the next day. The police responded quickly and I saw them arrive to the guy that was doing this. So my question right now is there is a backlash. People are seeing the protests, they're seeing the support, they're seeing many, many people rise up and support the Black Lives Matter movement. And there's considerable fear in daily lives of experiencing the backlash for it. And I wanted to ask our police force if they would consider a few things to do right now. If they would consider anytime they come in contact in their line of duty with a Black member of our community, if before they do anything, if they can state to that person, Black lives matter to me, your life matters, you are safe and you will not be hurt. Because so many people are speaking right now of the implicit fear of existing in a Black body in relation to law enforcement. And I'm even seeing on Facebook, posts of people like law enforcement pulling people over and saying, do you know what you did wrong? You driving without ice cream. And it's actually not funny because they're playing off of the massive fear that we know is there. And so what I would like to see is right away that fear being addressed, right away that feeling of I am not safe in my body in relation to law enforcement in my town.
Amal,
Yes.
I want to thank you so much for your comment. And we're trying to keep 3 minutes per
Definitely.
person. And as this conversation continues, I would invite you wholeheartedly to join it. I wanted to ask Chief, and I believe Lieutenant Tabaranza is on the call, that you would just keep track of some of the requests or some of the comments that people make, so that as we continue the discussion, we have those to refer to. That would be great. All righty. Thanks again, Amal. And next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michaela.
Hi, Michaela.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Michaela, and I would like to thank you very much for holding this meeting and hearing the people of our community speak. I am in conjunction with several action committees and have read a lot of Rethink Policing Fairfax, their information, and would definitely, as a member in Fairfax, like to pose some suggestions in reallocating the police budget. One that I think that I've heard throughout all of today's meeting is housing. I think equal opportunity housing would be top of my budget as well. I also don't know if everyone is aware, but in many of the deeds in Fairfax and in the Valley and Marin County, it is listed that this house cannot be sold to a person of color. And I think that that should be made public, and I think that people should look at their deeds, and that should be not only striked from their deeds, but removed from their deeds. And I think that because you all have the kind of knowledge, maybe you can educate people on how to do that. Secondly, I think that education is a really important one. A dear friend of mine said that in public school systems, we should be reading books from people of color, and people of color who are not just murderers. Then I think mental health services, I think everyone can benefit from mental health services, and we should be appropriately sending people out to respond to calls that are equipped to deal with mental health issues instead of police. I think also supplemental nutrition assistance programs have been a benefit for my friends of color in this community, and I would like to see more funds going toward that. I also think that childcare would be helpful for budget reallocation. Also, something that was posed in a meeting with the action committee that I'm a part of is for the businesses that are closed down in Fairfax to fill that by maybe creating grants so that Black business owners can fill those spaces. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you for continuing to care about Black lives and create reparations.
Thank you, Michaela. Okay. Michelle, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is a telephone number that ends in 191.
Hi, I am calling as someone who lives in the Fairfax Cascades. I'm also actively at a protest demanding the removal of the Drake statue. You might be able to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Hear it.
And I'm just calling because I, as someone who pays taxes, am horrified at the fact that like 38% of Fairfax town budget goes to the police. And I know that police, you know, really love to be giving people parking tickets and checking up on vacation homes. And it's just fundamentally not a necessary thing to have in our community. And on top of that, police are just so fucking dangerous and like not actually protecting anybody as a queer person. I know that that's true. And I just want to affirm that I really think that the police shouldn't be getting as much money in our budget, and those funds need to be directed to services that actually help to uplift and empower our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Michelle.
The next speaker is another phone caller whose number ends in 940. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, I hadn't raised my hand, but I was going to wait for the budget section. But since you called on me, I will speak. My name is Pat Johnstone. I'm here tonight representing Sanctuary Marin, which I am a co-founder of, and Progressive Democracy for America, of which I'm the chair. I'm going, but I won't need my full 5 minutes because I just want to echo what everybody is saying. I've joined with quite a few social justice groups, and we're going from town to town at every budget hearing. There's the immediacy of getting the budgets passed because they usually happen at this time of year. And what I am suggesting is that everybody take a deep breath and a pause. What we're facing now is not something that just happened. This is in the making of 400 years. And it's not going to be solved overnight. But I don't think we can allow this moment in time to pass and let another year go by. All of these budgets are good for a year, and we need to put the brakes on that. And I would suggest that the way to do that would be to take major portions of the policing budget and other places in the budget that you can find, put them into a general fund or some other discretionary parking lot, and then start convening either through this new committee that's being formed or through other public hearings to get real input on what we need to change. And everybody has been making the wonderful suggestions that of things that need to be done in terms of mental health and housing and education. But I think that's the work of the next couple of months. But if we don't stop now, if we go forward with this budget, then that opportunity will have been missed, and it'll be another year before we can seriously address this. I mean, one of the major, most powerful tools you wield are the power of the purse, and that's what can be used to create change. So I would hope that going forward, after you move some of this money, that there would be a budget that really reflects a commitment to dismantling the policies that supports systemic racism, but that we give ourselves the time to really look at this in a thoughtful way and not let this moment in time pass. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. All right, next speaker, Michelle.
I don't see any more speakers.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I take that back. 2 hands have come up.
Okay.
And
so
the next speaker is Veronica Geretz.
Hi, Veronica.
Hi, Mayor Goddard. Hi, council members. Thank you so much for what you started the meeting with. It feels really affirming that you obviously recognize the monumental moment that we are a part of and want to move Fairfax forward along with the opportunity that we have in front of us. And it is relieving. As a mother who has lived here now for 7 years with my 9-year-old Black son, it is incredibly vital that we take unprecedented steps to understand how we can make this community inviting and affordable for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. For sure, as I think about my son getting older here and the reality that there aren't teachers of color that he can have modeled as examples to him, it begs the question of, is it the right move for me to stay in this town? And that sucks. having to ask that question because I love this town a lot and I want to stay here and I want it to feel right for my son to be here. So I super yes, resounding yes to a racial equity and social justice committee. I look forward very much to being a part, hopefully, of that committee if there's space for another white voice, and hope that we don't delay in the effort, though I really love Stephanie and back up the idea that we want to center Black voices in the committee and hopefully have them leading the committee. At the same time, the reality, as Barbara identified, of 88% of our town being white, I don't want to tokenize any people of color and ask them to come onto the committee, and hope that we don't delay the action of getting the committee going in the effort of trying to wait to make sure it's done perfectly. I think that folks of color would love to see that we're taking action and certainly welcoming them in as leads as often and as publicly as we can, but really encourage that to happen swiftly because the dialogue, as we're hearing, is so interrelated with what policing and budgeting looks like. Yeah, I will stop there and I'll look forward to commenting around the budget in a moment or many hours, depending on how long that takes. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Veronica. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Dee Lee. Oh, I think that's Deborah Benson.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew I read it.
Would you clear some confusion? I had the time of this meeting in my calendar starting at 7. Are we in open time for public expression, or are we speaking on the budget?
No, the meeting began at 6, and we are speaking on the consent item, which was pulled, and that item was a report on the formation and purpose of the Racial Equity Committee to be agendized for the council's meeting on July 1st.
Okay, well, good for you, and I really don't have anything to say. Thank you.
All righty.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Julia Ledyard.
Hi, Julia.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Mayor Goddard and the council for being here. And this is I'm embarrassed to say, only my second council meeting, and I promise to come to some more. I also want to thank Veronica for speaking a couple of speakers ago and for her amazing yoga classes. But I just want to tell a quick story that I had an amazing guitar teacher who was African American, brilliant musician, amazing woman. She played with Sly and the Family Stone, and she was too afraid to come to my house to teach me guitar. And she had to come to my office, and that's shameful. And I don't think she was just afraid of the police. She was afraid of the citizens here too. She was afraid of having the police called on her by citizens here. And so I just wanted to say yes, yes, yes to the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. I think we really need it. We need more people of color in our schools. We need diversity training in our schools. And I think that's it. I just want to say yes to that committee and hope we can really move forward and not just hang signs out, but really make some change. I also have a brother-in-law who's African American, an amazing musician who is afraid to drive here, and he has been pulled over after shows. And luckily I had family members that pulled up behind him to videotape, but it's shameful, and we need to recognize our own white supremacy here. Know that we are all, born on third base. We're all complicit. We're all benefiting from white supremacy. So yes, yes, yes to the committee, and yes to more, not just for education and awareness, but for actually getting things done. And again, I want to thank you all so much because I know how hard you work. So that's it.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank
you. Next speaker, please.
I do not see any more speakers at this time.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for all of those comments.
Actually, I do see one more hand just came up.
Okay. Please.
And that is Chance Cutrano.
Hi, Chance.
Hi, good evening, Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly speak on this item and speak in solidarity with this suggested racial justice, racial equity committee. You know, I mean, I have dreams of you know, maybe setting down roots here in Fairfax, and I would love to raise my kids in anti-racist community. And I think we have, it's like a multi-pronged approach, right? I mean, we're going to get into this later, but I think that this is just one piece of our effort that we have to take on right now in order to be more diverse, more inclusive, and more equitable, and really move towards that ideal of justice that we always tout, but it's so often elusive for the most marginalized in our community. So I really commend the council looking at this, and I am willing to do whatever it takes in order to make this successful and make this happen. You know, I just graduated from graduate school, and even though it was a sustainability program, I think it had a really hard time incorporating some of these anti-racist programs and doctrines into our work as well. And I think it should be throughout, it shouldn't be just like an add-on. It should be really throughout all of our committees, and it should be throughout all of the functions of the town if it is to be successful. So once again, just thank you all, and I look forward to seeing how this progresses and to being a part of this as it flourishes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chance. I see more hands up.
Yes, the next hand is Reverend Marissa Danney.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Goddard and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Being Fairfax Forward means establishing an anti-racist committee and anti-racist budgets and policies. We must form a racial equity and social justice committee, and quickly. This committee should invite participation of a diversity of people and perspectives, and formation should not be delayed or dependent on people of color educating the other 80% of us. We must be willing to make mistakes along the way, apologize, and keep doing the work. We must also, while I'm at it, reject the proposed budget and rethink police in Fairfax, becoming leaders of anti-racism in Marin County. Marin is the #1 county in California for racial inequity. It is so inequitable in Marin that Black people make up only 2.8% of the population. We need a budget that illustrates anti-racism and a deep sense of hospitality and safety for Black people and people of color who live in and visit Fairfax. We must address the reasons for our lack of diversity and how policing systematically contributes to keeping Black people and people of color out of our community. Ibram X. Kendi answers the question, what's the problem with being not racist? He says, it is a claim that signifies neutrality. I am not a racist, but neither am I aggressively against racism. But there is no neutrality in the racism struggle. One either allows racial inequities to persevere as a racist or confronts racial inequities as an anti-racist. There is no in-between safe space of not racist. The claim of not racist neutrality is a mask for racism. Our current idea of what is radical is the future's idea of what is just. Being a progressive community without diversity is just privilege. Being an anti-racist building an anti-racist reality means making new anti-racist policies and budgets. Let's be Fairfax forward. Let's be Marin forward. Let's be forward with anti-racism in our budget, in our committees, and policy in Fairfax. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't see hands. Michelle, anyone waiting?
A hand just came up.
Okay.
And this is Megan Rachel McCulloch.
Hi, Megan.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for having this meeting. And again, this is another instance where my budget statements and my racial justice formation of the Racial Justice Committee are intertwined. So I'm going to go ahead and speak here. I'm a Fairfax resident, and my main incentive today is to advocate for justice for Black people and also BIPOC. And not only for those that are living in our community, but for those who wish to be a part of our community, but do not have access or have been driven out of our community, of which I know several. I propose that we work towards this justice by defunding the police and reallocating those funds to support community members in need, and specifically those Black and BIPOC people. I reject the proposed budget and ask that it be held off to allow time for the proper development of an anti-racist plan of action in regards to public safety, along with the formation of a racial justice subcommittee. I feel it's pretty obvious that our over-policed town needs to cut its police budget, so I'm going to speak more to the areas in which I think we need to examine the reallocation of the funds. As Marissa mentioned already, Marin County in 2017 was rated the #1 county in California for racial inequity, specifically the worst in the areas of housing. It was #1 in the worst of housing, and it was #2 in the worst for crime and justice and economic opportunity. I was born in Fairfax and have been taught by my elders that Fairfax is itself a progressive place, and I wonder, what is our definition of progressive? Is it that we're environmentalists? And what is our definition of progressive if we have a town that is so inhospitable to Black people that they make up actually only 1.5%? 2.8 is for Marin, but 1.5 is in Fairfax, I believe. We have so many resources at our fingertips, and in this same study that was done in 2017, Marin was found the #1, the top, not the least, and the #1 for economic opportunity across our entire demographic. So I think those statistics really show where we need to send our resources. And I just want to sort of drive home the point that, like, in the reallocation of funds, if we simply redirect them to these crime intervention systems, it's mostly going to affect our 88.9% white population. And we need to be focusing on ways that we can actually make this place safe for Black people in the first place, because I really don't think that it is a safe place for them, not just physically, but as a welcoming community. So yeah, I have some more points, but my time is up. So thank you so much for doing this, and I look forward to some change.
Thank you, Megan.
The next, we have another hand raised, and that is Elizabeth P.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Mayor Goddard. I am here to chime in on the rethinking our police budget. I think that we have more aspirational goals as a zero waste and green community. And there is an intersection between racial justice and environmental justice. And I think we're missing the opportunity when we allocate such a large proportion of that budget to one community. We need to share the pie. And I think the subcommittee is a fundamental piece of that, as well as postponing this budget allocation as is. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is call-in user #1. If you're on the phone, it's probably you because you're the only caller with a hand up.
Oh, perfect. Hey, everyone.
Hi.
So I'm born and raised in Marin from Fairfax. I honestly feel like this is one of the most safest places to grow up. I don't think I ever felt in danger ever in my life. And I think now is kind of a time to, with all the George Floyd happening and the police murders, I really do think now is a good time to see if we can trust, if we defunded the police a little, what would happen. I think people are inherently trying to be safe here. And potentially defunding the police department, we could see that in our own people, because I really do feel most people are safe, and Marin is a very safe place, and maybe it's time to trust each other a little bit. And instead, I'd like to see some money rerouted into better housing, cheaper housing for people, specifically for low-income individuals, just because housing prices in Marin are insane. I'm probably not going to live here for the rest of my life, but it is lovely. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say. It's not too eloquent, but that's what I'd like to see going forward.
Very clear. Thank you. Any other speakers, Michelle?
I don't see anyone. Oh, yes. Another hand.
Okay.
Aurora.
Hi, my name is Aurora. I'm a resident of Fairfax. Like everyone else, I'm also here to make comments about the proposed budget. I urge the council to reject the proposed budget. I think that the formation of a subcommittee to look at better ways to allocate our general fund than to a militarized force is a really good first step to take. I think in looking through the call logs that are made to the Fairfax Police Department, it's very clear that the vast majority of those calls are not calls that need a response of an armed person who is trained to provide force, right? Like there's calls about missing dogs, about noise complaints, about welfare checks, in which case a trained mental health professional, not a police officer, is the better source to be responding to these public health and public safety situations. So I think that the formation of a subcommittee, maybe a ballot initiative to look at alternative ways for Fairfax General Fund to be used to promote public safety. As people have said, like, this is a really safe town. There's very few violent crimes that are actually committed here annually, and so the amount of 38.6% of our budget that we're spending on our police force seems to me unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurora. I don't see hands, but there may be some popping up. Any others?
I don't see any hands.
Okay.
So,
all right. So we're going to bring this back to, well, first of all, thank you so much, everyone, for the thoughtful input. And as we know, this is the very beginning. And so I'd like to bring it back to council to see if anyone has any comments they'd like to make. Remembering that this agenda item was a report on the formation of the committee, and it will be agendized on July 1st's council agenda, on the regular agenda. So any comments from council? Barbara?
I just want to say that I do like your idea of doing a special meeting to have kind of a listening session, to really delve into these and really form this. I'm not sure what else we have on our July agenda, but we tend to go very late, so it may be a good idea to schedule a special meeting just for this, because I think this would be pretty lengthy. But I'll defer to you and the rest of the council on that. But it just seems like we need to kind of spend more time on it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else? Stephanie, you're muted.
Are we going to respond to some of the questions and the comments that were just made that are relevant to the committee?
No, because what we're going to do is take these back, and I know notes were taken. I saw each of us taking notes. I believe that the chief was taking notes, and when we come back, we'll have more information, and we'll again open it up to more discussion. So many of these things are expressions that need really thoughtful responding and conversation.
Okay, and that date has not been set, is that right?
The next meeting is July 1st, and we will set a meeting later. We'll set a meeting later in July in order to have a special meeting town workshop or forum or some way so that we can continue this as we move toward forming a committee.
Okay, I just want to play this back. When are, because I just don't want months and months to go by before we stand up this committee. So can you just repeat what exactly are we saying?
Yes. As it will be agendized on July 1st,
okay.
Staff will go back with everything that we've heard tonight, put together a recommendation for what this committee might look like, bring it back to us so that we can then have a robust discussion about how it will be put together with more input, and then a special meeting. This has a lot in it. So I want to make sure that there's ample opportunity despite that we need expediency in this. So in the next month, we'll be coming back several times.
I just want to be really careful that we're not asking staff to solution, because I feel strongly that the mission and objectives and the solutioning needs to come out of the community, because I love the idea of the listening. So I just want to make sure that we're not asking that the staff is going to address what we heard this evening and come up with some proposed.
I'm looking at staff coming back with structural proposals, not content, not what it is that will be the goals, the mission of this subcommittee and desired outcomes. That comes from the listening session. Garrett, you had something to say since you are staff.
Right. I just want to make clear, we're coming back July 1st. As staff, we're not going to be recommending what any mission or any of these issues. That wouldn't be appropriate. What we will do is give you some ideas in terms of the mayor said structure. So that would be things like, are you forming a committee? If you form a committee, then you got to have, do you want to have members? If you have members, do you want council members on it? Would you prefer not to have council members on it? Would you prefer to always just do special meetings and have a broader dialogue with the community? So it'll be things like that of options for you to consider moving forward, but we won't have anything related to mission statements or goals, objectives, any budget numbers or anything like that.
And just so I'm clear, why can't we talk about structure right now so as to save us a little bit of time? Because I really am all about streamlining this. I mean, just in terms of committee versus subcommittee, and I mean, I would really love to not, and just asking.
Yeah, the whole purpose of the report, oddly, was to tell everyone that this is on your radar and you're going to dedicate all the time to have this discussion on July 1. The intent wasn't to talk about it this evening because we knew that we needed the time to talk about the budget, of which people kind of mixed their comments on. But already, it's 7:20 and you haven't even gotten to the budget.
But what would have happened if we just approved it on the consent calendar without discussing it? Then what would have happened?
You would have discussed it on July because the agenda item wasn't structured so you'd have a broad discussion on what you wanted to do. It was merely information that in July, you will have your discussion on how to structure it, what to do, what's the mission, at least to start that conversation about what you wanted to do. That was the whole purpose of the report.
I realize the idea for expediency, but I do think we heard a lot tonight. We've been getting a lot of emails. I suspect we'll get more emails. We're only talking about a couple of weeks, and I think some of these things need to sink in and think about them more fully. So I don't think anybody's talked, and I think the mayor also said there's a lot here. So we want to make sure we do this as right as possible without being the perfect being the enemy of the good. I don't think we wait forever. So I think, giving a couple weeks for staff to put something together that we can have a more constructive discussion would be helpful.
All right, let's move on.
on, Bruce. Did you have something you want to add, or shall we move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worthy of a lot of discussion, and I think there will be a lot of discussion. You know, it will be useful to have some facts and framework in terms of structure coming back from staff. And I was just going to encourage the concept of the special meeting to move this forward and really engage with the people who have a lot to say and come to a good place with that, you know. So I would encourage the special meeting to be scheduled. And, you know, if we need to make decisions at our next council meeting about the structure of that, by all means. But I think that we should plan on there being a special meeting.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, all good?
Yeah, I'm all good. I definitely think the special meeting is important before it goes into a committee. And, you know, I think we all need to be able to hear each other. And I think I realize the urgency of this. I realize the feeling of urgency and the feeling of passion about this. And the fact that we have a moment right now in our nation's history in which we are talking about this. And so there's good reason to take advantage of this moment. But at the same time, when we think about something as large as some of the things that have been talked about, really changing our town budget, we have no idea how we would put town money into affordable housing. We haven't done that at this point. It would be a big discussion in this town to just really welcome affordable housing. We've had that. We've talked about zoning. That in itself is something that can take years to talk about. So these things they're big, they're nuanced discussions. And I think we need to have the patience, at the same time having the determination to have something real come out of them that actually benefits people's lives. But I think 2 weeks to let this sink in and to allow us to, because we have a lot of work to do on the budget tonight, and it isn't all the police budget. There's a lot that goes on in this town budget that we need to get right and move on so that we can continue as a town on every level that we do. So I think this is the right thing to do, is to let this set at this point and to get back to it on July 3rd to set up the committee, I suppose. I'm not quite clear what the committee's role is as opposed to the general meetings, but definitely the general meeting.
Okay, it's July 1st. Just
July
let
1st.
everyone know. Okay, great. Thank you. And so we're moving on to agenda item 2, and this is the public hearing item. The subject, I'm just going to read the subject line to you all, is that we're discussing and considering the fiscal year 2021 proposed operating and capital improvement budget. It's important to note that this is truly a discussion and a consideration, and the nature of a public hearing is for us to hear the public. So decisions will not be made tonight. There may be direction to staff, but as we know, we've entered a process here. And so we're looking forward to hearing from everyone, but no decisions are made tonight. Garrett, would you like to deliver the staff report, please?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I actually am going to share my screen for the PowerPoint.
Okay.
The budget. All right, do that, and then I got to start it. This is working. There we go. Okay. So as you indicated, it's a public hearing for the 2021 operating capital budget. And so one thing to point out, and we talked about this at your June 3rd meeting releasing the staff report, is we talked about, this is the baseline budget. We talked about this at the workshop. So really, we're trying not to add any new programs. We eliminated some one-time expenses, reduced discretionary expenses, really not doing any major vehicle or equipment purchases unless it's necessary. It does include increases for retirement, health, MOUs, step increases. It does take a look. It does reflect general fund revenue reductions due to COVID-19. It doesn't have a 5-year forecast. CIP is fairly limited. That's a capital improvement program. And the thought pattern to the council was really in fall, sometime September, October of this year, we would have a mid-year budget review. So really you could evaluate the long-term effects of COVID-19 on the economy. So your proposed budget is about 13.4 million, 11.1 million for general fund operations, capital improvement program, CIP 1.3. We have special funds debt service, that's about $1 million. That's where you get your 13.4. One thing I do need to point out is that the budget since the 6-3 meeting, we actually found about 100,000 in adjustments of reduction in the budget. Part of that, the largest portion was in actually police services. What we found is with retirements and senior officers leaving, that the replacements to happen or have already been replaced are at a much lower salary level, so that reflects that. And then we found we double counted some medical benefits within, I think, in public works. So we took that out. Net result was a reduction of about 100,000. Overall, we're looking at dipping into general fund reserves of about 370,000 to balance the budget for this coming fiscal year. So one of the things we're always interested in is the revenue comparison. And generally, these are the revenues we refer to as general fund, Fund 01 revenues, which really means these are the things that you're most interested in because they can fluctuate. So property taxes, you'll see property taxes are actually slated to go up quite a bit. Percentage-wise, 8.5%, 370,000. What that is the counties reported that they expect property taxes to go up by over 4%, but we use 4, in secured and unsecured property taxes. There's something in property taxes also that we refer to as excess ERAF. It's a terminology. The county reports that that number is going to be closer to the actual number we received for 1920. So we put that in. That's actually 30,000 higher than the previous fiscal year. And something that's also in here is the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority tax. Since it is a property, it's on your property taxes as an assessment. We put that in here, and that accounts for 192,000 of that number. It's a little skewy in the sense that half of that 192 will receive, or 96,000, is actually just one time. That's going to flow through us to Ross Valley Fire. In the future, it'll just go directly to Ross Valley Fire. But because the NWPA is not set up yet, that's just a transaction for this coming fiscal year. Sales taxes due to COVID-19, we're looking at net sales tax reduction of about 20%, almost 300,000. Total user taxes, that's things like hotel tax, utility user tax, that's the 4% on your phone and PG&E. That's down, going to be down total about 16%. Franchise fees, that's primarily a reduction that we anticipate in Marin sanitary franchise fees, just because we know that they've had a lot of losses on the commercial side in terms of revenues. Rental and maintenance fees, the $10,000, that's all primarily to reductions we believe in the rental of our facilities. Right now, we can't open them up to the community. We're really not sure when that will change. And so we built in some estimates in terms of the reduction. Investment earnings, Leif and Michael can comment on this, our finance director. I think Leif this past year that's our local agency investment fund that we invest money in. Probably the safest investment almost out there for government. It used to be up around somewhere between 2 and 2.5%. Now it's, I think, at probably less than 0.5%. So this reflects a reduction in investment earnings. Revenue from other agencies, primarily the increase is we have our SB2 grant we received from the state for planning studies. That rose through as a one-time revenue from another agency because it comes from the state. That's that. Charge for current services, that's really from estimated reductions in recreation. And actually in recreation, we anticipate upwards of $40,000 loss in revenue, or about 1/3 compared to last year. It's offset because we've included one-time revenues from an insurance reserve, what we have in our insurance pool, that's there to help smooth off insurance premiums. So, plus, we thought it was important to kind of talk about where all the other money comes from. Well, we have a retirement tax that's on your parcel tax. It generates about 1.7 million. We have Measure F, which is a special municipal tax that generates a little over 700,000. Planning and building fees generates another 560,000. That is about 10 to 15% less than what we thought it would be in a typical year. We get a COPS grant that pays for an officer, that's 100. Gas tax, we use about 175,000 to pay for our streets department. All told, it's about 3.3 million. In other revenue, you add that plus the 7.4, and then you get, roughly your 10.8, 10.9 in revenue. I mean, that's 10.7. I have to go back, check my math there. But overall, what we see is there's probably over a $500,000 reduction in revenues for this coming fiscal year just due to COVID-19 impacts. Obviously, that's the reason we want to have a mid-year review with the council September, October, so we can really see if any of that substantially is getting worse or if it's getting better. So one of the things, where's our money come from? We just talked about those revenues, and you can see property tax, and that includes the retirement tax in there. It's about 58%. You have Measure F, about 7%. And sales is lower because we cut it by 20%, and so that's only about 11 or so, almost 11%. And then you can see how the other charges hit against the budget. One of the things that's important that you heard people talk about in the previous item is where's the money go to? So right now, public safety, fire and police gets about 60% of the revenue goes to police and fire expenditures. Really for small towns, that's pretty normal. 60 to 70% will go to your public safety just because your other departments just don't provide, aren't at the budgetary levels providing certain levels of services. So if you had a library department, obviously the percentage would be lower because you have that expenditure of the library. Now for police, I do need to point out what that number consists of. That consists of our operating budget for PD. It includes the vehicle leases and any equipment purchases for this year. And it also includes our ELC operations, our disaster operations, about 17,000. That's built into our police number, but it's about 35%. So in terms of overall projections, what we did is we tried to explain what it is overall by general categories. So overall, we're up by estimated 436,000. That's an increase of 4.1% over the adopted fiscal year 1920 budget. Salaries up by about 2.7%. Payroll benefits, payroll taxes, things that we have to pay for payroll up by 5.8. Retirement 4.9. If you want to equate that to, what our personnel-driven expenses, that'd be those top three. And if you add those percentages, it's about 13% is related to personal costs increasing. Some things I want to point out, professional services, those are outside contractual services. That's up by 290,000, seems high, 8%, but really it's a little misleading just because we have the SB2 planning grant expenses. That's 160,000. That's offset by 160,000 in revenue. Fire department, we do pay for fire services as part of a fire JPA. That's about 3%, 70,000. And we have the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority sensible space inspections in the budget for this year. Normally it wouldn't be in the budget. It'd be handled directly by Ross Valley Fire, and that's 96. You add up everything else in terms of supplies, tools, and other things, that actually dropped by almost 5%. And that actually includes doubling of janitorial fees due to COVID-19. In essence, we've gone from cleaning facilities 3 days a week to 5 days a week, plus adding disinfecting of surfaces and the facilities. We do anticipate that's going to continue in all the facilities for this upcoming year. One of the things that we wanted to put out there for this budget hearing is we thought it'd be important, given the level of discussion of police, that we really have a slide that just talks about the police department. Within the context of the budget, we believe it's just important that we understand what we're paying for service-wise in this budget. So budget does represent almost 35%. It's pretty common for small towns, 3.85 million. 90%, no surprise, goes to personnel costs. PD has 11 sworn, those are officers. 1 frozen officer position. What frozen means, it's vacant and unfunded. It's been that way for at least 8 years or so, as far as I remember. We do have 4 dispatchers. And
Garrett, just a quick thing. So it's 11 sworn, but one of those is frozen, and I believe it's been frozen since 2005.
Yeah, it's 11 sworn, and then there's 1 frozen. So we actually right now have 11 sworn officers.
Oh, we actually have 10.
So, well, the chief can chime in. I thought we had well, maybe I mixed up, but the chief's gonna make some comments right after this, so he can follow up whether it's 10 sworn and 11 sworn, but 1's frozen. That could be. I'll have to go back check. 4 dispatchers, police service tech, and then we have part-time staff, cadets, reserve dispatchers. The main thing is what we're paying for is we're paying for a 24/7 operation, obviously 365 days a year. Obviously, you need a dispatcher on duty at all times, and we have minimal staffing of 2 officers at all times, with the exception of the early morning hours, and there's 1. Should be noted that 1 officer is paid for by the COPS grant, which we talked about earlier, and 1 of our dispatchers is paid by fees paid by the town of Ross and College Marin to handle their dispatching services. Expenditures by category, quickly you can see almost 50% goes to salary and benefits. Usually contract services is an issue, and that's 40%, but it's a little deceiving because in contract services, since we provide fire services by contract, that's really 2/3 of your costs. The town attorneys is by contract. That includes all the other departments that aren't listed, like finance, clerk, the elections, the auditors in there. Non-departmental, those are things that are actual things that we pay for to be part of different JPAs. Probably almost half of that is probably for the Humane Society or animal control services. In terms of general fund reserves, we're thinking we'll start fiscal year 2021 with about 3.5 million, 32% of our operating budget. End the year at about 28%, 3.2 million, still above the town's policy of 25% of operating reserves. We did transfer in more money from retirement reserves. We are using 200,000 of the dry period reserve to pay for the gap between revenues and expenditures, and the general fund transfer. We're still doing some cleanup, but we had to transfer it over to Fund 52 for FEMA reimbursements. But we're still looking at those numbers because we think something's just been coded wrong. So we're looking at that still. Briefly, your capital improvement program, it's actually 1.3 million. It's actually it's like 1.26. So really it's 1.3 million. We'll be doing a retaining wall at Bridge and Scenic. We're still working on 145 Canyon. Has 25,000 for women's club improvements. Ferry Park, we're still working on pavilion segment retrofit. Some sidewalk, some street resurfacing. And then we'll continue with the bridges. One thing to note for the bridges, not including metal, is that for BPMP, which is Bridge Preventive Maintenance Program, Spruce Canyon Marin, Creek Road, which is a seismic retrofit, those projects actually might be put on hold for a year by Caltrans. We're trying to work through that with them, but basically, due to the lack of federal funding, Caltrans is making a statement to all communities that they're not going to fund some of these projects for a year, but we're trying to work through that process. In terms of the council member at your budget workshop, you did talk about different request priorities. One thing, and then each individual council member may ultimately share a little more information on these things because it's more their area expertise. But one of the things we talked about was the CAC Pavilion Battery Backup System. Originally, we thought it could incur in fiscal year 1920. Now my understanding from Vice Mayor Ackerman is it's more maybe 25,000, and it won't occur until next fiscal year. So for the council, you need to decide if you want to budget that for fiscal year 2021, the 25,000, arguably the 15 from this year would carry over to next year. And more importantly, Vice Mayor Ackerman indicates that most of the project could be funded by a grant from MCE and other sources. And so you actually may not spend most of that 25,000. CAC also talked about a carbon offset program of $5,000. You could talk about that more. It's a fairly low amount, easily can be absorbed within the budget. Neighborhood group resource part-time coordinator. I think you're all sounding like pretty supportive of this. It could be budgeted in next year's budget, could partially be started this year, but since we're almost to July, might as well wait till then. But depends where you're actually going to adopt a budget. We may just start and then carry over some money to next year. Downtown sidewalks, we think for the current sidewalks to be done, it's about 44,000. We've only budgeted 20. We have some money in this year's budget that we could use to do for some sidewalks, like around School Street, right by the ball field. That's probably about a $10,000 project, which we could do. The budget does contain 20,000 for the sidewalk grant program. What we always like to point out is if not all that money is used for the grant program, then later part of the year, we could use that for sidewalk improvements. Women's Club CAC improvements, we talked about money to do energy improvements to CAC to electrify the building. Currently, the CIP has 25,000 budgeted for Women's Club improvements, but that's for ADA for basically the handicap elevator and for the stage, lighting and painting for the Women's Club. And so there would have to be some council decisions of whether to add money for electrification or to slightly reallocate what we do. Most of that is from your Measure A park money. Pedestrian trails, we have 36,000 budget currently for fiscal year 2021, but the Measure A Parks Committee has yet to meet. Typically, they also budget money for ped trails, so it could be more. One of the other things the council talked about, although we'd have to determine what the budget impact is, would be town council meetings twice a month. We also talked about an intern that perhaps could help with that, help with other things, maybe help with some of the other committees. Again, we would need to talk about that. And then one of the things on the list was a skateboard park. Again, things that you could talk about. Here's the next steps. So based on all this, the original idea was the budget would be approved July 1. You don't have to do that. We recognize that there's a lot of things the council needs to discuss. So you could do that in August. You could ask for a special meeting to consider that. But the bottom line, what we're saying is this budget's a baseline budget. You're going to review it in mid-year. So regardless of whatever you decide to do or whatever you get to a certain point, if you do form committees to talk about things, there's an opportunity to talk about this in the fall. The council has authority at any time to review the budget, review allocation, and make changes at any time. That's a benefit of the council. Yes, you adopt a budget for the year. That's to provide a guide for staff to know what we're supposed to be doing, what we can charge to, and create limits on the appropriations. However, at any time, the council can change that. So we also anticipate from this budget workshop, how it normally works, or public hearing, is that there will be things the council will direct us to do. There's your list of priorities and requests that you may ask us to incorporate. Plus, there may be some other things from this evening's meeting that you're going to ask us to take a look at. Normally, what we would say is you would give us a target, and then we would go and explore the options and give you an assessment of what that actually does to different service levels and how we would pay for that. So that's your brief overview of the adopted budget. We have our finance director online. He could provide additional clarity. Unless there's any questions for myself or for the finance director, I would like to turn it over to Chief Morin for him to share a few of his comments related to the budget, if that's okay.
Before you do that, can I just add, I just got a message that my internet connection is unstable, which has never happened before. I don't know what that's about, so I'm going to turn off my video, and potentially if I get kicked off, I'll just try to call back in. But I just wanted to let you know that there's something going on with my internet, which has never happened before.
Okay. It sometimes happens and then goes away. So
I've heard that message before. And
come back soon.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Garrett. Does anyone have any questions specifically for Garrett before we move on to the chief?
After the chief, we will have opportunity to talk more generally about the budget, or are we going to dive right into all things police?
No. We're going to talk all budget, but just any specific questions on the general overview that we just got from Garrett. And Michael's also available.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, Barbara, are you with us?
Yes, I just turned off my video, so okay. I'm here.
Okay.
And I hopefully will be okay.
All right, terrific. Hi, Chief. Welcome. And I understand that you're going to say a few words.
Yes, I have a few thoughts I'd like to share with the council and the community as we continue on in this budget hearing. It's a little My comments may be a little unorthodox, but I think it's important that I express them to everyone. I did have a lot of bullet points written down for my introduction here, because I didn't want to forget important things I wanted to say. During the discussion and comments from the community, I added a number of points, so I want to comment on those. So again, as I have bullet points written, pardon me for not directly staring at the camera, because I want to make sure I get these points across. As many of you are aware, I have a lot of statistical data on the police website. Hang on, I have to close my window. So there's a lot of statistical information on the police website. A lot of it's been there for quite some time. And I think it would be of interest to many that aren't aware that it is there to take a look at it. There's information from police policies. Actually, there's some messages from me in regards to our police policies, the incident in Minnesota with George Floyd, racial diversity on our department, use of force data, citizen complaint data, and more. And that's all on the website. I encourage everyone that has a stake within our community to take a look at that and check it out. In addition, our entire police policy manual, it's a little over 700 pages, is on the website. It has been on there many, many years. Complete transparency on what our rules are, policies, guidelines for our officers and our entire police staff. That's there as well. In regards to 8 Can't Wait, as I've mentioned in various forums, our use of force policy is in direct line and in agreement with the recommendations of these outside organizations, specifically 8 Can't Wait. Oftentimes, policies are not word for word the way that people would like them to be, but they are best practices policies. An example, and I had got an email, I received an email today from someone who did take the time to look at the and compare the recommendation of 8 Can't Wait with our use of force policy. And they appreciated the fact that they were already in line, but you know, wanted to discuss the word shall versus should. And in police policies and directives, we avoid certain terms such as shall not. And oftentimes the word should is in there, should not. Sometimes we have the word shall, but it's important that that we don't set ourselves up for failure and put us in a situation with a shall not type clause instead of should not, because in a policy, you can't account for every type of scenario that may occur. So you don't want to paint yourself into a corner. It's not safe for the community. It's not safe for the officers. It's not safe for the town. As I mentioned, I have use of force incidents on the website, racial component included in the citizen complaints. That's a separate button on the website. And this information that's available on there, it's a history of our use of force incidents and our citizen complaints, including our internal generated complaints. This information goes back 18 and 20 years respectively. And that's available on the website for anyone to look at. I think it shows, I think the lack of citizen complaints, the lack of use of force incidents based on the amount of arrests that we do make, shows that we are serving the community, and I think always have been, in a fair and impartial manner. I can explain further as we move along in the budget hearing in detail, if it's needed, how our department works in regards to our staffing, and where most of the money comes from is in personnel and it's in staffing. Generally, I think it might have been on one of Garrett's, no, he mentioned staffing wise. Oh, by the way, to answer Councilmember Kohler's question, we do have 11 sworn currently. 1 is frozen. And she is correct. It's been frozen since 2005. So what our staffing should be is 12, but in 2005, the town made the decision to freeze that position. So we are at 11. And one of those, as Garrett, the town manager, mentioned, is paid for through a COPS grant. So we're really paying for 10 of the 11, and then the one's frozen. So basically, we have 2 officers on duty 24/7. There's a little caveat to that. In the wee morning of the hours, it goes down to 1 officer because we don't have enough officers to staff that. And that kind of comes from that frozen position. But generally, we staff 2 officers on duty and 1 dispatcher, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And that's where the bulk of that money pays for. It pays to our ability to staff the town with 2 officers. Of course, a policy decision by council, if they want to reduce that level of staffing, that's a broader discussion. It's a more of a lengthy discussion. But you have these 2 officers on duty, and that's what's servicing your town. An officer goes to a call, needs cover. If there's nobody else working and it's 1 officer, that becomes problematic. So the 2 officers is for the safety of everybody, including the public and the community at large. And again, the dispatcher as well. They're on duty 24/7. So that's where the bulk of our police budget goes, and it takes up that amount of money. There's no fat built into our staffing. I know we're going to have discussions about diverting funds, and I've heard those comments. But what we have now with our current staffing provides the core services to the community. And again, I know that's a larger discussion, but the core function of any municipal police agency is the safety of life and property. That's our #1 mission. That's our goal. Everything else we do is on top of that. So Marin County does have a low crime rate. Fairfax has a low crime rate. There's not a lot of violent crime in Marin County, especially Fairfax. But things do happen. And while our core mission is safety of people and property, there are other things that we do where the police often fall into the category of being the catch-all for everything that needs to be done because we're here. And people call us for whatever reason, and we go and we try to help them mediate that problem. When we do talk about diverting funds, Fairfax is in a unique situation. Again, just talking about the staffing levels. There's nobody in Fairfax Police Department that is not part of the schedule. So all of our people are schedule dependent, meaning to staff the dispatch office, to staff the street with 2 officers, everybody is schedule dependent. I don't have anybody, I have a detective, but he or she, whoever that is part of the street schedule on any given day. So I don't have a detective or 2 detectives sitting in an office that aren't part of the schedule. I don't have someone running the training department assigned to that and not part of the schedule. I don't have someone assigned to the property and evidence section, the personnel section, and on and on. There's nobody separate. All these jobs are done by all of us, but we're all schedule dependent. So to divert funds, maybe in a larger agency, whether it's a larger agency in Marin or larger agencies throughout the Bay Area, if you divert funds, that's when you start losing those programs within your department because you move those people. You say, okay, we're gonna divert $500,000 to social services or some new program. How do you accomplish that from your police budget? You have to find ways to move that. So do we need, and I'm making this up as an example because we don't have any of this, do we need, instead of 5 detectives, we can use 3. Instead of 4 motorcycle cops officers, we'll use 2. So you start moving those personnel and those resources, and then you redirect that money. We don't really have the ability to do that, but I'm looking forward to the continued discussions tonight, as well as moving forward on ways to the ways we can maybe move some money. And that's the broader discussion on that. Okay, so we don't have that. I got that. I'm almost done, Mayor. I'm sorry. So we're always looking at better ways to spend our funds, and with the changing expectations of the community. They do demand a lot of us, and we appreciate being able to meet those demands for the community. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions from the council and the public. I'm happy to provide any information I can tonight and moving forward. I'm always open, as I think most people know who know me, open to discuss anything, whether it's budget, policy reform, or any other matters. I think my 37-year career in police work should speak for itself for those who know me. Lastly, I'd like to say, as I was listening to all the comments, And I appreciate and hear the passion and concerns and questions from the community that spoke tonight so far. I'm looking forward to engaging in these topics, but I would like to share a couple of personal thoughts to the council and the community with the mayor's permission, if I may.
Absolutely, please.
Okay, so first, I just want to clear up some misinformation about women employees of my department. Councilmember Hellman posted on Nextdoor, I think it was last night, that we have one female dispatcher in the police department and no other female employees. It was referenced, or stated, I should say, that women officers are less likely to use excessive force than their male counterparts. This is the third time that Councilmember Hellman has raised this topic with me. So that information is out there. So I wanted to take the opportunity to clarify and give my point of view on this. The inference I take from this is that I might be discriminating, me personally, in some fashion against women, and that we have a use of force problem in Fairfax that is exacerbated by the fact that I don't have any current female officers on the force, because as the council member said, they're less likely to use excessive force than their male counterparts. We don't have a use of force problem in the department. People may disagree with that, but I have a long record of integrity in my career, and I would not, no one's accused me of this and no one said it tonight, but I would never cover up inappropriate actions. I discourage it and I don't stand for it, period. Here's some facts that I think are important, that were either stated or inferenced or implied on Nextdoor by the council member. We have 4 female dispatchers and I'm about to hire my 5th. We don't have one, as was stated. I've had 5 female police officers in the past 20 years that I've worked here. And there's been several prior to that. I hired one of those women police officers. I recruited and recommended the hiring of 3 others to former Chief Ken Hughes, and he hired them in my 20 years here. One of those 5 were here before I got here. 2 of these female officers left for other agencies, better opportunities. 2 retired on disability, and 1 was released from probation. The dates that each of these left, going from current to the least, was 2016, 2013, 2010, 2006, and 2001. We recently had a female police service technician who retired just this past year. She spent 20 years here with the town. Actually 20 years with the department, and I think 3 years with town hall before she moved over to the police department. The issue is we simply do not get female police officer applicants, and I've explained that prior. They don't apply with us. I can't hire what's not available. I do not discriminate. In the past year, we did and have recruited 2 female police officer applicants. Lieutenant Rico Tabarenza began background processes on both of those applicants in hopes of hiring them. In both cases, they pulled out of the process to pursue other police agencies for more money, better opportunities, and closer to their homes. A third was disqualified because she did not meet POST standards for police officer hiring. POST stands for Police Officer Standards and Training. That's what we go by in California. I cannot hire those that don't apply with me. I cannot hire those that turn us down. I cannot hire those that are not qualified. I cannot keep those who choose to move on to better opportunities. It is my personal feeling and belief that comments or statements that imply that we don't hire, won't hire, attempt to hire a female is not productive nor accurate. And putting that out there in the community, when that wasn't a topic of discussion, I just find divisive, not productive, and it's not a productive environment for working together and solving problems. My opinion. A separate comment is that we need to understand that diversity includes gender and sexual orientation. I am completely confident that I know this, and I don't have to be told that. Those who know me know that I am not a discriminatory person. I don't discriminate against anybody, and I won't stand for it, period. I don't stand for police abuse of anyone, to anyone, or by anyone. As for hiring practices, I think the diversity of my department speaks for itself. 63% of color, 38% white out of 19 employees. And again, yes, I know what diversity means. I'm open to these budget discussions today and going forward, but I'd like to take a pause and have everyone listen to the narrative that's out there. And I hear it and I agree with it. I agree with it, but I'd like to take that pause and not paint my police department with a broad brush of discriminatory, heavy-handed behaviors, period. That's not what we do here. We never have, and we never will as long as I'm here. I am passionate, and I'm attached to this town, the community, the police department, and all my employees. I grew up in this community. I'm 57 years old. My family has ties that date back to the 1930s here in Fairfax. My family's had houses on Bolinas Road, next to Sherman's General Store, and on Lower Scenic, I think right near John Reed, as a matter of fact. My father was a police officer here in Fairfax in the 1960s. I have been here 20 years of my 37-year career, and I've been your police chief for 10 years. Now, as a gay man in police work for 37 years, and I'm going to pause because for those who don't know me and don't know that, they probably just woke up and looked at the camera or the screen. As a gay man in police work for 37 years, and with a Black partner that I've been with for 25 years, I have personally seen my share of discrimination, both in my professional and private life. I have witnessed firsthand discriminatory treatment of my Black partner, again, of 25 years in this time. I look in the mirror every day and I know who I am, what I represent in my personal and professional life, and how I run this department. So I'm passionate about this statement. I'm passionate about the community and what they want to accomplish, and I'm all in. But I don't like being painted with a broad brush by anybody. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to say my piece.
Okay, wow. Chief, thank you so much for your honesty. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. And I'm sure the community does as well. And I look forward to all the partnering that we're going to be doing going forward with the community all together. Fairfax Forward. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So we are back to any other questions, and we're just doing questions from council for the chief. And then let's ask a few questions about the general budget, and then let's go out to the public for all the questions for both the chief, finance director, and the town manager. So starting with council. Who would like to ask? If you don't have any questions, that's okay too.
I have a question.
Okay, Stephanie.
With regard to the overtime, if we want to look at page 32.
So I assume we're looking at the police budget. Let's just be, we'll be clear in case anyone's looking at the budget.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sure.
It looks like the run rate was pretty consistent. If you look at 2017, 18, we're at 150, 152. Last year we were at 168. And then we projected a bump at 242. So I'd like to understand that. And then the 176, is that back down to the normal run rate? And have we not decreased for the COVID environment is my question.
Is there a chance that this can be screen shared, Garrett? Are you keyed up for that or not?
The problem is I'm on a different computer, so just give me a sec to try to bring it up.
I can, if I may, I think I can answer the. Well, I'm not sure I can because I was confused by the amount she was saying. She mentioned 200 and something, but I don't see that anywhere.
Oh, that's the number in the projected 1920. It looks like we have 242,000 in projected overtime for 1920. And in 2021, we have 176,000 budgeted. Do you see that, Chief?
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know it was that high, and Michael can, our finance director can chime in. If our projected overtime budget is 242 for this current fiscal year, maybe he's looking that up while I'm talking. And
Who's responsible for those projections in your organization?
Excuse me?
Who's responsible for those projections in your organization for overtime?
For the projection, what you're talking about, the 242?
For overtime.
I'm sorry, I don't, are you talking the projection of the ending fiscal year, or in general, the projection or the draft budget?
I think she means the ending fiscal year.
Well, then Michael would have to answer that because he pulls that from live data.
Yeah, we go in and we look at the numbers at the time we prepare the budget. So in May, we were probably looking at February. We look at what the actuals are, and then we try to project to what it will be at June 30. It's a sort of a process that we look at each kind of expense individually and try to project the best we can of what's going to happen to the next year, in part based on what happened the prior year during those periods of time between February and June, in part based on things that we know are going to happen. This year, our actual is probably over projected because at the time we projected this back in March, based on future things, Fairfax Festival hadn't been canceled. And the overtime probably would have been pushed up by that. I'm going to say that I think that the current year in total will probably be less, but we've only closed through March as far as being able to give you a definitive on what that number is.
And then I can add that so Michael pulls that figure, Councilmember Hellman. I was projecting, just by my numbers, which aren't as accurate as Michael's, that we were going to end up around 190 of the 168 that was approved in the budget. And the reasons for the main reason for the overtime being so high is because of vacancies and long-term injury of one officer. And as you'll probably remember, I spoke about this at the budget workshop. We had one sergeant out on long-term injury. That was a full fiscal year. We had an officer out on short-term injury for 3 months. We had 2 officer vacancies that varied between 4 and 6 months each. And we had 2 officers that left our employment in March. So that was all the reasons for the overtime being high. I don't think, don't quote me, anybody, but I don't think we've ever exceeded our projected or our proposed overtime budget. This was a unique year because of the number of employees that left, as well as the long-term injury that greatly affects overtime. I do have a chart if anybody wants me to continue, and I could talk about the hours of overtime and where they're spent. If that's important, I have it in front of me, and I can give you an idea of where this overtime goes.
I don't know if anyone else is interested in that. I have a follow-up question. So since COVID hit, let's say late February, early March, are we seeing a quieter activity and less overtime demand, and is that plugged in?
Well, the level of activity in town is not a correlation to overtime. Generally, our 2 officers that are on duty handle everything. Then the next officer or officers come on duty, and believe them, we don't pay them to stay and keep working unless there's something going on. I can directly answer on our overtime what we call we categorize it as a busy shift, and that's a catch-all, meaning the officer didn't get off on time because of some street activity. And of busy shifts, we used 142 hours of overtime. The total overtime hours up to today is 2,700 hours. And then there's categories of what that overtime was for. It's not a bank that I just allow people to work. It's always for a specific reason, need, or whatever. And again, I can go through the 8 categories if anybody wants to hear that.
Yeah, it just, I mean, recognize that year-over-year fluctuation is high.
Yeah. So generally, how we budget overtime, and there's been studies on it, you budget between 9 and 12% on average of your personnel costs. So our personnel costs, salary, not counting retirement and all that, because that's not based on their overtime costs. Our personnel costs are about 1.7, I don't remember exactly, 1.7 million in salary. So if you take, I think 10% of that, that's where if you look at my proposed budget of 176, that's 10% of the 1.7. So again, you budget between 9 and 12%. I do it at 10 because it's a happy medium. And like I already said, I don't believe we've ever gone over. We've reached it, but I don't think we've ever gone over until maybe this year, I guess.
So Chief, I think, so along with the busy shifts that people go over, I think the point you were making before is with the vacancies through disability, the one that was 1 year as well as the one that was several months, and then the 2 folks who left, basically you're having people cover shifts because you don't have, so if you want to have 2 on at all times, except for that 3 to 7, you're having people cover shifts, right? That's part of the overtime, is that correct?
Yes, excellent point, Mayor, Councilmember Kohler, I appreciate that. Yes, the main reason that the overtime is so high is the vacancies and injury open shifts is 1,328 hours. And yes, when those people are missing, goes back to my earlier comment about staffing and every person that works here being schedule dependent. When someone's missing, injury, vacation, training, sick, whatever, or vacancy, that shift has to be filled. It's not, unfortunately, we're 24/7 operation, you have to fill it. It's not like a job where if someone calls in sick, you don't backfill it. The police and fire are very unique in that when someone's missing that is schedule dependent, you have to backfill it, and that's where your overtime. So yes, thank you, Councilmember Kohler. That's the bulk of our overtime is vacancies, injury status, and again, 1,329 or 8 hours.
Yeah, based on what I'm looking at as far as expenditures to date, I would revise that number down to less than 200,000, possibly 190 to 200,000, mostly because we're not doing the Fairfax Festival, and
that's in line with what I unofficially thought, that we were going to be at about 190.
Did 242 down to 190?
190 to 200,000. We still have 2 payrolls left in the period. Our last June payroll is in July 15. So we haven't posted our June 30 or our July 15. And at this point, we're at about 175,000. So whatever's going to be left for the last 2 pay periods will make up the difference.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And does that do anything to the 176 then?
Not for the current year. I think he's projecting that for next year, which is taking 168 and raising it by some element of, similar activity. Because
yes, as I said, the 176 projected or proposed budget is based on 10% of salary. And I already discussed that, but you budget between 9 and 12. So I'm budgeting it at 10. So 176 up from 168. And the reason the salaries are more is because of step increases and contractual matters. So If salary goes up, then overtime goes up based on that 10% projection.
Great question.
Thank you both.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything else on police? Because I'm ready to move on. Anybody else, council? And this would be police or going back to Garrett and Michael. On
I'll
anything
just have a couple comments after on a couple of things, but no questions.
Oh,
Okay.
I do, but I was told we were only allowed to questions.
No, just questions. Comments will come after we hear from the public. So other questions, please. Anyone?
Yeah, page 59. I talked to Garrett. Thank you, Garrett. I know you spent a lot of time with me on this week. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, surface this, if you will. It's not completely dedicated to an actual project. And so it could be dedicated, this 10,000, if you will, on road 905 appropriation section, energy improvement. This could be slated to a climate action committee project. So I would like that to be something the council discusses on one of the slides that we, had our prioritization projects. Am I right, Garrett? The 10K?
Yes, the 10K is not allocated to anything in particular. It's just a placeholder for things that happen. And so, yes, the council could reallocate that to CAC or add to the budget for CIC. It's really up to the council.
On the project slide, a sustainability coordinator is something that I'm actually not sure I got my top 5 on there, but that's another matter. Is something that I'd like the council to consider partnering with San Anselmo on. So if we could have some discussion on that, that would be great. And that 10,000 could go a long way toward that.
Okay. I also had a question, Garrett, about the Climate Action Committee. Forgive me for my confusion, but there was 25,000 allocated for the previous fiscal year, correct?
It was 20 for improvements and 5,000 of the council budget for other activities. Sorry, let me see.
Okay.
For the committee operations, yes.
And was any of it used, and what was it used for?
Neither of them were actually, the committee operations, I think some was used, but not all of it. And the improvements to the women's club, the 20,000 was not used. That we didn't get to that point of working with staff to look at what needed to be done on the women's club. So no, that didn't get used last year.
Okay, so, I've been lost in this because I know
some of that has been taken as in our discussions about the pavilion project at this point. So that 20,000 has been kind of rolled over, I believe, into the 15,000 that Garrett mentioned earlier that was budgeted during the current fiscal year for the pavilion project.
Okay, I think what would make this easier for me, and I'm not sure this is the exact moment, but is to find out what it is that the Climate Action Committee is asking for in order to accomplish the things that have been proposed so that we can move forward with that. I feel as though it has been really stalled out, and I would love to know the number in order to make these things happen. Stephanie, did you have something on that?
Fully prepared to talk to that. I know Bruce is obviously here too. We talked about it at our last meeting. I don't think we need to have another meeting about it.
I just want to know the number to make the.
You want to pull up the slide, Garrett? So Bruce is gonna, I don't know how comfortable you are with the grant, the MCE grant. So that there's a lot riding on that, but.
Excuse me, this is Michelle speaking. Just a moment, please. We're having technical difficulties at Town Hall. Garrett lost his connection. I think he's going to be up and running again. I just had to go do something.
Okay. Is there any chance that you have access to the presentation, Michelle? Or do you need us to give you a minute?
It is not on my computer.
Okay, that's okay.
So,
What was your question? What were you looking for?
Can I just ask for a point of order? Okay. I think rather than go into this level of detail right now, because this is asking questions, why don't we go to public comment and then bring it back and bring up these issues later? Because I think there's actually, my opinion, I could be wrong, but I suspect there's a lot of people wanting to comment.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I have a couple of small items. I also think we ought to remember, we are looking at a $500,000 hit to our budget. And so, you know, I have a wish list that's way too long, and I don't want to bring those items up. I think we should be conservative.
Right. No, thank you very much for that. I just, those numbers I've never gotten clear.
I'd be happy to discuss the pavilion project, and actually what's in Garrett's staff report is pretty accurate and complete as far as the two things I think that we're talking about from the CAC, which is the pavilion project, and then possibly the 5,000 for the NRG, if you consider that part of that. Well, that's not, I'm sorry.
NRG is not CAC.
No, the 5,000 for possible.
Offset?
Yeah, those were the two things that we seemed to narrow down to in their last meeting, and I wasn't prepared at this time to come back to the.
It's okay. I didn't want a whole discussion. I wanted to know the number, but let's keep going. Barbara, you're absolutely right.
Let's
Garrett, are you here?
Questions first.
Garrett?
He's coming online. There you go.
Okay, so just so you know, I'm on my iPad that we were using for the timer, but my computer pretty much blew up. So I had to reboot everything, so it's taking a while to load back up.
So shall we take a 5-minute break and let you get all rebooted, and then we'll move forward?
That would be great.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, everyone, so be back please at 8:30 sharp. Thank you. Thank you. Garrett, I know, is still reloading. He should be up oh, there he is.
Okay, sorry.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think it's gonna work.
Okay. Terrific. All right, so we are, let's see, we're still in the questioning. I'm sorry I took us off track. And it sounds to me like if there are no other specific questions, that
I'm good.
we will go out to the public. So this is the public's opportunity for public comment on the budget. And please take 3 minutes and mind your time if you can keep track of it. And if you are representing a group, please take 5 minutes if you would like. And just make sure that we know that you are representing a group. With that, I see some hands coming up. And I would like to ask Michelle to queue everybody up, and we will take the first public commenter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first public comment is GPCA.
Hello?
It looks like your microphone is muted.
Renee, I think you need to open the public hearing.
Oh, good point.
I'm so sorry. Yes, you are right. So
Sorry.
at the time, public comment, this is a public hearing, so I will be opening the public hearing.
I'm unmuted.
And you are now unmuted, and the public hearing is open. Thank you, Barbara. All right, go ahead. Person with the cute dog.
Oh, okay. This is Mimi Newton. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Mimi. Yes.
Hey, I'm a Fairfax resident. I'm here in my capacity as a resident. I was just downstairs, so hold on a second. But not as a planning commissioner. And I apologize in advance if the dogs try to weigh in on this. First, I want to thank the chief for his passionate words. In my first 15 years or so of living in Fairfax, I didn't really have much experience with the Fairfax Police Department beyond my chronic parking infractions. But recently I've had more serious interactions with the Fairfax PD around a couple of serious, violent, racially charged incidents, and have found the Fairfax PD to be an exemplary group in actuality with respect to the big picture. And I'm happy to talk with anybody who wants to hear about it, about those experiences. But I almost want to take a step back and look at the big picture more. I had started making recommendations to activist friends of mine to use 8can'twait.org as a way of comparing what the 8 requirements should be to their police departments. And they have a drop-down menu, but Fairfax is too small to be on that drop-down menu. But I wanted to point out that the chief's June 8 message includes references to the Fairfax Police Department use of force policy on all 8 of the items on that page. And I didn't find that out until after I started citing that page, because I didn't find the June 8th message till later. But the policy, section 300.3.4, bans chokeholds. Policy number 300.1 requires de-escalation. Policy 300.4 requires a warning before shooting. Policy 300.4 also requires exhaustion of all alternatives before shooting. Policy 300.2.1 requires a duty to intervene. Policy 300.4.1 bans shooting at moving vehicles. The entire policy 300 requires a use of force continuum, and comprehensive reporting is also required by a number of the policy numbers. And be careful what you look for, because one of the drop-down menus at 8can'twait is Marin County, and I'm running out of time. I urge people to look at how badly the rest of Marin County is doing on those 8 things. And I recommend that the council adopt the budget, do a mid-year review that includes a more holistic look at all the things in our budget that can improve social justice programs and racial programs like housing, addiction, and mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Laura. Laura?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. This is my first council meeting, and I'm also, I'm a 3rd generation Fairfax resident, and also white, and also on occupied Miwok land. I just want to make that acknowledgement. And I just wanted to say that we have a real issue in Fairfax, as in all of Marin County, which is the issue of white supremacy. And it very much relates with our policies around budget, in particular with the way that police is allocated the most, or at least over a 1/3 of our resources. And I say this, as the granddaughter of someone who was in police in San Anselmo. And I've just seen throughout my life the way that police has gained, in gaining resources, has gained access to increased militia equipment, you could say. I've had numerous incidences of police officers drawing their weapons in Fairfax. And one of those was actually in dealing with someone who was homeless and vulnerable. And it really, it made me rethink actually wanting to call police when dealing with these issues. And as you know, Chief Morin has stated, they're kind of the catch-all for all issues in Marin and this, or Fairfax, and this is a problem. And we really need some committees that are going to deal with these issues. And we can start by reducing salaries. We could start by reducing equipment. We could start by reducing whatever online trainings are being perpetuated. And we need to really rethink who is in power and who those people are. Are they people who value Black lives? Because I haven't heard from Chief Morin about, he didn't clearly say that they were investigating issues around dealing with people of color, dealing with homeless people. So this is a bigger issue, and what it really needs to go back to this oversight committee on this racial and social justice equity committee needs to be oversight for the police, and they need to be funded as well, so they have the power to make a difference with these issues. And thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, go ahead, Michelle.
The next speaker is Jesse Hoffman.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for doing what you do. I know these are long nights for you guys. My wife and I have talked about this quite a bit. We moved here about 3.5 years ago, pretty much specifically to get our daughter into a good school system. And my wife is employed by the middle school. I work for the College of Marin. And my experience with the police department is, that's what I wanted to talk about. I'm sorry about the budget and people talking about defunding the budget. Has been really good. The people that I see in the police cars are very diverse. And I have concerns about defunding the police department, mostly because the town's economy is based on people who are riding bicycles through here and people who are coming here to get a nice dinner, and the residents of the town. And we have a lot of parties and people like that around here. And unfortunately, one of the side effects of having that type of environment is that things can get out of control. And I haven't seen any of that. I think the crime rate is low because they're doing a very good job. And I believe right now is a time when everybody's questioning what's going on, which is appropriate and wonderful. And I think that if there's a direction to go with this, it would be in maybe finding a way to fund housing for the police in the local area and keeping our own community police department and making sure that they are monitored and also trained in racial bias detection on their own part. And yeah, I'm sorry, I should have prepared something a little better to say, but that's pretty much it. I think they're doing a great job, and I would be concerned with the amount of traffic that we have moving through this town and the amount of people if we didn't have our own police force. And I would also say that if we were to defund the police force, we would end up probably with Central Marin PD looking after us and the sheriffs. I'm a lot more comfortable with our ability as a town, a very forward-thinking town, to help to train the people here if they need that, who are the police force, to serve the community. And quite frankly, from what I've seen, they already do, you know. So I would just be hesitant to put something that's happening nationally on specific individuals, which is a small amount of people who already work for the town. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Richard here again. So it's not obviously for citizens, with only 3 minutes, and we don't get to study budget and have all the conversations. So I'm not going to talk about things on a line item level, but I'm going to just make some comments about the budget from kind of a broadest level. And obviously I wish we had more money and we could do more things. And there's obviously way more ideas, way more things to do and get done than we have the money to do. The input I really want to give you all as a council tonight is the following. Because we don't really fully understand yet the full impact of C-19 and what's yet to come, we've only just started to loosen things up. We're only just getting into summer solstice time. We haven't even completed summer. We have no idea if there's going to be another spike in the fall and into the winter. We have no idea what kind of Christmas season we're going to have. So right now, the estimated shortfall of $500,000 is substantial and significant, but it could end up being worse. And so, I think this is a year to be particularly conservative about spending. And I know you all have wonderful ideas. There's lots of things on that page of list from your offsite and such, but this might be a year to kind of wait a little bit and to kind of be a little more cautious and conservative, because we just don't know what kind of unique needs are going to come up that are going to require funds. The other thing is we're all in fear of another really nasty fire season. When you compact that with the COVID situation, it could be a lot worse. And so we may need some extra funds, and there may be some things that get drawn on that are going to end up being fire related. And I would keep that really front and center in your mind. Regarding the whole issue about police, and obviously this topic has come up at the national level, and as the prior citizen said, we may not have those issues exactly the same at the same scale or at the same level of problematicness here in Fairfax. I don't really know, but what I would ask you all to do in this moment now is to ask a lot of questions and to shine the lens in several directions. Maybe we are understaffed, and maybe we've got the best deal on police salaries of anybody in Marin, and I wouldn't even begin to impugn the chief or our police officers or how they conduct themselves. I don't know enough about it, but you all should really get down to that resolution. What actually is the demand on the police here? Because it's a question really of allocation resources. So it's not whether or not we should have defund the police. It's like, based on the amount of money we have and all the needs we have in this town and how services or the community should be responded to, is this the right allocation of the resources at this time? And maybe it is. So I would ask you all to just look at it from several different angles. What is the actual data? What kind of needs do we have? Could we get by with one officer? Would we be better off teaming up with some of the other towns and joining forces, or is that worse because we wouldn't get the individual care? We would lose some of the benefits of what we have. So I think that's really the way to look at it. I'm not going to just make a blanket statement and say, oh, defund the police. What I would say is look at it from several angles and really understand the issue and think about it from an allocation resource standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next speaker, please. Ronnie.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for doing this. And yeah, again, just want to thank the counselors. I know you've gotten some thanks, but you guys have these long meetings, and I'm sure it can feel a little tedious at times, so I really appreciate you. I've been a Fairfax resident for all but 3 of the last 15 years. Just honestly really moved by what I'm hearing tonight. I often come to meetings to sort of say my piece, and I've been doing a lot of listening tonight, and I feel the emotion in people's voices. I know that everybody really loves Fairfax, and that's why we're here, right? So I think nationally, there's clearly a really monumental, if not magical moment right now where we can reimagine our world, and there's an opening for that. So I think that's really why we're here, to talk about the budget, and budget is the kind of main lever that we can pull at the local level as I see it. I'm not anti-police at all. I think when I was 20 and I was an anarchist, I was, but I'm 43. I see the role of police. I see the police log. I see that, yeah, sometimes it's stuff that makes us all laugh, and other times there's a computer stolen from somebody's car at the Good Earth. That sucks. My friend had her bike stolen. That sucks. And there's violent stuff too. And I'm glad there are police officers here, and I'm glad that somebody with the integrity of Chief Moran is leading us and the ability to communicate and interact with the community. So I feel sad that somebody made a comment earlier that all cops are violent, or whatever that comment was. And I hope, Chief Moran, you don't take that to heart, that that the vast majority of people don't believe that. I agree with what Richard just said, that this is really just about resource allocation. And I love what he shared around, let's really do our homework. Maybe we do have a great deal right now, right? I mean, it's a little misleading to say, hey, 38% of our budget is police. Well, that's because Fairfax doesn't have a schools budget, right? And it doesn't have a lot of other budgets. At the same time, $4 million is a lot of money to spend in a town where I personally have never felt unsafe, and where really there's almost no violent crime. And there are some burglaries, and we do need to do something about that. So, you know, I think it's worth really looking at that in a little more detail. And I really agree with Richard as well that, you know, I'm a business owner. I pay property taxes, I pay business taxes, I pay sales taxes, and then I pay my income taxes and all the grants that come to Fairfax through that. This is a time, I think, to be very conservative because we really don't know what's going to happen. And the people who have their heads up their butts and, you know, the stock market's going crazy, well, they don't know what's coming, right? We don't know what's coming. So let's be conservative. And I would just ask that we put the budget on pause, that I noticed in what the police sent out, what Chief Morin sent out, that there's a frozen position, but there's also a vacant position that I think is yet to be filled. And if that's the case, I would ask that be frozen as well until we can decide if we really need that. The last thing I want to say is let's look to towns like Eugene, which is much bigger than us, and smaller towns too, and say, what alternatives do we have? Like, can we put a mental health worker, you know, if we have somebody 24/7, can one of those people be somebody who can work out conflicts between neighbors? Like, we don't need somebody with a gun going to do that in Fairfax, right? Maybe in other cities we do. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ronnie. Next speaker, please.
Okay, the next speaker is Good Earthling.
Hello, Good Earthling.
Oh, you know, that must be me. Mark Squire it is. There you go. So thank you. I was actually prompted by some of my staff to speak tonight. And I wanted to say that, you know, listening to the chief, I have absolutely no doubt that he's really, you know, running a tight ship down there and is doing a great job within the mandate that he's been given. But I do think that there's a lot of people have come to me in Fairfax and just asked, like, do we really need, you know, policemen to show up when things, you know, it's already been spoken to quite a bit, but so many of the calls are things that would really benefit by somebody that was more a mental health professional or something like that. So I would just challenge us as a community, can't we do something really cutting edge and channel some of those resources that we're paying right now for that kind of policing activity into you know, what we really need and deserve, I think. So, you know, the chief will probably back me up on the fact that, you know, Good Earth makes a lot of calls to the police. And I would say that, you know, 99% of them are, well, first let me say, I think that the reason that there's so many is because we have so many people in the store that we bring into town, not that we are some kind of a extra problem, but as a grocery store, we attract a lot of people. And I would say that, you know, 99% of the time we call the police is because of somebody with obvious mental health issues that is acting out. And, you know, I just really question whether we need the force of the police to show up to deal with that. And so I would say, let's look at and I do realize too that some of these commitments are long-term. You know, I don't know if you're going to change the police budget this year. I think that's possible, but at the same time, couldn't we really question, do we need 2 officers 24/7 in Fairfax? And even if that's normal out in America, I don't know if it's normal in America, if it's needed in Fairfax. So I just suggest we question that. And then, you know, if I can jump back to the social justice committee conversation, which I wanted to just add one thing to, is perhaps what we could do, you know, as an employer of a lot of Latinos that come into town, you know, I consider them as being very much Fairfax residents, even though they don't live in Fairfax. But as workers in Fairfax, I would reach out to that community too, to bring them into that conversation, because they do interact with our police force. They, you know, interact with many of the town services.
I'm reluctantly going to butt in.
Workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. Chief, did you want to say something?
Actually, yes. Mark had some very good comments. But while I can't respond to every comment, but I wanted to butt in on this one. What I think is important, oh, let me turn my video on, I'm sorry. What I think is important to remember, and I agree that police shouldn't be the social service people. I don't think any police chief would say that we're the right people for that job. The problem is we are the people for that job. You can't, if the county, the city, town of Fairfax can't fund social services to respond to these types of calls, as Mark was just talking about. If the county were to fund a program, those people, and not just Mark, but several people have commented in exactly what Mark had just said. The social service workers aren't going to be the first ones that go to that call. That it's not safe for them, and they won't do it. It's that if we go in first and we can calm a situation down and it's safe, then we would bring those people in. There is a mobile crisis unit that operates in Marin County. They're not on duty all the time. They try to operate, I don't know if it's 5 or 7 days and a certain number of hours a day, morning till maybe 9 at night. And when they're available, we call them. We don't call them and say, hey, go handle that. They won't go to that. A side note to that is even the fire department doesn't go to calls first that are they're potentially dangerous. They do what we call stage. They stage somewhere, and until we tell them it's clear to come in, they won't come in because that's not their job to potentially get into an altercation with someone, which unfortunately happens. That's what we're here for. If you have one officer, that's why we staff 2 officers, so that officer doesn't go, whether it's a mental health issue, an unwanted person, a drunk, whatever it is. That's why you have 2 officers. Larger cities have more than that. Last comment, and I'll move on. Because we only have 2 officers, and this is an absolute fact, we go to calls with 2 officers that an agency like San Rafael sends 5 officers to, because it's safer. The more officers that can go to a dangerous call, it's safer for the officers and it's safer for the person that's potentially causing the danger. But we do that with 2 people, where San Rafael might do it with 5. Novato might do it with 5 or 8. It's just we do with what we have. So we do more with less, but that would be my comment on who goes into these calls first.
Okay, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mark, for your comments. Can we move on to the next speaker, please?
Yes, we can. And that is Naomi Schultz.
Hi, Naomi.
Hi, I'm Naomi, and I'll be speaking for 5 minutes on behalf of the group Rethink Police Fairfax. I want to thank the Town Council for taking the time to hear our perspectives on the budget tonight, and thank all the Fairfaxians who are calling in tonight, listening and voicing concerns about the prospect of continuing with a business as usual budget in a moment when nothing is the same and no city or town's public safety budgeting process should remain the same. The murders of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor have galvanized an uprising against systemic racism in policing throughout the country. Protests continue nearly a month after Floyd's brutal murder. Police violence against Black, Indigenous, and people of color is nothing new. This moment is not unique because this mistreatment is rare, quite the opposite, but because society has been forced over the past few weeks to reckon with the ongoing systemic abuse and destruction of Black people and communities at the hands of those who have been entrusted to protect the safety of all. Cities and towns all over the country are facing and acting on demands from their constituents to rethink policing structures by reforming the most destructive police policies, reducing police budgets, and reallocating funds to organizations that are better equipped to handle the vast majority of public safety needs. Fairfax must be no exception. It would be unconscionable for this budget to be approved as it stands, with 38.6% of our general fund going to policing. This is the highest rate by far in all of Marin County. At $3.8 million per year, that's $558 spent annually per resident, which is nearly 60% higher than San Anselmo. What does that 3.8 million pay for? It means that we have our 24/7 police department, which makes some residents feel safe because response time is short. I appreciated hearing Police Chief Moran speak just now, and I am sure that he does his best personally to create a healthy, diverse policing environment in Fairfax. But unfortunately, that does not change the systemically problematic structure of policing itself. And when we look at the policing taking place in Fairfax over the past couple of years, it does beg questions. Police logs are dominated by non-criminal incidents with less than 7 violent crimes per year. Over 55% of all incidents are officer initiated. Police make about 8 traffic stops per day, but only 1 traffic citation per day. Review of the Fairfax Police Manual shows gaping loopholes in their use of force policy. These policies basically recommend things like the 8 can't wait policy adjustments, but most definitely do not require them. And last year, in a town where only 7% of the population are people of color, 40% of our police use of force incidents were against suspects that were people of color. This data indicates some uncomfortable truths that must be examined. Other options exist that could better address the majority of our town's public safety needs. We just need to explore them. Investing in unarmed first responders trained in de-escalation, restorative justice, mental health, and substance abuse would be a more appropriate use of funds, as would investing in housing, parks and recreation, and community organizations led by people of color. It is essential that we view public safety and policing through a lens of anti-racism and with an eye on Marin's abominable racial wealth gap, the worst in California. We recognize that it takes time to make big changes. We also recognize that if we don't start now, change will never happen. Thus, we state the following. The Town Council must not pass the placeholder budget as is. The Town Council must form a subcommittee on police practices and accountability and on public safety alternatives. This subcommittee must develop a survey to gauge the town's public safety priorities. The Town Council must reallocate funds away from the proposed police budget to commission a study of Fairfax policing practices and anti-racist public safety alternatives to be completed over the next 60 days. The results of the above survey and study must be presented to the public in time for the September 2020 budget process. As a town that considers itself progressive, we have an opportunity to be on the leading edge of this country's move away from outdated law and order models and toward healthier public safety models. Is policing the only problem in a society teeming with systemic racism? Of course not. Is it complicated? Yes, definitely. But if we do not start here in examining our own town's policing practices, Fairfax remains complicit in perpetuating outdated, racist models of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi.
The next speaker is Natasha.
Okay, hi, Natasha.
Yeah, hey, hi, this is Natasha's husband. I think there's been definitely a lot of good points made tonight. I think a lot of the things that we should be focused on around COVID-19, the uncertainties of the financial future of a lot of residents and the whole economy as a whole. Most industries right now are either not having raises or laying people off. It seems that any kind of raise that is just carried over from year to year in terms of percentage of increases in raises probably should be readjusted or at least studied a little bit more. And currently, I mean, crime is just very low. I think it's so low that everyone knows about the one incident where the computer was stolen from Good Earth. So, I mean, I think that just means that 2 police officers per shift is probably too much, especially during the day. I think that should also be looked at. And if anything, you know, remain with the 2 officers per night shift, but maybe just have 1 officer during the day. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jackie Bloom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, members of the council. I must strongly request that you do not approve this placeholder budget. While 38.6% of the general fund being allocated towards police may be in line with budgets of years past and with Chief Morin's description of what the costs of running the Fairfax Police Department are, this allocation is simply no longer acceptable to the people of this town, nor to me. As Black people and people of color continue to be killed across this country by a police system that is rooted in systematic and institutional white supremacy, we must look to radically new alternatives to traditional policing. And here in Fairfax, as a self-proclaimed progressive town in the most racially disparate county in the state, we have a duty to lead the change here in Marin. While there are many reasons at play for the racial segregation and ever-increasing white demographics of Fairfax, it cannot be denied that even the most diverse of police departments plays a large and ever-present role in maintaining a town that may feel welcoming and safe to some, while being inaccessible and even dangerous to others. A preliminary look at the Fairfax police logs indicates that use of force incidents disproportionately affect Black and Latinx people in our town. I must ask that the council takes a hard look at how we as a town will rise to the call of these times. Black people have made it clear nationwide, both in their deaths and in their cries for justice, that the police do not support their well-being and safety. It has been made clear that reforms do not provide the types of real changes that will ensure safety and protection for Black people and people of color. We cannot simply wash our hands of this here in Fairfax with placations and explanations claiming that our own police department is somehow different or better than this larger system. We must move forward by truly listening and being willing to change and try something new. Cities across the country are currently moving funds away from policing and towards community-based services and responders. We in Fairfax must follow their lead while also leading Marin in imagining and implementing new public safety services that do not reinforce racism and implicit threat to Black people and people of color in our town. As our town representatives, you have a duty to answer these calls. Do not approve the police budget as proposed. Extend the period for public comment and a participatory budget process. Conduct a town survey regarding the public safety alternatives to policing. Form a subcommittee on police practices, accountability, and alternatives to policing. And immediately reallocate funds away from the proposed police budget to a commission study of Fairfax police practices and alternatives to policing. This is the bare minimum we can do as a town to respond to this public health emergency. Thank you.
Okay, Jackie, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, hi. Next speaker is H.H. Franks.
Hey, thank you, Council. I urge you to not approve the proposed budget and instead find alternatives to spending so much of this budget on policing. Police are needed. I'm grateful that we have police that help keep us safe, but we should not put the burden of solving our society's and town's challenges onto the police department. 4 years ago, I woke up in the middle of the night to a man yelling loudly while sitting on the bench outside beneath my window. I waited, hoping he would leave, but he kept yelling. I finally went outside, said hello to him, asked if he would stop yelling, and he kept yelling and said he would kill me. I didn't know what to do. There was a new group called Concern that trained community members in mental health and dispatched them to respond to crises, but they were not available 24 hours a day. Finally, I chose to call the SFPD non-emergency number and asked them to come and ask the guy to leave. I was so scared for what might happen. I didn't want any harm to come to him. I just wanted him to stop yelling and leave so I could sleep. Yet once I called the police, who were armed, I realized that anything could happen. I could be the reason that this guy ends up shot by the police just because I wanted to be able to go back to sleep. I nervously watched from the window as the SFPD officers talked to the man. Finally, he agreed to leave, and the officers left too. I realized how dangerous it was to call the police in this situation. If only there was a way to call someone that could offer this man the services he needed, whether it was a bed for the night or sobriety support or mental health services. San Francisco is finally taking the step of creating and funding this type of support. They've done this in Dallas and Eugene, and now San Francisco with programs where mental health professionals accompany police to mental health calls. There are models for this. The programs are working, saving costs of ambulances, medical care, and hospitalization for the cities where they're operating. Meanwhile, here in Fairfax, way too much of the budget goes to police. We should use these funds to pay roving mental health workers and unarmed traffic safety monitors, and also invest in education, affordable housing, anti-racist workshops, and other programs that create a truly connected, caring, and just community. Fairfax has the opportunity to be a leader here. It's not enough to not be racist, to not be discriminatory. We must actively look at where we can combat racism and discrimination. We must be anti-racist. And Chief Morin, if you're actually interested in creating a safe community for all people here and have not yet read How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kendi, I'd be more than happy to buy a copy for all 11 sworn officers and drop them off at the station. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Walt Vernon.
Hi, Walt.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, looks like you're drinking a beer.
I wish I were. Oh, so you can see me. That's cool. Very briefly, you had asked for some clarification on the priorities of the Climate Action Committee, and I thought I would just speak to that for a second. I will say the climate is fundamentally an environment or a social justice issue, because it's often the poor who pay the deepest price for environmental ills, and certainly a wildfire issue. And of course, the climate isn't going to wait for the virus. So it's the clear and present danger.
Walt, I can't, you seem to be fading out.
Sorry.
Okay.
Our priorities, number one, were the $5,000 for essentially carbon offsets to get the town operations to carbon neutral. This was intended to send a powerful signal to the residents and to support the residents in helping them reduce their own carbon footprint. Our second priority was for a staff person, as Councilmember Hellman noted. The idea here was to share a person between us and San Anselmo. They're also working on this in their process. Our third priority was, if possible, and clearly we have resource issues, and I totally get that. That's why we prioritized the 5,000 as sort of our top priority, because it was a small thing, we thought. The third priority was, if possible, to continue the investment in the town buildings to reduce our energy consumption and lower our footprint. Again, we wanted to show the town that we were going to walk the talk first. And then the fourth priority, of course, is the microgrid, which Vice Mayor Ackerman can speak to a little further. And, you know, I am actually a little, as I understood it from Garrett's presentation, that now has been shoved off until 2021. And I know Bruce has been able to secure grants, which is great for that. And so we totally support that as well. But those were the priorities: 5, 20, 20, and the microgrid. So I hope that clarifies.
Yes.
And I'll answer questions, but I can also drop off.
Okay, no, thank you. I got it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, bye-bye. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deborah Benson.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi, Renee. Hi, council members. I would like to speak to some of the, first of all, thank you, Chief Morin, for your talk. Thank you very much. I would like to speak to some of the comments about having a social worker address some of the police issues. I have a dear friend who was for many years a psych nurse at Marin General, and she mentioned one of Fairfax policemen who she said when he put somebody down, he stayed down. And this is a little tiny woman. She's maybe 5 feet tall. And sometimes people who are mentally ill can be violent. So I don't think it's really an option to just have a social worker go out there. I think we do need 2 policemen at a time for protection of each other and the public. Again, with social workers addressing calls with, say, domestic abuse. I read articles all the time of policemen across the country going to calls of domestic abuse and being killed in the process. So I really appreciate our police. I think maybe we need to take this change in our world and do something creative. Perhaps the frozen position could be turned into some kind of a social worker who worked in tandem with our police. So I guess that's enough about the police. On the budget, I'm seeing raising salaries, raising the salaries. Larkspur, San Rafael, UC are either furloughing people or reducing salaries 10%. And I looked at the March salaries from the financial reports. If we reduced salaries 10%, we would be putting $26,000 a month back into the budget, which over a year would amount to about $300,000. And I think many residents who are suffering through this crisis would thank DOG if they had only a 10% reduction in pay. And I think we should think about that. So thanks for listening.
All right. Thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Joe McGarry.
Okay. Hi, Joe.
Hi. My name is Joe McGarry, and I'm a Fairfax resident whose family moved here in 1988. I ask that the town council acknowledge this moment in our country where everything has changed. We have been completely woken up to the reality that the current system of policing plays a significant role in the institutional racism that exists in our country. It isn't about individual officers. It's about a system laced with authoritarian principles and the notion that preventing crime happens by establishing presence and following quote unquote suspicion. The town of Fairfax must take a moment and recognize that a budget for a police department written prior to the murder of George Floyd on May 25th at the hands of police is no longer acceptable. That day and the many days before it where Black people were killed by police needs to be recognized. We need to take a step towards new public safety models that explores the possibilities that policing has played a role in a severe lack of diversity in our town. That acknowledgement and that first step does not happen without a change to the proposed police budget of 38.6% of the general fund. Here are some statistics from that 3.8 million police department. Over 55% of all incidents are officer initiated. We have 8 traffic stops per day, but only 1 traffic citation per day. Police logs are dominated by non-criminal incidents. There are 7 violent crimes a year. 40% of Fairfax police use of force incidents in 2019 were against Black or Latinx suspects in a town where only 7% of the population is Black or Latinx. This all paints a concerning picture of a police department that is overfunded for its low amount of crime and spends a fair amount of time, quote unquote, preventing crime through maintaining presence and engaging with those who appear, quote unquote, suspicious. Alternative options exist that could better address the majority of non-criminal incidents without armed police response. I don't have all the answers for our town and recognize that it takes time to make big changes, but I also know that that is the call of the moment, to take this first step. So I ask that the town council must not pass the proposed budget, that the town council must form a subcommittee on police practices and accountability and on public safety alternatives. This subcommittee must develop a survey to gauge the town's public safety priorities. The town council must reallocate funds away from the proposed police budget to commission a study of Fairfax police practices, alternatives to policing, to be completed over the next 60 days. There is no diversity path in our town without addressing policing, and through that lens, the town of Fairfax can no longer be described as progressive if it doesn't examine its current police department. I also feel the need to express my anger at Chief Morin's language tonight, referencing the murder of George Floyd by police as the incident in Minneapolis. It is completely unacceptable and needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Maya Sinaiko.
Hi again, everyone.
Hi, Maya.
Thanks for staying up so late, listening to everyone's comments. I wanted to chime back in and say that I wanted to echo some of what other people have been saying, which I don't believe this budget should be passed. I think it should be open to more discussion from the public, specifically because, like many have already said, there is a national moment for us to reckon with right now. And that national moment shows us that white people and Black people and other people of color experience two separate realities of policing in the US. And for white people, and especially affluent white people in this country, that reality is protection of our communities and our property. And for Black people and many people of color, actually across wealth demographics, that reality is harassment, violence, which oftentimes leads to death. I don't think I need to reference any specific statistics, as many have done, to show that the majority of people criminalized in this country are Black people and other people of color, and that many of these criminal offenses are minor. That all being said, I believe that Fairfax is no exception to these realities and these differences in criminalized demographics. But I hear a lot of people saying that's not really a problem in our town, and I just want to say, why do we think that is? Because the root of the problem is systemic racism. And if we don't have a lot of Black people in our community, well, we might not see a lot of police-initiated violence in our community. Because the fact is that the majority of victims of police violence are Black. So we need to start asking the harder questions about ourselves, about our town's culture, and about our community here. And I think a lot of those will lead us to see that the systemic problems we face here are different than a city, because this is a majority white affluent community, and it has been for a very long time because of our commitment, passive or not, to segregate ourselves. And so I think that the budgetary proposal that we are looking at tonight, and we'll be looking at together as a community around policing, needs to be examined under that lens. Because the fact is, this is a majority white affluent community, and while we might feel safe here, we need to question why that is. And to me, it is specifically because this is a majority white affluent community, and we do not get to say who is a good cop and who is a bad cop, because we don't experience police brutality here like many other majority Black communities do. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Maya, for the insightful comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ryland Morgan.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Ryland.
Hi Renee, how are you?
Good, thank you.
What's up, Bruce? How's Cayman? So look, guys, I'll make this quick. I'm just gonna read some stuff off. I thoroughly do not like this budget and reject the idea that it gets passed anytime soon without a lot of discussion around it. Obviously, I would like to see some kind of oversight for the police. I think the fact that there's lack of oversight, it breeds bad behavior. Chief Morin can make all the policies he wants, but he's not in the cars with his officers to make sure that all those policies are being handled the way that he wants. So I believe that, I commend him on his words, but I think the reality of the situation on the ground is completely different than what he's saying. I also think him referring to the incident in Minneapolis of George Floyd's death as an incident is, is unacceptable and outrageous. And most recently, Rayshard Brooks, that's been going on for hundreds of years, and that's not one incident. It's many, 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 many incidents. In terms of use of force, my sister's a nurse, and she made a really good point that nurses have to deal with unruly people all the time, and they don't have tasers, they don't have guns, they don't have any of that stuff, right? So we've got examples that we can do better. I also think Chief Morin's 2 cops on duty that's not been my experience. Every time I've been pulled over in Fairfax, I've seen 2 cop cars with 3, 4 officers. So I'm wondering if the term officer is misleading or not. Did sergeants show up? Did housing sergeant? That's not been my experience. I've seen lots of cops, and way more than 2. I've seen 3 police cars within 3 blocks of each other on Sir Francis Drake. You can't have that with 2 officers on duty. You just can't, right? So I personally have, been pegged by Marin County, Fairfax police, and I've been harassed by Fairfax police, pulled over on site. I know how the justice system works. It's you get arrested and the police throw as many charges as possible and let the court sort it out, right? And that's same thing with, and I think that's why we have such a big racial thing going on in the prison system and in the justice system and stuff, is just throw as many charges as you can at somebody and see what sticks. And that's what's going on with policing. That's our model of policing. I think when it's your job to find something wrong, you'll find it. And that's reflected in the over 55% of officer-initiated calls. I also associate the degradation of our community of Fairfax with the way the police are being used, i.e. phone calls for keys, phone calls for dogs barking. Now people are calling cops to come deal with their neighbors instead of being forced to go knock on the door and say, hey neighbor, I'm your neighbor, this is my name, and I really don't appreciate what's going on. Can we come to some kind of arrangement? Now you got a mediator coming in from outside. Thank you for my time.
Okay, Rylan, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Jesse Lum.
Hi, Jesse. Jesse?
Jesse, it looks like you need to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
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 We hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thanks for having me. My name is Jesse Lum. I am an employee of Marin County, and I operate the bookmobile for Marin County Free Library. I'm having a hard time understanding how over 1/3 of our budget is going to the police. I reject this budget, and I urge you to reject it too. Now is absolutely the time to reallocate a good portion of this money. I suggest things that were mentioned earlier, such as mental health services and affordable housing. I lived in Fairfax for 5 years until 2017 when I was priced out. 2 years later, my landlord has again asked me to leave, and again, I can't afford to live in Fairfax or even the San Geronimo Valley. I'm a white man making good money, working full-time for the county of Marin in my 30s, and I can't afford to live here. My friends can't even help find me a place with reasonable rent. And so I'm looking further and further away from Fairfax. One of my best friends in this town is 9-year-old Michele Gardner. He's beautiful, intelligent, incredibly loving. He's Black, and he loves this community. Not only do I want him to continue to feel safe and welcome here in Fairfax, I want him to be able to afford to live here when he's my age or any age. I request that we prioritize affordable housing now. Please delay the budget and defund the police. This isn't an ignorant or scary proposition. It's a logical and compassionate first step to actively pursuing anti-racism in Fairfax. I'd like to thank the police chief for his 37 years serving the public. He seemed hesitant, however, to reconsider how much money we are giving to the Fairfax police. I'm simply asking for a shift in perspective. there are other effective alternatives for supporting our Fairfax Forward community. Thank you for listening to the public. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Jesse.
The next speaker is Elizabeth P.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, guys. I just want to circle back around specifically to your council requests and priorities, that things have to be TBD in this town because we don't have enough money really gives me pause. I think we can do more with less, and we need to really focus our priorities on what's important to this town, and racial justice has got to be the top of the list. And also, you know, I would like to be able to say, you know, the safety of our town and the pedestrian crossings, and that we don't have the money to put in proper signage or safe crosswalks for our residents, to provide access for people who have disabilities. We need accessible crossings, and when, you know, we can't afford that, and I see the police budget, it just makes me crazy. And when I call the town to help clear vegetation that is, you know, a threat to fire safety, and nothing happens, you know, I see red. So I think that this budget needs to be really reconsidered, and we need to reallocate based on the priorities of all concerned. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Do we have more I see one more hand.
I do not see another hand.
It keeps coming up.
And three just popped up. Okay, never mind.
All righty.
They're raising their hands. Okay, so the next speaker is Chance Cutrano.
Okay, hi, Chance.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Chance Cutrano, and I'm presently speaking on behalf of Reimagine Fairfax Public Safety. First, I want to thank Manager Toy and Chief Morin for being so accessible over the last few days. We also want to acknowledge staff's work on the proposed budget. We know it's not an easy process. And yet the pandemic, the specter of climate change, and this watershed moment for racial justice give us cause for pause, for reflections, and for pivots. Right now, the ground is shifting beneath our feet. Across the country, the state, and the county, communities are reassessing the role and the efficacy of police departments in enforcing laws and ensuring public safety for all residents. Over the past 150 plus years, efforts to improve and reform police departments that stubbornly uphold the structural inequities of racism have resulted in increased budgets, more equipment, and more procedures for police departments nationwide. And yet in many communities, questions around accountability remain. Today, acts of police violence persist, disproportionately borne by Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our communities. We must not ignore that the pain of these injustices is still felt today in too many ways, from covenants in our deeds to the lack of funding directed to communities of color. The racist killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and too many others have delivered our country to this watershed moment. And it's at this juncture that many are questioning not only the efficacy of police departments, but the efficiency of current police-related budgetary expenditures in achieving public safety outcomes, visions, and goals. You know, so often through my environmental and social justice work, I hear that people want change, yet people find it challenging to envision alternatives. Whether it's complacency or aversion to conflict or the unknown, we shy away from dialogue. And I think it's that aversion to conflict and meaningful dialogue that has led communities across the country to rely more and more on officers with guns to solve our problems, like Roland said. Here in Fairfax, only 0.7% to 2.7% of recorded police incidents with town residents and visitors are considered, quote, crimes. To be sure, we're talking about 140 to 498 interactions out of over 21,000 recorded interactions with the public in 2019 alone. Is there a chance that we can co-create an alternative vision for public safety? Yes, absolutely. On this call, various speakers have identified strategies and entry points for developing inclusive community, and we understand this won't happen overnight, but it can happen through a thoughtful, deliberate, and participatory process. We also recommend council doesn't move forward with the budget at the upcoming meeting. Council should implement the town survey regarding public safety alternatives and hold at least 4 to 5 community listening sessions. That's what they're doing up in Santa Rosa. They're just trying to hear what's up. Form a task force that complements our racial justice committee that's reviewing policing and public safety alternatives. We just formed a task force for the coronavirus. And assign some staff time in some of the budget to study these alternatives to policing as presently practiced. Results for all this should come back in September, where we can really review this stuff. We're proud to stand behind the intergenerational, multiracial, multi-ethnic cohort that will not remain silent at this time. It's this cohort that is energized and willing to do the work. And, we're the people that we've been waiting for, folks. Standing on the shoulders of our dedicated council and our rockstar staff, we look forward to reframing and reimagining public safety in Fairfax. Let's develop an anti-racist budget together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chance. That was
Next
very,
speaker.
very motivational. Yes, next speaker, please.
Sandy Hencher.
Hi.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi. First I want to thank Chief Moran for his unorthodox way of showing that he has himself experienced discrimination. I really appreciated his self-revelation, and it makes me not so afraid of him. I've been working with Chief Moran on and off since the Trump administration, because in my work with ACLU formed people power groups to see that police departments are not discriminating and are not cooperating with ICE, and are upholding immigration rights, and also my work with ICE out of Marin. So I want to say some good things about Chris Moran. First of all, in the research that I've done with these groups, I've noticed, and I want to tell you, that the Fairfax Police Department was the first police department in all of Marin to put its policies and procedures on the website before San Rafael, before anybody else did it. Now all police departments have their policies and procedures online, but Chief Moran was the first. In addition, in a study that we did to see how each of the 12 police departments in Marin County are aligned with what we'd like to see in terms of protecting immigration rights, Fairfax was, at first, the only police department that had something in its policies and procedures that was to protect immigrant rights. It wasn't worded the way that I wanted it to be, but I couldn't convince Chief Moran to change the wording. I have complete faith and respect for Chief Moran, but I have to say that he's not on the street. First of all, in terms of the budget, it seems to me that the Fairfax community would have to just make a couple of decisions. One is, do we want 24/7 police protection? Because that's what's so expensive. We made a decision that we didn't want to go with Central Marin, that we wanted 24/7. Do we want to have is it absolutely necessary to have 2 police officers on at all times? These are things that we need to discuss. But in addition to that, Chief Moran, is Chief Moran still there?
Yes, he is.
Chief,
are you here?
I am here.
Okay, thank you.
So the timer isn't going. That's dangerous with me.
Uh-oh. That's all right. Going, I'll guess.
Okay. The chief isn't in every police car. He's come to my house to investigate my alarm going off, but he's not on every investigation. And I have personally seen in the last 2 months, 2 different African-American young men who were stopped by the Fairfax police at the parkade. When I see that, I always stop my car and just watch. I liked what someone suggested in the previous commentary section. She said that we're progressive in Fairfax. So what if the police were instructed to say, we believe that Black Lives Matter when they encounter an African-American person that they want to talk to. We're not going to harm you. We believe that Black Lives Matter. That's one change that can happen. But in addition to that, I've talked to Rico Tabaron.
Sandy, can I give you about 20 more seconds? I think we're going way over.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to suggest some other things that the police department can do. One is restorative justice. Don Carney, who started the Restorative Justice Youth Court in Marin County, lives in Fairfax. I've personally asked Rico Tabaranza to go with me to the Thursday afternoon to see what it's like. That's an alternative to police punishment. And in addition, the sexual assault kits are administered in Vallejo. So if someone is raped in Fairfax, the person who drives her, the Fairfax police drive her to the Vallejo hospital, but the person who drives her is usually the youngest person on the staff.
Sandy.
Okay.
I would encourage you to please send these to us because there's so much that we should know and so much interesting material that I have to cut you off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Veronica Geretz.
Hello again, Council, Chief Morin, and community members listening in. We are witnessing our neighbors in Oakland, Santa Rosa, San Francisco, and other towns right here in Marin shine a light on the huge amount of money allocated to our police departments and ask, could we reimagine public safety in a way that both allows Black, Indigenous, and people of color, not just us white folks, to feel safe within our communities and would free up money to invest in making our communities more accessible and inviting to Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I invite us to reimagine what it truly means, as I mentioned earlier, to be Fairfax forward. If we don't seize the moment available to us right now to take a stand in a tangible, put our money where our mouth is form of transforming policy and budgetary spending to truly reflect anti-racist policy, how forward are we? Specifically regarding the proposal to allocate 34.8% of our budget to our police department for the 2020 to 21 fiscal year, I strongly encourage that we delay the ratification of the proposed budget until we have the time to collaboratively and intelligently craft alternatives to public safety and policy that ensure Fairfax is available, welcoming, and safe for Black folks and other people of color. To be clear, I am proud that our police department is as racially diverse as it is. I appreciate Chief Morin's vulnerability in sharing personal information. He made the time to meet with my son and I after I asked him to help me humanize police officers as my son was reeling from feeling unsafe in the light of police brutality. Thank you, Chief Morin. I appreciate you and what you've done to create a racially diverse police force. Yet the truth is, this is not about you. It is an acknowledgement that systemic racism persists in our country, period, and especially in the form of police departments. With Marin County ranking the worst in the state of California for racial disparity, we obviously have racist policies that are preventing people of color from living, let alone thriving here. Rather than having the only 24/7 police department in Marin County that serves our 88% white population of Fairfax, receiving upwards of $3.8 million this year, there has to be room to reallocate those funds towards, say, grants for Black business owners to take over vacant downtown storefronts. More ideas like this could easily be heard through a town survey, perhaps generated by the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. Pushing forth a budget as a town council that has not been adapted to directly foster racial equity is not just negligent, it is effectively a blind eye to allowing racist policy, otherwise known as policy that does not contribute to racial equity, to prevail right here in our town. On behalf of my multiracial family, my Fairfax-loving family, I plead with you to step back, pause the budget, and do what, yes, is challenging and holds uncertainties, but what we all know deep in our hearts is what we need to do in order to be truly the anti-racist Fairfax forward community we absolutely need to be.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kobe.
Hi, Kobe.
So a couple of things. I think we're talking about two different, we're talking about police conduct or misconduct, and then we're talking about police budget. So running, I'd like to focus on the budget. I don't know if we can accuse Chief Morin of anything that's, you know, that's not good in the society. He's probably an example of a good cop, really. But looking at the budget, if you're spending $3.8 million on 13 policemen, basically, right? Chief Morin said it's 10 sworn officers and 4 dispatchers. So you're spending, so it works out over $300,000 per cop, per body in the police. It's horrendously excessive. I think, I don't know anybody that makes this kind of money. I know that it doesn't, all that money doesn't go into the pocket, but it's still an expense to the town. So what I'm thinking, what I'd like to ask the chief, if he thinks that if it would be possible to have a volunteer police force, that, or at least half of the police force will be community volunteers. And if you can save $2 million out of the police budget, we could probably save at least $1.5 to $2 million. We can use that money to help all this, you know, the advertised unemployment rate is 13%, but you know, they're lying to us. It's more like 25 or 30%. There are people who are starving in this town. They cannot afford rent. $1.5 to $2 million can subsidize 250 people to the tune of $400 per month every month towards rent. Why not do that instead of spending this money on this questionable policemen that, you know, nobody trusts anymore? It's a horrendous amount of money, $300,000 per cop or more. Do the math. It's just unreal. It's really unreal. But I know it's not something we can do overnight. So, but what I would like the chief to answer is whether he thinks that we can run an effective police force, given the demographics, given the data of this town, of how many violent, how many crimes are committed versus, you know, minor infraction and all of that, and see if we can effectively cover it with 4 policemen and 12 volunteers. So in every police car, there'll be 1 policeman and 2 volunteers. And they can be dispatched and they'll work for free. There'll be people lined up to do it. Young kids, they will line up to do it. So why not? Can the chief answer that question? Can a police force, like some fire departments, made up of all volunteer force? Why can't the police force be majority volunteer in a town like ours?
Thank you, Kobe. Chief, would you like to comment on that?
Well, that's a difficult statement to answer. I think the monetary statistics are not really accurate when you delve into what the actual costs are. I don't know how volunteer fire departments work these days, but you can't have a voluntary police force due to our standards and trainings through POST, police officer standards and trainings. You have to be licensed with POST. You have to have a police academy, and we have trouble finding applicants when we pay them. I don't think we're going to find an applicant that's going to send them to themselves to the police academy and then volunteer to work for free. It's a nice idea, but it's just not. It's not a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more speakers? Michelle?
I do not see any more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, let me give it a moment. Last chance, folks. All righty, seeing none. I'd like to bring it back to council and see if there are any subsequent questions. If there's anything you would like to have staff address, or any general comments that you would like to make, having heard what we heard. Barbara?
Yeah, I kind of think that what we heard tonight is more of things that we should be devoting a listening session to rather than asking specific questions on that. But I did have a couple of things on the budget that I think now's the time to bring them up. And so I don't want to diminish what we've heard by bringing up sort of more routine things. So I want to say thank you to everybody who called in, and I know people really spent a lot of time preparing and thinking about these things. So just some of my detailed things, and I'll keep them short. One of the things we talked about was the NRG coordinator, the disaster coordinator for the Firewise neighborhoods, and at least at the budget workshop, we all agreed that we'd be interested in that part-time, 6 month, 20 hours a month at the tune of about $5,000. And even though I'm very cautiously putting this forward, given COVID, given we don't know the future and the wildfire season coming up, I think because of the wildfire season that I think we're already in, there's already fires burning in California and other states. I'd like to see us be able to jump on this very quickly and move forward on that. And I know in the future there might be something more comprehensive working with Ross and Sen and Selmo, but I think we can start the process and get that going. The second thing I'd like to bring up is, and I understand now with our outdoor dining and helping the businesses, the downtown sidewalks, clearly we can't deal with them, but one of the areas we could deal with is near the ball field. And eventually we will have a lot of kids and people using the ball field. So it'd be good to fix that sidewalk up. And I understand it's about $8,000 to $10,000. So just a consideration. And the last thing I would say is the Women's Club improvements for ADA for the stage. We have put those off for, it seems like every year they get moved. And we already have the money allocated for it. And I think one of the things I'm very sensitive to, and I know all of you are, is the ADA accessibility of our town and age friendliness. So it seems to me, why not get that done now when we're not using the Women's Club? I don't know when that'll be. We'll be able to have in-person meetings, but it sure seems like we could finally get that fixed up and make things more age friendly and more ADA accessible. So those are my only comments on details. And thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Stephanie, you're muted. It seems like you want to talk.
Well, it would be helpful to have that slide up, Garrett's slide of all of the our sort of
the projects.
Yeah, if we're gonna go there, because I don't know if we're gonna have a discussion on that in response to Barbara, or how you want to manage that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we don't go straight into our priorities, our personal priorities, which are not personal priorities, but we ask more general questions about the budget at this point, or in response to what we've heard tonight. And then we may finish up by drilling down on some of those projects. Does that make sense, to go from bigger to smaller?
Okay, so I would like to respond to some of the comments we just heard. Would you like?
Please, yes.
Okay, wow. Thank you for the prepared responses tonight, and for the public showing up, and your deep love for our community and for what's happening. It's so critical. So what I heard and what I absolutely support is a citizens committee on police practices and public safety alternatives, looking at that. I love the idea of plural listening sessions. I think we need to have more than one to make sure that, you know, if residents can't attend one, that we make them available at different times for people. I think absolutely a survey is important as well, to capture feedback from residents who aren't able to participate in a listening session. And, you know, if we can pull this off in 60 days, that is optimal. So that has my commitment. I'm very much in favor of that. I was really intrigued by Michaela's statement or contribution idea around, well, two things. The notion of the deeds change is something that has come to me. I'm committed to changing that, and I like the idea of providing that to the public as something that we should all look at. So I'm committed to looking at that. Thank you for raising that. The grants for Black business owners, I think, is a really interesting notion for inviting more Black people into our community. And I think we should explore that. We may have some opportunity for grants in our recovery fund. So we should look at that. And we can talk more about that maybe at our next meeting. But I thought that was very creative, so thank you. Bruce, you mentioned you weren't totally clear on what the Racial Equity Committee would be doing, and I can talk to you offline about that, but it would help influence the community that doesn't quite maybe understand or hasn't started reading, you know, White Fragility and some of these, so many books out there, and doesn't think, you know, they see themselves as a progressive and they don't think they're racist, so what's the problem? You know, there's a lot of that out here. And so I just want to make sure that we're all aligned on the need for this committee. And then, and that committee is separate from the Police Practice Public Safety Alternatives Citizens Committee. I think they need to remain separate personally. And then in response to the chief, I just want to publicly apologize. I had no intent of insulting you or implying that there was excessive use on the force. I have no notion of that. I think you know that I'm a feminist and that I have deep feelings about the need for females on the force. You and I have talked about that. I have my Nextdoor post up, and what I did was quote from the executive director of the Center of Domestic Peace. And what she says is that we may be facing a tipping point with the convergence of a global pandemic, an increase in domestic violence, economic instability, and the urgent need for change to eliminate racial injustice, and that women are considered to have a profound impact on policing. They are less likely to use excessive force, skilled at addressing violence against women, and studies have shown that female officers are less authoritarian in their approach to policing. So I am very sorry that there is an implication that your officers use excessive force. That was not my intent. I merely feel that diversity includes women, gender, sexual orientation. You obviously know that too. And I apologize. I am committed to working together. And I thank you for your brave and extremely courageous statement this evening. And let's just move forward from here. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Much appreciated. Next, Bruce or John, would you like to make some comments? Or questions, for that matter.
I can, I'll start out by just asking Stephanie just for clarification, since she addressed my earlier question about what the role of the committee would be. I'm totally in favor of having a committee, a diversity committee, but what you just said kind of confused me a little bit. Is the committee, as you see it anyway, about educating the public, or is it about finding creative solutions? I think with regard to the police, which, as you said, may be a separate question, but with regard to the police, as I see it, based on all the feedback that we've heard tonight and my own thinking as well, this is a time when we should explore creative ways to rethink possibly how we do things, so that we don't just take for granted that we're doing them the same way that we've done them in years past. That's not to say that not to prejudge anything about what we would come up with, but just that this is a good time to be creative and to think about some of the ideas that have been put out. Some of which I don't think will work, some of which might work, some ideas we may not have thought of yet. So that's as far as the policing. As far as the committee, I'm not sure quite how that fits in. So then you don't necessarily have to answer, but that's what came up for me when you said that is, oh wait, is it an education committee, or is it a committee to study a situation? Or is it a committee to make recommendations? Is it a committee to hold workshops and hear citizen input? Those are sort of different things.
Can I saw Garrett's hand go up, so I wanted to give him a chance to intervene here.
Thanks. I thought maybe the mayor, but I think maybe as a little clarification, I believe the council's direction regarding these committees, that's something you're going to discuss in July. I don't think really right now during the public hearing is what you're planning to talk about. You express your concerns, and in July, the goal will be to provide that opportunity to talk about the 2 committees, the 3 committees, or whatever number of committees, format the goals. So we'll set that up in July so you could have that broad discussion on the committees and what they should be or should not be.
Okay, that's a good point. So as far as comments on the budget,
and Bruce,
can I just mention something, Mayor? Just sorry to interrupt you. Did you close the public hearing?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to do. So thank you. We all are thinking alike. Bruce, sorry to interrupt, but I need to close the public hearing. So,
okay. So is this,
never, but the public hearing is
about the budget. Is this
okay.
Bruce, go ahead. About the budget, or yeah, is that where we are now?
I'm sorry. It was the public budget hearing. It was the
public
hearing part of the budget.
Are we on the council? Are you asking us on the council to make comments on the budget? That's where I thought.
Yes, that is what I'm asking, or on what you heard tonight, as Stephanie responded and commented.
Well, they kind of go together.
Of course.
I heard from a fair number of people tonight that we need to pause the budget, and so just as a top level thing, I'm not sure what that would exactly mean. If we stop working right now on the budget that we have before us, and we don't adopt it we weren't adopting it tonight, but if we don't adopt it in the next meeting or so, then we are, I think, essentially continuing to use the fiscal year 1920 budget rather than going on to a new one, which would cost us money because we've reduced the budget this year in response to COVID-19. So I think pausing the budget isn't really what we want to do. I'm thinking that what we may want to do, and this is not in any way, shape, or form to disparage the comments that we've heard tonight, but it seems like what we would want to do is to work out the details about the parts of the budget that we've been discussing, like what Barbara was just talking about, some of these details we're getting close, and then go forward with this budget. And as we've already said, it says in the staff report that we would envision that in maybe half a year, we'll come back to the budget and look at it again anyway because of COVID. We don't really know where our revenue is going to go. And so during that time, if we can have a robust and creative discussion and respectful discussion about police and about what we can do in this moment of anti-racism consciousness and awareness, that we can then, that would be the time that we would make changes if they came out of that discussion. So that's the only thing I can imagine, unless anybody else has any other idea about what pausing the budget would be. I think we still have to go on. I mean, it's like even as we speak, the town is going on. It doesn't just stop. We can't stop the town. And so everything has to keep on going, and the budget is how we do that. So
Bruce, would you care to frame this as a question to Garrett so that he can chime in on what this means?
Garrett, is that clear enough what I'm asking?
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying. So maybe I could suggest this. So typically, you approve your annual budget. This year, oddly, it happens to be on July 1. Usually you have a special meeting in July. Sometimes in August, you approve the budget. But in this case, one suggestion to the council is, I would suggest on July 1, you actually don't adopt the budget because you're going to want to have this discussion on the committees. A subset of that, you may actually give direction to us to explore certain things. It is true at some point you've just adopted a continuation budget that allows us to use the fiscal year 1920 budget to keep operating. But at some point you will need to adopt the 2021 budget. But I agree, you probably shouldn't do that at your July 1 meeting. You should maybe look at another special meeting or maybe even as late as August to do that, to give some time to start the discussion, to talk about these things more. Ultimately, you're correct, Vice Mayor Ackerman, if you did approve a budget, you would end up exploring it again in September, October. Oddly, in my way of thinking is, even if you wanted to talk about rethinking, defunding all your alternatives, that's going to be a very long, thoughtful process because as you talk about those alternatives, you need to see what the funding is, how that would work. And then when you do your mid-year, you can start talking about it. But the reality is, for any government to unravel a police department to do something different, you're not going to be able to do that in months. Maybe in a year, you could position yourself to take on something like that, but you couldn't just do it just like that. There are too many different things. We have dispatch, you have officers. What are you doing? You're laying everybody off. You're doing whatever. I'm just saying the extreme scenarios. So, but I would recommend you don't adopt a budget in July. You consider a special meeting, maybe even in August. That would be fine. You start your discussions on the committees, get that information out there, and maybe then in July, maybe you want to provide us some direction. We'll have something on the agenda if you want us to explore something that maybe can be incorporated in the budget for 2021. Whatever that may be, I don't know, but we can explore it. So does that help answer your question on how to approve the budget in July?
It helps. It's still a little unclear to me. Well, for example, some of the things that Barbara mentioned, the NRG coordinator, just take that just as an example. Would that be on hold until we figure out the police discussion? before we
No.
can do that? Or, I mean, what do we do if we don't adopt a budget? But we want
Well,
to do some new things?
so, okay, good point. So NRG, oddly, since it's such a small amount, we would just absorb it in the fiscal year 1920 budget. Where it would come into play is for the CIC pavilion. While you could still ask MCE to apply for grants and so on, you actually couldn't spend that money until you adopted a fiscal year 2021 budget, for example. So it's a
So
little,
that would mean we couldn't begin work on the room in the pavilion where the battery would go because we would be on hold deciding that we're
right. And that one's even a little dicey because you have money in fiscal year 1920, so you could start, but it'd be reprogrammed into 2021. So, but that's true. There are some things that we would not be able to do because it's specifically a 2021 budget, not a 1920. The only thing that comes to mind really easy off the top of my head is the CIP project, the Azalea intersection design. We wouldn't start intersection design until you actually adopted a 2021 budget because we have no authorization for that project.
Is there a possibility, you had mentioned earlier, and I think this is correct, that we as a council can revisit a budget at any time during the year. So could we revisit the 1920 budget, which we're still under right now, and say, for example, with the Azalea Road, that if we decide we want to go forward with that, could we add that into it with the assumption that that's going to be in the next year's budget anyway, and let's get going on it. I mean, I don't want to make mistakes in our town and lose opportunities that we have, lose the times of the year that things happen, lose construction season, lose grants or whatever, because we are sort of paralyzing ourselves.
I mean, you can do that. I would not recommend it. It would just get really confusing, and it actually would be a lot more staff work to figure out what we started, what we didn't start, what we have to carry over, what portion we have to carry over. It would be really hard from a finance accounting perspective to track that. It's much cleaner to start with your new budget. That's what you're charging against. That's what we enter into the system. Right now under 1920, it's 1920 numbers that we have in the system. That's what we're tracking against.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dilemma, because technically you're running against your 1920 numbers, and there has to be a realization the longer you delay, the more you're going to exceed your 1920 budget. That's just how it works. And then we got to transfer that over to the 2021. It gets fairly complicated the longer you wait to do this type of stuff. But I understand you need to have some type of grace period where you get your heads around exactly what you want to explore, how you want to set up things, and how you want to move forward. It's not a great answer, but
just one thing I would add, Bruce. So I think you're seeking to get this grant from MCE, which they seemed like might happen. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get it tomorrow, so worrying to be. I mean, I think it's going to take a couple months based on my experience at MCE, and I think what Garrett explained earlier is that at some point, in order to do all business in the town, we will have to adopt a budget. We can't wait too long. And I think the timing, to me, theoretically works fine for getting that grant. I think you're talking, I think you're going to be waiting a month or two before you get that grant. So I think you'll be okay, in my opinion.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that, and I'll just check with the full council on this, that we can go ahead and tell MCE that yes, we want to go forward with the grant. We want them to see if they're willing to do it and do it. It's essentially applying for it. I mean, we're having daily conversations with MCE, and they've now turned the work over to TRG, I think they're called, but you know, and we're getting down to the point of they're looking at the utility bills and getting ready for an application, because they would put an application in for SCHIP, and which is the CEC funding for batteries. And so that's part of what MCE is offering to do. So if they're going to do that, we need to be able to say, yes, we're doing this, as opposed to changing our mind later. So is this something that
And I don't want to speak for the whole council, but my recollection is we agreed you guys should go forward with the design elements. And I believe at the last meeting, and maybe I'm remembering correctly, we talked about going forward with that grant. So I think, and also remember the SCHIP monies were depleted and they were hoping for more money to come in, which I suspect has something to do with the state budget. So I think I mean, a couple of years ago or a year ago, I wrote a grant for AARP funding for age-friendly work, and we didn't get it. But we didn't need council approval to actually go for the grant. And we did incorporate the idea if it got in the budget. But Garrett's raising his hand. I shouldn't speak for him.
Actually, I'm wondering, do you have any other questions for the chief? He's been here like 16 hours, so I'd like to send. I think he starts tomorrow at 7.
No, Chief, I want to thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your participation tonight, and for what looks like we're going to be able to work on, and participate together on moving forward. And appreciate your openness and care and love for this community and all you've done over many, many years. So I'm very, very confident that we are going to make some big change, and that it's going to be together and in a way that that works for everyone.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank you as well, Chief. This has been an instructive night all the way around, but I very much appreciate your comments, and I've talked with you over this week. Very much appreciate that as well. And I will just say that a volunteer fire department is a part-time thing. People spend a certain amount of time training, and then they go about their lives because fires don't happen all the time, and they're on call. I know a number of people who are on volunteer fire departments, and that's the way that works. It's not the same thing as being available 24/7. So it's a different thing. And I also would say that if you're looking for volunteers to take over for for what your patrol officers do, I'm not volunteering.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Chief.
So.
Thank you, Councilmember Kohler.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Chief. Maybe to answer Vice Mayor Ackerman's question, I think as Councilmember Kohler pointed out, the 25,000, if the council were to say tonight, yeah, we think 25 is good, let's just put it in the budget, then even if you don't have an approved budget, it seems to me de facto approval to move forward. And so go ahead and continue doing what you're doing. You don't need to worry about the grant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it's likely that we'll get the grant, but I can't say for certain. And so what I was thinking, we were going to do a budget tonight, that what I was going to suggest is that we do exactly that, put 25,000 in with the hope that we won't have to spend it and be able to move forward with the project and stop asking you guys for permission, but just get on with it because I think it's well worth it.
okay, well, maybe that's a perfect segue to. Are you done, Bruce?
I think so. Yeah, where we think we are now, I think so. I did have one other suggestion that's completely unrelated. Let me get back to that in a minute. So go ahead.
Okay, John.
Well, yeah, I think personally it's very important for us to get to this budget. We're going to be reviewing this budget a few months down the road when we see how the economy is doing, and unfortunately we're probably due for a rude awakening at that point. But who knows? But we'll have some better idea of where we're headed. But in the meantime, we have to get on with the town's business. I think I support the 25,000 for the pavilion. And hopefully we won't have to spend the town's money on that because we'll get this grant. And, you know, kudos to you, Bruce, for working on that, that grant, because I think it's well worthwhile. But what I really think is worthwhile is this project, in that it will really serve the people of Fairfax to have a dedicated place where there's a power source when there's yet another one of these power shutoffs because of fire dangers. And it's a lot more than the front hallway down at Town Hall, where people can, you know, get some work done, charge their phones, have access to power, be able to spread out. This is COVID now. We're not going to pack all those people into that little hallway. But if we have a dedicated power source that works for the community, I think that's really crucial. It's crucial to public safety in our community. Another thing that I think is crucial to our community is the NRG coordinator. That's something that we could put the seed money in the discretionary quantity at this point, but I think, you know, our budget should reflect that. It's a good idea to do a lot of work when it's easy to do the work. For instance, the ADA stuff at the Women's Club is extremely disruptive to do, and it hasn't been done for several years because when are you going to do it? Right now, that building is empty. It's something we have to do. It actually increases the rental potential of that building because you can rent it out and say, oh, there's a stage that is ADA accessible. You know, which matters to whether you're trying to rent out a thing like that. So it makes business sense, if you will. Let me see. You know, same deal with sidewalks. We fixed a number of sidewalks around in town because people weren't in the way trying to use the sidewalks at the same time. You know, one thing that people are doing is walking around in the hills a lot. And so I think that's a good reason to keep the trails in there too. I mean, the budget for that this year is reduced, but it's something that's very valuable to people, and it's a safety matter. You know, fires are one thing. There's also earthquakes, landslides, all kinds of things like that. And those trails are extremely useful in those situations too, as well as just being able to walk around your neighborhood and enjoy them. So those are budget items that I thought I would list, and we've heard a lot of things. I don't want to gloss over at all the other discussion that we've had tonight and had so much public comment on. I think it's really important to pay attention to racial issues. I know I myself have lived in Brooklyn, Oakland, West Berkeley, places like this that have a much more diverse community than we do here in Fairfax. And it's very real. Racism is huge. It is a real watershed moment that we are experiencing in this country, where people need to wake up to the reality of the differences that our history as a country over the last 400 years has created here. And there's a whole range of people out there that have different attitudes about it. And we are seeing just around national politics, our current president, some of his supporters and how they feel, and many other people, and I like to think a vast majority of people feel what is right and wrong, and, you know, feel strongly about it. It'll be interesting to see what happens in November. But that's a bigger issue than we are dealing with right here. Obviously, we need to talk about our own community and people and attitudes and how that works out for everybody in our community. And that takes a while. I mean, it's a long process, and it will be somewhat cathartic, and it needs a lot of long and careful attention, and a lot more than 1 or 2 or even probably 5 nights like this, talking about it, to get issues out and have people wake up to what's going on. In terms, I don't think tying it to the approval of the budget right now is appropriate, because we're going to be looking at this budget again in just a few months, and it's going to take that long to work through this process. I should say something at this point about our local police force, and I've been a big proponent about keeping our force local. There was talk back, 15 years ago about combining our police force with San Anselmo's police force, for instance. At that point, San Anselmo had a very different policing model. We have a community policing model here. We've had a 24/7 dispatch office, and we were open there. I hate to say it, but domestic violence is a reality in Fairfax. And maybe it's more than in San Anselmo, I don't know. But that's one of the reasons why there's a lot of support for a 24/7 police officer, because it is a refuge in very dangerous situations. And going on a police call to a domestic violence situation is one of the more dangerous situations that there is around, because things get really out of control. I mean, it's an emotionally charged situation, and you have generally somebody or more than one person getting violent, and there's real danger to people in our population. And that is one of the things that drives that 24/7 thing. Unfortunately, our chief has figured out ways to pay for parts of that, but that is a commitment that we've made to our community. I know somebody who was concerned about something that sounded very scary for the people involved and called the police within the last couple of weeks, which was a violent domestic violence situation. And I should not get into any more details on that. We do, that said, we need to look at our community's needs. Mental health worker, mixing that into the police thing, or getting training for police in terms of mental health issues, I think is a very good idea. I think, also, especially in light of the budget, looking at the number, I don't know that we necessarily need a 2-deep police force during the afternoon. Who know? We need to look at when things happen and when the dangerous times are, and what we can get by with. I like the idea of having more support for mental health. I think that's one of the things that we have to deal with here. That said, the types of situations that we have here and how our police force currently is set up, we had until recently, unfortunately, one of our policemen who went out on disability recently, was he pioneered an excellent thing, which has been picked up by other officers, where he got to know every homeless person in town personally and got to know them. He knew whether they're on or off their meds, if that was part of the situation. And they were his eyes and ears in terms of looking at who was new in town, who was coming through, who seemed dangerous, who seemed not. And that was very valuable, I think, to our community policing model. I would highly encourage that to keep on happening. And it's part of the well-rounded, multifaceted community policing model that I think works for Fairfax. I've also, and how do we balance our budget? Maybe it is looking at how, whether it's too deep all the time, whether between, the wee hours in the morning is the only time that we can get away with only one cop. But I think we should also think outside of the box too. I know that I've heard from a number of people in San Anselmo, and I haven't talked with anybody on the San Anselmo Council about this yet, and I don't know when their contract is up, but they jobbed out their police force to Central Marin Police Agency, and they're right next door to us. If they appreciate our community policing model, perhaps they would like to use our services also. I know that I've heard from several people in San Anselmo that they are not happy with the current model that they have. Their Central Marin Police Agency office is a good distance away. You go down to the police station, you pick up a phone, and you're talking to somebody down there. If something bad is happening, they're running their siren and driving that car up Sir Francis Drake for 5 miles. It's not like they're right next door. Maybe they might be interested in some kind of shared
John?
services thing. Yes.
John, forgive me for being rude, but I kind of want to, if I could steer you back to sort of your budget thoughts and
Okay.
comments about what you
Yeah,
heard today.
and we can talk more about the police model later. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, restorative justice is good and all that stuff too, but that's for a later conversation. In terms of the budget, I think we should move ahead and look to keep our town running right now. And it's a leaner budget, as Bruce pointed out now. It's leaner than last year, and I think we need to establish our new priorities and keep things running. So there you go.
All right. Well, thank you, John. I'm going to be brief. I heard an urgent call from our community tonight like I've never heard before. And I didn't see faces, but I know a lot of the folks that spoke, and many of them are younger than me. And I would do nothing that would stop those voices from being heard and from knowing that we have listened and that we're going to do everything we can in order to move forward in a new way. And it doesn't mean that I have any idea how that will look. And many of the folks that spoke to us so completely poignantly also did not claim that they had all the answers. Just like I don't know the answers about how you reorganize a police department. How could I know that? I'm not a member of the police. I am a white woman. How could I ever say how I believe we should show up for racial equity in this community without gathering together with a group of diverse people, of age, of gender, of color? And so I think without doubt, we must pause. It doesn't sound like we're going to lose anything. I think we can creatively work our way through the priorities like the NRG, like the work that the Climate Action Committee has so tirelessly worked for, and some of the pieces that Barbara mentioned to make and continue our community as the age-friendly community that we want it to be, without losing anything. This budget needs to be delayed in order for these vital conversations to come forward, in order for these groups that we've talked about around the edges to start to form, and for us to allow them and take shape. And we need to participate and listen. We don't have the answers, and we really can't pretend we do. So I am really looking forward to that next step. I'm looking forward to July, and then to obviously multiple, I like this word, listening sessions. And then the hard work begins. I appreciate the chief and everything that he did tonight. He has shown an open willingness to work together, and I'm excited for this community. It is the greatest opportunity that we've ever had under the most tragic circumstances. So I thank the public. I truly have goosebumps because I do not want to lose this momentum. It's that point in time. So I thank you all for coming out, and I think At this point, I was the last to speak, so we will be coming back. Bruce, Stephanie, how about Bruce first? I saw his hand.
Yeah, I did have one other thing I wanted to put out. We don't need to discuss it, but just to put this out as an idea, because it's something that just came up actually today in a conversation with Don Carney, who, as one of the speakers, one of the public mentioned, he's a Fairfax resident, and he is the person who's operating the restorative justice program. It's the youth court, which our police does refer people to. The police have referred people when appropriate to either that or to a program in San Rafael. And this program in San Rafael, kind of similar, not quite the same, but
Bruce, I'm sorry, but I think that the San Rafael program is now not happening, and that
That's
everything's
what I'm
being
saying.
referred.
That's what I'm telling you, is that San Rafael program is not happening, and therefore the youth court has more than doubled, 185% growth of the youth court that's happened, and they are really struggling right now. And so I just wanted to throw out for you all to think about when we get back to the budget, that possibly Fairfax might want to throw a little bit of funding toward the youth court to help them keep going. There is some funding that the youth court got through the county probation office. That's an annual funding. And then a one-time small funding that was given to them by San Rafael, but it nowhere near made up for the fact that San Rafael lost passed all that work over to them.
Right.
So,
That's a great suggestion. Great
in the light
suggestion.
of this larger discussion we're having, that's something we might want to consider.
And I think that Don Carney, should he be interested to participate, would be a wonderful, important voice on one of our groups. Stephanie?
Agree. That youth
I
court program is phenomenal. Thank you, Bruce, for that. I just wanted to ask Garrett to please size or estimate the cost related to the town council meetings moving to a 2 meeting per month schedule, and ask the council that we embrace the reality that we really already are functioning at 2 meetings per month if you really think about it. So can we just really, like I said, embrace that reality, and at our next meeting move forward as such? So Garrett, if you could have the staff, put a dollar amount toward that, because it's, I don't want to be in 2 a.m. meetings on an ongoing basis anymore. And it's not reasonable. It's not rational. It's not fair to anyone. And I'm not going to say anything more about it, but I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So let's take a look at some numbers, realizing that we already have been doing this, and we have for years. So generally we average 2 a month. All right, so.
Yeah, in my time here, there's been an average of 8 months out of the year where we've had 2 meetings a month.
Okay, great. So I think we are ready to actually move forward. Garrett, do you need anything from us that we're not providing?
Yeah, actually, yes.
And what is that?
Well, it's not particularly clear to me. Is there consensus that don't bring the adopted budget for consideration on July 1? And
no, I don't think there's consensus.
no, I don't think so either. But set that thought aside. What I need is direction from the council on. It sounds like, are we putting the $25,000 for the pavilion in the budget? It sounds like the NRG is okay to do the sidewalk repair in School Street under this year's budget. I get the comments on the Women's Club, try to start that. We've had that funding. That's for this year. Let's see. I think those were the main things. I think we need direction what to additionally include in the fiscal year 2021 budget. So when you actually adopt it, it has what you want in it, unless you're saying you don't want to decide that right this second.
Well, I think I would say that I think we heard agreement on those items, and there was a discussion that Bruce had about throwing money into restorative justice. I think we're not there yet, and I do think with a $500,000 hit to the budget for COVID, we should wait on that. So my personal opinion is I think you've got enough to go forward with that. And I would also say that even though there isn't consensus on bringing it back July 1, that's 2 weeks from now. I would rather we schedule a special meeting in July, potentially to deal with the budget or deal with it August, because 2 weeks from now, nothing's going to change. So I don't know that anything will change by August, but I do feel that if we do it 2 weeks from now, we'll be at a standstill. So why spend the time on this right now other than just feeding in the few things that we added? Because I'm hearing, but I could be wrong, that everybody's saying, you know, with COVID and such, we'll revisit other proposals later. And we're already revisiting through a listening session some of these other issues that came up tonight that were really important.
I'm not sure I understand, Barbara, whether you're saying that we should, kind of getting back to Garrett's question, do we have consensus on whether we are going to move forward in July to adopting the 2020 budget or whether we're not? I'm not quite sure what you were saying there.
So what I'm saying is I don't think in 2 weeks from now is the right time to consider adopting the budget. I think I'm an advocate for we have to move forward before September to adopt a budget, and understanding that there's other issues that need to be worked out. But I don't think 2 weeks from now is right. Maybe it's the August meeting, but let's spend some time doing some of these things, or at least starting the process of doing some of the things we talked about tonight, rather than throwing it on the agenda for July 1. And then we're just at a standstill, and we hear a lot of the same good comments we heard tonight.
I agree.
I agree as well. Can we just do like a roll call vote or just say what you would like? Doesn't really work as a vote. I agree with Stephanie and Barbara, and I'd like to move forward. So what do you guys have strong feelings a different direction? We have to all speak.
Okay. As long as we can move forward with the town business.
It doesn't sound like
The
it's
direction,
delaying town business.
it doesn't sound like if we can put those programs, move forward on those programs, with the exception of, it sounds like the Azalea crosswalk, because that's too big of a budget. Is that correct, Garrett?
Yeah, Azalea, that's design of 50,000, and you wouldn't be able to do it this year anyway. So waiting on that's probably no big deal. So it sounds like the majority of you are saying we're not going to try to adopt a budget on July 1. Maybe you do it at a special meeting. Maybe it's July 15th or August 5th, but you could decide that at your July 1 meeting when you really want to consider the budget. And we could report back on the youth court data of what that costs. My understanding is we only average maybe one youth a year sending youth court. So we probably need to figure out what the actual costs are and who's contributed what, and then you could have some numbers to consider.
Yeah, that would be worth talking about. Well, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Well, I'm comfortable with that also. If with that understanding that we're not really putting projects on hold, we're able to move forward. And it sounds like for staff, that's okay as far as the accounting. It's not gonna drive you crazy to have to change the schedule.
Right. Well, yeah, one month's no big deal. Once you get into 2-3 months, it's really financial accounting nightmare.
Okay, good. So thank you, everyone. Are you all okay if we take 5 minutes and then come back refreshed and talk about downtown?
Renee, before you, I don't know if you heard, I suggested that you text John Bella to call in.
That's right.
I see him now.
He's up on the, yeah, I will text him. Okay.
Okay, well, anyway, so we're taking a 5 minute?
5 minutes, so we'll see you at 10, let's just say 10:50.
10:50. See you then.
Thank you. Wow, everybody is so prompt. John, Bella, are you awake? Are you with us?
I don't think Stephanie and Bruce are on, their pictures are up, Renee.
Okay, no, I'll wait.
Here, I'm awake.
Great. I just texted John to ask him if he was awake. I'm not John Reed. I know you're awake.
What a amazing session thus far.
Have you been listening?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it really was amazing.
I had no idea that our police chief was a gay man with a black partner. That was quite a surprise. So cool.
Yes. Let's see. Garrett, are you here? Janet, are you still here? I haven't heard from you all night.
Janet's here. She's been texting.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been texting.
Just checking in on everyone.
I'm still here.
And Michelle's here?
I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And for those of you who've been waiting to hear more about the downtown and some of the plans and some of the decisions to be made, I thank you for your patience and hanging in there with all of us. And so this item is, again, to discuss and consider the further use of public spaces, for example, parking lots, for temporary outdoor businesses uses and provide direction to staff. So the word that we need to keep in mind here is temporary. I'm going to go ahead and ask Garrett to give us a staff report. And from there, in the staff report, the Fairfax Town Center Reimagining Our Public Space to Aid Economic Recovery and Improve Public Safety was included for all of us to look at as a packet that John Bella, again, so incredibly generously put together for us in order to guide our conversation and so that we can make some decisions. John will give us a brief kind of explore of this, and then we'll ask some questions and go to the public and hopefully make some decisions tonight so that we can get these businesses on their way. So with that, Garrett, do you want to start with a staff report, please?
Sure. So as you recall, June 3rd, the council, that was the first thing, took a look at the uses of public spaces to assist the recovery for restaurants, retailers, and others downtown. What the council did, you gave us direction regarding use of parking spaces, use of Mono Alley, you approved the temporary use permit process for use of private property and encroachment permit process for use of the public spaces. And so we've moved forward with that. Subsequent to June 3rd, the mayor and staff met with John Bella and Alex Schudiner to kind of talk about their further thoughts regarding the use of public spaces. They prepared some diagrams and concepts. And what I did, I kind of took the liberty, and John, I took your slides and I kind of adjusted them for kind of my purposes of facilitating this discussion. So there aren't going to be as many. Some of the things will be slightly modified. You may not know what's what, but I'll definitely point out the things that I sort of tweak for this. So if I may, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these slides on the screen, kind of go through them, and then after I'm done, then if John wants to go ahead and add his comments, we go back through some of them that he'd like to point out and so on. But I really did narrow it down from the initial, I don't forget how many slides, but it was great work by John. Really appreciate him doing all this for the town. Okay, so let's see. Here we go. All right. Okay. So as you can see, this is the Fairfax Town Center reimagining our public spaces. I think so. One of the things, this is what John had put out, some of the challenges. Obviously, we have narrow sidewalks. Obviously, we have lots of pressure due to COVID to try to get people out. And really, we want to use these outdoor spaces to help the businesses. So kind of mirror what we're talking about, Broadway, Bolinas corridor. You can see Bolinas, you can see it's fairly narrow. So, and this is what John came up with. And this is what we're going to use as our boilerplate. The yellow are the parking spaces. The pink could be outdoor little plaza areas, and that's on Bolinas. Yellow indicates maybe shorter loading zones or pickup zones, 20 to 30 minutes. Green, I think that's like maybe bike rack zones, and then blue on Broadway could be if you wanted to put in as a buffer, temporary bike lane. But just keep that in mind. I think for staff, we're kind of actually narrowed this down even more for you from a conceptual process, but just like to point out all the effort and thought that went into this. And so this kind of shows it. And so you could see the purple are those plaza areas. John calls them streeteries. One would be on the mono parking lot, which we'll talk about more. Another would be one that possibly in diagonal spaces in front of Garigelli's Pizza. I think those businesses aren't interested, so we're not actually advocating for that anymore. And then the other was the Broadway Kloss parking lot. It could have been a good area. But again, the retailers on Broadway have indicated they prefer to have the parking, but they like the idea of curbside pickup, shorter term spaces will work better for them. So with that in mind, I don't think we're advocating creating the plaza on the Broadway side, but we can get to that. So this is basically.
Can I just ask, the Broadway class lot, that's a little lot that's kind of near the scoop that has about 8 spots in it?
That's correct, 8 spots.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And so this is kind of the pros and cons of allowing the use of outdoor spaces. We'll get to the issues related to actually prepping these spaces so people can use them. John does call these shoplets in the parking spaces. And so the idea is people can move on the sidewalks. Then you can put things in the roadway, whether it's a table, chair, retail table, and so on. And then the thought pattern is maybe you can have a little extra space for ADA access in that space. And so creates little problems. Doesn't create problems. What will happen is if we do this on Bolinas, I think we talked about it wouldn't be a checkerboard pattern. It's either going to be a group, because we just can't have one space and then a shoplet, one parking space and shoplet. That's not going to work. So we would do all or most of them, just depending on how we can accommodate businesses. I think this is a great existing condition. 6-foot sidewalk. There's Bolinas, 6-foot sidewalks, 7-foot for parking space, and 12-foot travel lanes. I think the concept would be, and don't worry about the barrier with the planner, but the thought pattern was, could you make the shoplet area a little bigger? So in essence, you could have 6 feet for a table or a chair, and then a 3-foot walkway, so someone who requires ADA access could then have that pathway. And what we're talking about is pedestrian ADA access would actually be toward the street side. The table and chairs would be toward the sidewalk side. And we've talked to fire about the 10-foot travel lanes. And so so a fire truck can't get down there. It's a little narrow in a 10-foot lane. But to accommodate that, that's why we talked about if the pedestrian ADA access was to the outside toward the travel lane, then your cones be sitting there. There's no barriers like tables or chairs. So people could move. Anybody walking would obviously move. And then if they had to, a fire truck could run over the cones or delineators. That wouldn't be that big of a deal. And what that does is just gives us a little more space. But we're not saying let's necessarily do the full 9 feet, but it's just that's a possibility for consideration. This shows, yes.
I'm sorry, quick question. So you're saying we've got 20 feet of vehicle lanes if you had the 2 10-foot lanes.
Right.
It's plenty wide for any kind of an emergency vehicle. You're talking about if they were passing one another at the same time?
Yes. So this slide shows merge 20 feet, plenty of room if there's no cars. There's other vehicles stuck and they can't move out of the way, then you want to have enough room to go.
I see.
In this case, the northbound way is generally which way they come out.
Okay.
So, but by putting cones on the side, you're providing that extra space because you're not having a table or chair there. Not that you couldn't move a table or chair if that's the thought pattern.
Mhm.
And so,
But Fire has indicated that it's that they would sign off on it, if you will.
yes,
Correct?
yes, that's correct. And you don't necessarily, John can talk about this. You don't necessarily have to go the full 9 feet. I mean, you can go 8 feet. That would be 11-foot travel lanes, and that's, you know, that's plenty of room. It's just, but you still would have that cushion. So again, this was talking about the shoplets and the parking spaces. That's where we talked about if you made the space 9 feet instead of 7 feet, you have 6 feet for your tables, 3 feet for ADA. We talked about advisory speed of 15 miles per hour in Bolinas area. And then I changed this last slide to a concept of maybe we would have 1 or 2 parking spaces on Bolinas just to be 20 or 30 minutes in duration. This is a slide John prepared for Broadway. Obviously, it's much larger. You have a large sidewalk, you have parking, and you have large vehicle lanes. So if you did something here, this is where you have plenty of room in your shoplet area. That's not an issue. You actually have enough room if you wanted to create some type of buffer zone for bikes. It doesn't necessarily have to be that big. You don't need to have a bike lane. You could actually just have a larger buffer for your cones and not really have a bike lane. But that was a concept out there. I think for our purposes, it just really shows there's plenty of room for a shoplet to create a buffer. We don't necessarily have to worry about the bike lane. Oops, went the wrong way. Oh, it's existing conditions. Okay. Here we go. So this is on Broadway. Okay, these are the narrative for the slide you just saw in terms of on Broadway. Basically, you can have optional bike lane. You probably want to at least have 1 space maybe for curbside pickup. You can figure out where that goes. The thought pattern here is maybe you build out the corner of Bolinas, turning onto Broadway, that you could build a little buffer. So that would be either cones or planters or whatever we did. So it gradually, on the turn, cars go a little wider than closer to the lane. Clausen Bank. So this is the west side of Broadway between Bolinas, between Clausen Bank on Broadway. Doing the same thing on the shoplets, but it sounds like to me, if I understand, the businesses weren't really interested in that, and so if they're not interested in it, then obviously we wouldn't do it. Streeteries. This has to do with the parking lots. Thought pattern here is something to think about. This is a spot where you'd have common tables where everybody could use them. I suppose some businesses you could do something where allow some businesses to have it for their own business. But in general, we're thinking it'd be a common area. Common area, you have tables and chairs. You probably would allow alcohol in streeteries. That's something to talk about. Then you'd have to have your different physical barriers and how you would handle it all. But our concept in general would be, for this example, would be mono parking lot. So the idea would be you'd have your common area in the flatter part of mono parking lot, and that's closer to Bolinas. And how it would work is you'd have a hammerhead turnaround. I don't know if anyone calls them. We did all the sidewalk improvements right there. We actually kept the parking lot open, but at the end we created a hammerhead. So cars would come in on bank, they go down to the bottom, there'd be space where they turn around, and then they could park diagonally, which is the way you're supposed to park, so they could exit out on bank. So it'd be something like that, but this area in the parking lot, again, would have tables and chairs. Maybe it's from a specific business. Maybe it's something the town just puts out. But there's some factors here that we need council direction on. So one is when to do this, if to do this at all. If you did it, should it only be in the weekends only or like all the time? The only reason we say all the time is we really don't have the staffing to put this out, at the end of the day or whenever we're gonna leave, set it up and then take it back in the morning. I think it's better either weekends or all the time. But the key question is, can we have the chamber disinfect the tables and chairs? Because this would be used by people, and you really need someone right now to go in there and clean them after each use. And then the question is, if you did it on weekends, DPW could set it up on Friday before they leave, but then we probably want the chamber to lock up the stuff at night or when they're done disinfecting, to put all the stuff away so it doesn't continue to be used. So that's discussion.
So Garrett, that's already been, we've definitely discussed it with David
Right.
Smedek,
So
because this
you
is
have
a big issue for any common areas, any public common areas. We can talk about that, but let's get through this and then organize how we want to make our way through this. And I want to hear from John, because he has some wonderful insight as to why and how this can be done.
So again, it's use of common areas, and are you going to allow the use of alcohol in there? But the main thing is who's responsible for this area. Again, we had just talked about the parking lot on Broadway and Kloss. It would have been the same. Oh no, sorry. This was a concept. We used 3 parking spaces in front of Gare and Gellies and Tibet Moon. I believe those businesses aren't interested at this time. And so I think from staff perspective, they're not interested. I don't think it'd be a good idea to use those spaces for that purpose. Again, unless they change their mind. The same thing goes with the parking lot, Broadway and Kloss that we mentioned. I don't think it'd be a good idea to do that, especially the businesses are telling you the opposite, that they need those spaces for their businesses. So we're not advocating for that either. And so, but one of the big things we need council direction on is, what do you want to do with your commercial loading zone on Bolinas and Broadway? And right now, if you want to allow the coffee roastery, or if you want to make it a common area, but in this case, be the coffee roastery, then you really need to temporarily relocate that commercial loading zone somewhere else. And really, your only options are, you would allow trucks to park in the middle of Bank Street, which they do now for oversized vehicles. They park in the middle of Bank, and then they just hand truck their stuff. Or if they have a little flatbread, they move it over and drop it off to their business. So that's something we need direction on. So on the loading zone, we probably have to have some kind of transition for cars that are making that right turn from Bolinas onto Broadway, just to make it safer. Now with that, just use.
Garrett, I assume that the roastery is interested in that. Yep.
Yes, very, very interested.
Yes. One of the things that John pointed out here is you could use pavement paint, use graphics or whatever to mark off these different areas. I just did the one slide on that. We kept it relatively short because I thought we wouldn't get to this till relatively late. So, John, I'd like to turn it over to you now.
It's not late at all.
Not by our standards, that would be true.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. John, enlighten us.
Sure. Thank you, Garrett, for walking through that and creating the summary. Would you mind going back to the slide of the kind of zoomed in plan? Yeah, the next one. Yeah, there. So first of all, I want to say thank you to the council for your endurance and moving through some incredibly complex topics in a thoughtful way, and giving the space to hear from the Fairfax community about some very urgent issues facing our community. One of the things that I'm a relatively new resident to this town, and I moved here with my family last November. And one of the things that drew me to Fairfax is the character of our downtown, that it has these small local retailers that you really can't find anywhere else. There's no chain stores, there's no major brands. It really has a really nuanced and unique character. And what I think we're all quite aware of in the light of COVID-19 is that we're at risk of losing a lot of these downtown businesses. And unless we are creative in how we utilize the space that we have in the downtown, we're going to lose one of these things, which is, I think, a kind of foundational component of what defines Fairfax as a livable, wonderful, nuanced place that it is. And so there's a strong sense of urgency, I think, to use the public space downtown wisely. The second, I think, thing is that, you know, the big sort of driving question for all of this is how do we reopen safely? You know, there's really two chief concerns in this work. One is how do we provide safe space for people to walk in our downtown, which is not the case now. And secondly, how do we, you know, creatively use public space to allow our existing business community to reopen? You know, many communities, different counties in the Bay Area now are going through this process of reopening. My understanding is that, you know, for instance, we're working in Santa Clara County. Those counties are actually not allowing any indoor dining, right? So if places like, you know, Giringhelli's or other places want to actually be able to invite patrons back into their businesses, they're going to have to utilize outdoor space. There's a strong public health mandate that as many activities as we can do outdoors, we should be doing outdoors. And that includes walking for exercise and also, you know, participating in the local economy. So the big driving question for all of this is how do we reopen safely? And as Garrett has shown and pointed out, the narrow sidewalks on Bolinas don't allow two people to pass one another safely on those sidewalks and adhere to the social distancing guidelines today. So literally you can't walk downtown and not encounter someone and get too close to someone and adhere with the social distancing guidelines. And so in the last town council presentation, you know, I shared this idea of the parklets, which was something I was involved in starting early on in San Francisco and has now kind of grown into a global phenomena. Parklets are great if you have enough of a space on the sidewalk to be able to stretch that public space and commercial space into the public realm. On Bolinas, between Elsie and Broadway, we don't have that space. And so this is why, you know, in conversation with many other folks, this idea of the shoplet concept emerged, where we're utilizing additional roadbed to provide both for that space for people to walk safely, as well as space for commercial space, whether you're utilizing that space for outdoor dining or for other kind of vending, book sales, retailing, whatever it is. I think anyone who's spent some time in the downtown over the last couple of weeks, maybe you've gone to Gestalt House or to one of the other businesses that are reopened, you've probably experienced some discomfort trying to navigate through the downtown sidewalks. And so, you know, we've put forth this notion of the shoplet to say that, first of all, we're not proposing to alter any vehicular circulation at this intersection. All the existing lanes will remain the same. All the existing turning radii will remain the same. We're not altering vehicular circulation at all. What we're proposing is to expand and extend the parking lane to accommodate both people moving safely and to support local businesses to occupy that space for commercial use. So that is really the sort of gist of the proposal here, and the kind of driving things behind the design. And perhaps if there's, you know, more or additional questions, I'd be happy to answer more detailed questions about the design proposal.
Okay. Thank you, John. Does anyone have any questions? Barbara?
Yeah. Am I talking or am I on mute?
You're talking. I mean, you're talking aloud.
I'm sorry. Okay. First of all, thank you, John. And it looks like you're out in the field and I'm sitting in my kitchen table. So yours looks much better than mine. I have a couple of questions. And I think you talked about the bike area on Broadway as a proposal, or at least it was in the staff report. I may have missed it, but this is something that got talked about as part of a potential change to downtown, and we got a lot of angry people. So I think we're better off kind of staying with the things we can do without radical changes. One thing I read today is the public health officer is going to allow indoor dining within a week or 2 weeks. And not to say that that's going to change our need to do outdoor dining, because of course there's going to be need to have all this space. So I just wasn't sure if you were aware of that. The one question I have is, you know, the last time we talked about, we didn't really want to narrow Bolinas Road, and I understand, I like the shoplet idea. I think, you know, that's a low cost way and it's temporary, it can be changed, rather than spending all this money on parklets that have all these ADA issues as well. The one question I have is, first of all, and maybe this question is for Garrett, I got on the town website and I thought it's great. We have the TUP stuff up and all the encroachment stuff. And it looked like to me, at least the part that talks about public parking spaces, we're already allowing people to put, I mean, just based on the pictures and the discussion, that people can already put tables and chairs in the street, in the parking spaces. So maybe we jumped the gun. But I sort of like the idea, but one of the questions I had that was kind of confusing to me in the discussion was that somehow somebody that works in that area is going to walk an ADA, a person needing ADA, through the minefield. And I'm not sure how they would always recognize who those people were. But the other piece to me that I like the idea, I like the concept, but I'm always worried that we're going to get, you know, we have this idea, okay, you're going to clean it up and you're not going to move it out too far. I could see that degrading fairly quickly, and maybe this isn't a question for you, John, but you've had experience with this. How do you sort of control that? Because I didn't like the idea of putting umbrellas there, because that's going to stick further out and it's going to be more, you know, crap that, excuse me for using that term, more stuff that people have to sort of maneuver around. So John, I've talked a lot. I just sort of want your thoughts on how you control that, how people deal with understanding somebody's accessible, and, you know, how do we really make sure that we're doing this? Oh, one more thing that came up that I read in the paper today, and I don't know if John knows this or Garrett or Janet Colson knows this, but there was a discussion that this was with the county and the public health officer, that businesses that don't already have outdoor dining are not allowed to serve alcohol under the current public health order. And what Matthew Willis, our public health officer, said in response to that was that because he allowed the opening without a variance, and that was allowed under the previous rules, we didn't get a variance, that ABC wasn't allowing that. So I don't know if, John, you know about that. That seems like a fine-tuned thing, and maybe that's not an issue for tonight. Maybe we look into it. But anyway, John, maybe you can answer some of those questions.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll try to answer the ones I think I can answer, and maybe turn it over to Garrett.
I was also told by that tomorrow there's supposed to be a meeting with Damon Colony and the ABC and the Marin reopens to determine that question too.
Okay.
Sorry to
All right.
Sorry.
Are you calling on me, John, or John Reed?
No, I was calling on you, John Bella.
Okay. So on the indoor dining, so presumably if the county allows indoor dining within 2 weeks, which is great news, I would assume that they're going to allow the indoor capacity at probably something like 25%. So that means that if a restaurant has 4 tables, they can use 1 of them inside.
I think it was 50%.
Was it 50%?
Don't quote me
okay, that's great. So two out of 4 tables, let's say. So I think for businesses to get even close to their pre-COVID capacity, there's still going to be, you know, probably a need for some additional space. So, and Barbara, Councilmember Barbara, you brought up the question about ADA access. That's precisely why we're looking at this shoplet concept, because the sidewalk, right, is already an accessible pathway. And so I think it's wise to sort of keep that clear, right, for mobility impaired folks. But the challenge is you can't have someone who's mobility impaired in a wheelchair and have someone else pass them in that 6-foot space and adhere to social distancing guidelines. So you either have to, something has to give. Either the person who's mobility impaired, needs to have space in the roadbed, or, the person who's not mobility impaired needs to be able to step into the right of way that's free of obstructions, as you're pointing out, free of umbrellas, free of tables and chairs, and so forth, so they can walk by one another safely. And that's why we're advocating for this, more generous utilization of the parking lane in order to accommodate both people walking in the roadbed and the kind of commercial activities, which would then allow people to safely move on the existing sidewalks. So that's why we're exploring this via shoplet concept.
Okay, and then how do you deal with the idea of people just continuing to move further and further out into the street?
Oh, okay, yeah, well, that's kind of a, that's a design question that I think maybe comes next. If you as the council decide this is a good idea and it's something to pursue, then there's lots of different ways to do that. You can do it with, physical barriers like planters. What a lot of communities are doing around the world is simply using vertical bollards with some kind of a rope or string. So you actually do have to sort of contain and define the area well. What a lot of other communities are doing is applying paint, either chalk paint or latex paint that has a duration of 2 or 3 months into that space to really clearly define the commercial or walking space from the roadbed. And this is why on for instance on the proposal for Broadway, part of the rationale for adding, there's a couple reasons for the rationale of adding the cycle tracks there. One is that cycle track provides an additional buffer, right? So if you've got the guidelines for vehicular passengers to know, okay, here's my lane. I know I have clear sort of guidance about where to stay in my lane. It gives that additional buffer from people who may be occupying the kind of shoplet space. The second sort of idea behind the temporary cycle tracks is you have, we did a survey in the downtown of peds, bikes, and vehicles a couple weeks ago. During peak hour, midday, there was something like 500 cars an hour in either direction on Broadway, but there was 300 cyclists. And, data from around the country and around the county that we've seen is that cyclists will spend money if you provide them a place to park and provide them, things to spend money on. And so part of our idea is that if we're trying to sort of restart the economy here, let's capture every possible person who might be willing to stop and, buy something in our downtown. And I think we're doing pretty well in terms of parking allocation with the parkade and the sort of 900 parking spaces that are in this sort of 5-minute walk of this area. But I don't think we're doing as well in terms of provision of the bike parking and bike movement areas. Every time that I've gone down to your Stahlhaus, for instance, there's kind of bikes scattered here and there, and I don't think we're adequately providing for what is a potentially captive audience in terms of generating dollars for the downtown economy. I don't, it's the conversation around bike facilities is a separate conversation. What I'm focused on is how do we capture energy and restart the downtown economy to support these local businesses.
I think you're raising a really important point, whether you're a biker or not. The bikers are feeding our economy. I'm sorry, Renee, were you going to say something? Because I have a lot of
I wanted to move on a little bit. So if there's any other questions for John.
Yes.
Okay, Stephanie, you popped in first. Go for it.
Oh, sorry. This is phenomenal. Thank you for this design and for all of your hours that you've put into this, John. And if you wouldn't mind, just I know you said it, but what is, like, physically, what is the cycle track barrier? Because I love the idea of this cycle track, but this maroon dark brown color, what is that exactly?
So what's shown in the blue would be a temporary painted cycle track.
Okay.
And that provides, what that does, it delineates the vehicular lane. So what's interesting about this intersection is that there's a significant amount of road bed. So for instance, you know, the Marin County guidelines for two-way vehicular traffic and EV access call for 10-foot wide lanes. So
right.
if you go to the previous slide there for a second, Garrett, what we've got on the in front of Fratellizio's is a 20-foot vehicular lane for a single vehicular lane. So it's just sort of oversized. And what that means, you know, in kind of traffic studies done around the globe is if you've got a very wide open area, it just incentivizes people to drive faster.
Right.
And so if we're talking about having people occupying the parking lane, particularly on Broadway, I think, you know, it makes sense to try to provide some kind of additional buffer. And that's what the idea with these in the next slide of what the cycle tracks provide. So it's basically just sort of a painted area which delineates the roadbed and delineates the cycle track. I haven't shown in here, and Councilmember Barbara brought up, well, what is the thing which actually delineates the sort of commercial space, the shoplet from the other areas? And that can be a variety of things, vertical bollards, planters, many creative ways of kind of solving that problem.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I just have a couple other questions. If you could go back to the diagram, do you mind? So in terms of scale, like the yellow 20-minute parking loading on Broadway, where is that and how many spots is that? Is that, I guess it's before the crosswalk, so is that?
So what we've heard from a lot of local businesses, or from a handful of local businesses who rely on, you know, vehicular passengers, is that the 2-hour parking isn't necessarily working in their favor.
Right.
And so what we wanted to provide in this concept is that, you know, in any of these areas where we're temporarily converting parking into commercial space, we want to make sure that there's pick up and drop off and loading access for people who are coming into the downtown to, say, pick up, you know, a pizza or drop off a mobility impaired elder, that you can get right into where you want to go. And so that's the sort of rationale behind the 20-minute parking and loading areas, both on Bolinas between Elsie and Broadway, and then in those other areas we're showing them.
Right. Does it hold 2 or 3 cars, or do you know how many spots that is?
Oh yeah. So and of course all this is flexible, right? You can sort of change the allocation, but what's shown here is that there's 3 spaces on the kind of Girangelli's side of Broadway. There's 2 spaces shown there in front of Perry's. And then there's 3 spaces shown across from the Gestaltplatz mono lane area.
Okay.
And I want to just reiterate, and John, you said this several times, is we've got pink, which is streetery or food court in front of Girangelli's, and they've expressed at this time that they are not interested in that. And we have repeated that, but I want to make sure that people understand that that is not slated to be turned into anything. It will remain parking as it is now, unless people are interested in exploring that. It's nice that it's in the design in case people want to take that up.
And Renee, the bike parking that's reflected there in front of Girangelli's, that's where it is now, right? Or did you ship that?
No, that's where that is.
That's the existing bike parking. Yeah.
Right.
And
okay.
Just to add, isn't the pink parking lot also not for consideration at this point?
Yeah, that's also not. on the Broadway or the 7-spot
Parking
lot.
lot? Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Steph.
No problem. So I just want to say that I really support the idea of incremental bike parking. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce, I saw your hand.
Yeah, so I love this idea. Thank you so much, John. The one question I had was that and I agree from the emails we've gotten, it sounds like Girangelli's and some of the people along that area don't want to do this the way the map is shown, but maybe some of the yellow area, the 20-minute parking could be done there. Maybe that would be something they would want. So just suggesting that might be where we go with that if as a change. John, the bike parking that's shown at the corner of Broadway and Bolinas there on not the existing bike parking lot, but the one over near where Grillies used to be.
Yeah.
Am I correct? I recall reading that the reason that that's there is not just because it seemed like a good idea to have more bike parking, but because you were trying to change you're trying to force that turn radius to be a little longer so that people wouldn't turn into the bike lane. Is that correct? There's a reason for that parking there?
Well, the bike parking is an option to put in that space. You know, if Grillies reopens or Fratellizio's decides they want some outdoor dining space, you know, that's what the orange space is, what is available for a number of uses, and bike parking is one option. The sort of geometry of that orange space is, yes, the part of the purpose there is to delineate the turning radius on that corner, so it's a little bit more rational in terms of contemporary approaches to turning radii and vehicle lanes. So again, we're not fundamentally altering any vehicular circulation. We're just actually trying to, you know, take advantage of the oversized spaces for uses that can actually benefit local businesses. One of those may be additional bike parking across from those businesses or from the roastery, but the green area shown in bike parking could easily be utilized for cafe tables and chairs or vending, you know, book sales, whatever the adjacent businesses decide is the best use for that space.
Okay. And then my other question is that in addition to what's shown on this map, a little bit off this map down below it is Perry Park. And so in addition to these concepts, there would also be the possibility that Perry Park could have outdoor dining going on in that, correct?
I don't know if we had considered Perry Park. I think it's an interesting idea. You know, one of the
Are you talking about, sorry, John, are you talking about Bolinas Park, Bruce?
Yeah, the park where the farmer's market is.
Oh,
yeah.
That's Bolinas Park.
Right. I think if I may respond to that we had left that out. The council was there was a consensus that we didn't want to allow alcohol there. And the idea of setting up tables and taking them down was a little cumbersome and probably expensive. So we sort of took that out and left it as a more casual area.
So that's basically just going to be what it is now. People, if they want to sit down and have a picnic there, they can, but there's nothing special that the town is doing.
At this point, that's where we left it. But
Yeah.
the sky's the limit.
Okay. Well, I love the idea.
John,
Can I add one more thing that I forgot to mention?
Mm-hmm.
So right now we have that porta potty in that right of way near the way station. And I think because businesses are open and that's costing us $3,000 a month, we ought to consider getting rid of that porta potty. And that might be a perfect spot for additional bike parking because there's a lot of room there. And I mean, it's easy walking. I mean, I know a lot of bikers, and I'm one of them, but I don't do this, you know, are a bit lazy, and they don't want to walk more than 2 steps with the bike shoes on. But that just seems like a perfect spot right there. And it would alleviate, you know, when we get the 300 bikers through, at least they could do it very quickly. So just a thought, John, maybe when you kind of look at this, we could use that space.
Can I quickly respond to that? Sorry, I'm not trying to butt into everything, but I feel as though I see these spaces in my sleep now. Bikers tend to, especially the packs of bikers that come through, they don't carry locks. And the reason they lean them up against the businesses and use every ounce of space on a bike rack is that they want to eyeball their bikes. So for those, the influx of bikers, that would probably be well used. But maybe for locals, it would be.
For the people like you who are responsible, and there are a lot of folks like you, and since COVID, more people are buying e-bikes, and they're going to be locking those bikes up for sure, because we know how
Yeah.
easily.
I will never say no.
We ought to definitely consider it, and maybe even some of those folks that don't carry the locks could be standing close enough to their bike.
Okay.
John, maybe note to say is that this is not the perfect plan, you know, and it's a set of ideas which I think I've spent some time thinking through. But I think part of the principle and what I think, you know, a lot of folks said at the last meeting is act now and adapt over time, learn by doing. So we can learn if, you know, that location is good for cycle parking or it's not. You know, these are very low cost solutions, and there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how and where we deploy different uses.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
John Reed, I don't see you, but if you have questions, and then
Yeah, I'm here. Maybe I should start talking and it'll bounce into your screen. Yeah, I also like the idea that Barbara had of putting a bike rack up there, just because, you know, and maybe keeping that bathroom there for a little while, because there aren't a lot of bathrooms downtown, and what better way to get somebody to stop if they need to go to the bathroom. But you know, I think that would be good to utilize that space, put a bike rack up there. I really like the way that the bike, you know, the temporary bike lanes are being used to give buffer zones. You know, 17 to 19 feet is huge space for a lane. And I think this is a very good approach. I like it a lot. You know, and I think it's fine having Bolinas Park as the way it is now. It's very, you know, people will get things to go and bring it down there. I don't think we'll have ABC issues, because that's not really what, you know, people are going to do there necessarily. I think this is a great concept. You know, the bike parking outside of where Grilly's is, you know, that could be good as biking. There's some planters there that could easily be moved out to control how that parking movement. That is one concern that I would have is cars making that turn too closely, and you don't want a car to end up in that orange zone there. I think that's important to control that changed turning radius there. But yeah, in short, I very much like this idea, so I'm all for it.
Great. So that was actually the question period, but we will come back and, you know, work our way through this. But I would like to go out to the public at this time for any public comment. And I need to go. So Michele, do you have
Yes.
do you have hands?
I have hands.
Okay.
The first hand is Deborah Benson.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for hearing me, Council. Okay, I have a lot to say. This plan in regards to the COVID-19 solution, in regards to retail, is really moot. As is evident by the businesses along Broadway from Bolinas to Klaus not really wanting to participate. I have a business that serves at least 10 Marin retail establishments, and because of the county opening retail to people walking into the stores, they're just busy. And what they want is parking. They want their people to walk in. They're figuring out a new deal. They don't want streetlets or whatever you're calling this business. Thank you for all the planning though, John. Oh, what else? So this, the topic of the bicyclists, serving downtown establishments. I think there's the brew pub, there's Split Rock, there's the Roastery, and there's Gestalt House. But I don't see any bicyclists going into our retail establishments or our downtown restaurants and really buying there. So I don't really think they bring that much. Last weekend, the downtown was almost like Fairfax Festival. There were hordes of people downtown, most of them without masks. Gestalt House had tables in Mono Alley. They weren't 6 feet apart. There were people not in the same family sitting at tables. In front of Hummingbird, there were tables not 6 feet apart. People didn't have room on the sidewalks, and I want to know who's policing this. San Anselmo, in their changes to their downtown, the Sean Condry, a member of the staff, is working on the first 2 weekends to be sure that the businesses comply with the rules. We are not. Bolinas Road, again, here we go. Here we go again, changing Bolinas Road. Bolinas Road is an evacuation route. It shouldn't be narrowed. That turn around to the right onto Broadway shouldn't be narrowed. If a fire truck comes down and there are cars in the lanes, whether they're cones or not, is not going to be able to get through if the cars are stopped. This is an evacuation route for 3,500 people. This has been going on for years to try to change the downtown. This is just another shade of lipstick on a pig. I'm sorry, but this needs to stop. And, you know, thank you for your attempted help for the retail and for the restaurants, but not too many of them seem to be up for it. Coffee Roastery came before the council less than a year ago to try to take the sidewalk to expand their business, and this is a great opportunity for them. But here we go again, replanning downtown. And I don't think we should use this occasion to advance that proposition. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next is Richard.
Hi, Richard again. So a couple quick things. Just once again, the map is focused on Bolinas and Broadway. I don't see anything down in the Iron Springs area. And I don't know if anything has been contemplated for Sir Francis Drake or School Plaza or any other location. So I'm just mentioning that. I wanted to just mention again the comment that was made back in the first meeting, which is, and this is now the third time we've had a discussion of this. That was the words agile, and that we were going to just do a lot of quick try things out and see how things go and what can work. My early comments were, you know, just make sure you're talking to all the businesses and finding out, you know, what makes sense for them, as opposed to us just, you know, trying to decide for them. It sounds like you've gotten some feedback. I'm a little bit murky right now from this plan if this is restaurant centric or this is also including retail. You know, I'm a little more open-minded in this kind of temporary time, but Deborah had a couple of good points. You know, when I look at the bikers that come and visit us on the weekends, that's true that they only mainly patronize 3 or 4 places. So it is worth thinking about, are they really coming to shop in any kind of retail store? And they tend to be towards the coffee shops and the quick get a beverage or a quick beer or a snack. So it's worth at least thinking about. And I too am a little bit still nervous about the narrowing of Bolinas. It seems like there's still plenty of room. If you, I mean, the parking, you got to work that out with all the retail owners, you know, whether they want the parking, they don't want the parking. But I thought that there was enough between the sidewalk and the parking that we could leave the lane widths alone as far as the 2 lanes. So again, you know, in the spirit of it all, I'm open to the agile, try stuff, see how it goes. We can all respond as long as we all agree that things are temporary and we may change our mind after a week or 2. And then last comment is just also to Deborah's point, you know, there was like just sort of an emotional explosion, not only here in town, but everywhere. Last Saturday, I happened to be in the city, in the North Beach area, and I couldn't believe what I saw. It looked, you know, in the same sense that we have our festival here, they have a festival usually around the same time of the year, and Washington Square Park, it was, they've had those white circles in there, but it didn't matter. I mean, it was literally wall-to-wall people, and every single restaurant was packed on the outside, and people weren't wearing masks. And there is a kind of just, oh my God, you know, let's be done with this. It's over. Let's all come out. And I don't know what's appropriate in terms of policing and monitoring and whether anybody should be walking around. And, you know, I know that we're anxious to support all the businesses and get them going. And I'm with that, the spirit of that, but you know, it is complicated. So those are just, I don't know that I gave you exactly a clear one singular idea, but these are just some thoughts that I've had. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. If I may just, many of the things you just said were suggestions and ideas, but I wanted to respond to the 2 questions you had or raised. One is the businesses on the north side of Sir Francis Drake and down around Iron Springs. And we have spoken to every single one of them. The north side of Sir Francis Drake is unfortunate, and there is nothing that those businesses want in terms of using the street or any of the public space there. It's too narrow, it's too loud, it's too dangerous. So they're staying put. Iron Springs is working their own situation out, so they'll have plenty of space to expand, and they're working with their own landlord in that private space and then using their outdoor space. So just rest assured that we are working with everyone. School Street Plaza, I haven't, although with part of our the issuing of the temporary use permits, there have been, I think, Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong, an application to come outside for one of the yoga studios. So that is in process. Anyway, okay. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mallory.
Hi, Mallory.
Oops.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I like everything that was said by Deborah and mostly, but the reason that I want to say something is, and I've said this before and other people have said this before, you wait till 11 o'clock to have the issues that are, I think, really important to most of the people in town, not just to you guys. And we can wait on the budget, but this is really an important issue for many people in town, both people who patronize the shops and the shopkeepers. And this has happened so many times. I don't know who is making this the timing for the agenda, because this kind of item and many others before are very interesting to most people in town who don't and can't stay up till 11 and 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. So I really want whomever is making the schedule to take this into account, because I know it just feels to me that there are things that you guys or whoever's doing it doesn't want input in from the town. And I want that to be considered. I don't know if that's paranoia or true, but I also know that on certain situations, I have heard that it is true when people who are in council don't want things, people from the town to put input in. So please stop making these hot ticket items till the end of the meetings. Thank you. That's it.
Can I just reply to that, Mallory?
No.
I don't know if you were on listening to the meeting earlier, but
Yes, I was.
I can't imagine a more big ticket item to people. I mean, there was so much passion around the discussion earlier. So
I was listening to
we couldn't
that.
have put that off.
I was listening to it, but that you're going to table this for a month. Okay, this is important now for people who are needing money, who need to have people patronize their stores. This is not a thing that should be tabled for another month. This should be, and this is not the only time this has happened. And I really want you guys to take into consideration the sexy parts of the meetings that people should do. Sexy, I mean, that are really interesting to most people, that are important to people, that don't have a time limit, that should be dealt with. This has happened too many times, Bruce, for this to be a one example. And the example is not good, because you're going to table this thing for another month and maybe another month after that. But this issue needs to be taken care of now, because people are suffering.
Okay, Mallory, thank you. I appreciate the comments, and I think we're all on the same team in trying to ease the suffering as quickly and safely as possible.
Great. Don't leave it till 11 o'clock to talk about it then.
Okay, I gotcha. Thanks, Mallory.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, next speaker, please.
The next, I actually have a few emails to read.
Oh.
Are you ready for this?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. The first email says, "Hello, I'm unable to stay on for the entire meeting this evening, but wanted to share my thoughts on the proposals to use public space for temporary outdoor business in support of the downtown Fairfax merchants. If you are able to read this statement during the meeting, please do so." Oh, whoops.
Okay.
Okay, it's late. As each week passes and we watch or hear of yet another business in our town lost to COVID, it's become increasingly clear that we need to do something, and quickly. Circumstances with this sort of urgency rarely allow for a full and thorough evaluation of all the possible solutions. The ones that are currently being proposed, streeteries and shoplets, merit our consideration and action. Both are structured in such a way that they can be readily tested and assessed in real time, and altered if need be. It's my understanding that all solutions will be vetted by the proper fire authorities so that we can ensure that we are being sensible as well. Honestly, I'm not tied to one idea or the other, but rather that we do try something and do it now. The character and vitality of our town and community depends on it. Thank you for your consideration. Best, Laura and Will Simpkins, Manor Road.
Okay, thank you, Laura and Will. Is there another email?
There is another email.
Okay, great.
This email says, "I'd like to commend council for the outside temporary CUP. Great idea. I recommend that the bike stand now in front of Roastery be moved to the vacant easement by the station. It would provide enhanced bike parking and allow Roastery to set up tables, chairs, and planters, giving them a chance to make better and more attractive use of that location. It's already seen as an extension of the shops, and it's really the only place Roastery can open up into. Thank you for your consideration. It's better to have seating closer to businesses and not across the street. Best regards, Norma Fragoso."
Okay, thank you, Norma. And then do we have another speaker? I see two more speakers.
Can I just get through the emails first?
Oh, I thought you only had two. Yes, please.
No, I have another one.
Okay.
From Rick Hamer, Fairfax. "Good evening. Yesterday, there were over 40 new COVID-19 cases in Marin, and the trend has new cases. There's a little typo, sorry. The trend is new cases doubling every month. Unless people wear masks, face coverings at all possible moments, while they occupy the temporary use or encroachment permit zones, it will get worse. Take a look at businesses who are operating today. Those that allow masks to be removed while seated. Look at how close patrons sit. Listen to how loud they talk. It is not impossible to lift a mask while taking a swig from a beer and cover the mouth at all other times. More studies are emerging that indicate aerosol transmission of SARS-CoV-2 is likely. One study observed that small suspended droplets, 2 microns and smaller, are continuously emitted during normal speech. Counting from 1 to 100 emits 6 times the amount of moisture as one sneeze. That means talking for 15 seconds equals the one sneeze. That is with normal speech levels. I suggest that the town sponsor a special team to observe and gently encourage safe social distancing and among patrons, and kindly and respectfully point out why even non-believers need to mask up. Do so at those businesses operating outdoors, and do so at gatherings in our public places. Some non-intimidating costume, Disney-esque. Budget some summer help while the details of these permits are being worked out. These are discretionary permits. The town can make any rules they deem fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Well said.
Hey, now, going back to the Zoom comments. Danielle Moreno, you're up.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. I have been, I recently just moved out to Lagunitas. I've been a resident of Fairfax for the 5 years prior. I grew up in this community. I've lived in many towns in Marin, and I made my way back here in Fairfax. And I just couldn't help myself but to raise my hand in regards to the comment that was made. And I've been on this meeting all night about how we are calling the issue of Black Lives, well, not we, but it is inappropriate to call the issues of Black Lives Matter as sexy. It is not a sexy thing to talk about, and it is an important thing to talk about. And it is something that should be prioritized. And as much as we are looking at making sure that the business owners in this town are safe and that we preserve Fairfax in a way that creates and cultivates the community that we all know and love, we need to take a step forward and be inclusive of other communities that don't feel included right now. And I think it would be absolutely negligent of us to not move forward in a way with a budget that is inclusive of other parties and other people and other demographics. And it just really, really struck me the wrong way to call a passionate, important issue a sexy topic. And it's not sexy. That's the point. It's uncomfortable. We're all going to be very uncomfortable through a lot of the transitions coming forward. And I think that it's important that we're uncomfortable. And I think that's part of recognizing white guilt and recognizing our privilege and moving forward in a progressive way that is actually progressive. And I grew up here, and Fairfax was always the town where my family could afford to be here because we were blue collar and because it was accessible. And I don't think that prioritizing places for people from any other town in Marin or any other town in the Bay Area to come in and prioritize their place to park their bikes is a priority to what we need to face and look at as a community and face as a country right now in moving forward to be acceptant and welcoming. And I'm struggling to articulate myself, and I'm not prepared, and I'm sorry, but it's so important to me that we are at a point where we cannot return and we cannot go back, and we need to look forward and change what we're doing as a community and where we're allocating that budget. And I know that conversation is going to be put off, and I look forward to that meeting. But I would like to contribute and piggyback off what Vice Mayor Bruce said about how, it is a very passionate issue for a reason, and it's not sexy, and that's okay. But we still need to look at that and move forward in the right direction. And if certain issues that also highlight our privilege get put off until a little bit of a later point of the meeting, that's okay. even though it's uncomfortable. And that's all I can gather from my thoughts in this current moment. But I look forward to the future meeting with you guys, and I respect this space being held for all of us who feel, and regardless of what's being said, I respect that this is a wonderfully emotionally safe space for everyone to be able to air their opinions on the matter, because if we don't talk about it, where can we go?
Thank you so much, Danielle, for speaking your heart and your mind. Appreciate it. We do have another speaker. I see it's Chance.
It is.
Chance?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Super. Okay. Thanks very much for doing all this work, John. It's fantastic. It's exactly what I feel like we need to be able to visualize creative opportunities in the downtown area that make it safer for folks. I am a big fan of those, spread out spaces. I don't know, it was like the one that was called Gestalt plots. I thought that's fantastic and hilarious. And I have been a patron of multiple of the restaurants that do have outdoor space to eat. And I think the first thought I had on that was that, if there are only a couple, just being mindful of how that can take away from the other business in town. I work in Mill Valley, and a coworker of mine wanted to go eat outside somewhere, had been so cooped up, and we're just getting back to work. And so we get to the office, and it gets to be lunchtime. My coworker says, let's go check out a place to eat outdoors. And there are only a handful of them, right? And so we scope out a couple of them, and they're all packed, jam-packed. Good for those businesses. However, for people that are trying to be safe, especially people who are in certain demographics that might be exposed, this coworker said, let's keep driving. And so we left Mill Valley, where we work, and we went right next door to Sausalito. And then we scoped out places in Sausalito and tried to find the places that were not as packed. And I think that if we only have a couple places that are have that setup that's preferential for outdoor seating, we can sort of rely on Bolinas Park to have some overflow for people picnicking and stuff. But ultimately, there is a capacity for that outdoor seating, and people might go elsewhere to San Anselmo, where they're blocking off large swaths of downtown. The other thought I had, when I was at the Gestalt House as a patron, I did speak with Vice about the length of time for the permit that they're allowed to have in mono. And I just wanted to advocate and say, I think that time should be extended beyond, I think he mentioned it was 4:30 to 8:30 or something. I think that should be longer on certain days of the week, especially like the weekends, if there's more traffic, if it could be 12:30 to 8:30 or something. I think that would be very beneficial. I'm for the bike parking right there. Not sure about at the curve, but I can't tell if they're like businesses are going to use that street space up in front on Broadway. So if that's not the case, maybe no bike rack on that curve. And I don't know about the cycling lanes there if that's not the case either. Thanks.
Thank you, Chance. Do I see one more hand or?
Nope, that's
it.
Can I ask a question about that? Is the thinking? Thank you, Chance, for raising that. I understood Vice's desire to offer lunch outside in the lane. What are the considerations there?
I think, if I may, that the only consideration was to keep it open in the morning because of the garbage pickup. So I think that Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we talked, we can change that and incorporate lunch. And he's setting it up. He's responsible for the tables. My opinion is it could be every day, 12 to closing, because summertime, everybody's out. It lends more space. I think it doesn't impact anything else except for the landfill recycling pickup.
Okay, so the permit itself doesn't have anything on there related to the hours or anything.
No, it does. The permit does. All Vice has to do, or he just has to modify his application, let us know what he wants to do. That's just what we initially approved.
Okay.
He come back and said, I want it every day. I want it, whatever. He said he was thinking about it, but we said, all right, we'll start with the weekends and you just tell us what you want.
So he's been told that. So hopefully he'll modify that. So I think at this point, Garrett, it would be good to be very organized and go through the pieces of this, and so that we can make some decisions, because unlike what Mallory said, we are not pushing this off another month. We're going to do something, and we are going to be agile, but I think we need to think now and we need to think big. So I can begin if you want to ask.
Can I just add one thing
Yes.
that I've talked to you about? So the issue of masks, I have a really good friend who's a fiber artist in Guerneville, and she has made us 1,000 masks that she, no, I'm sorry, I asked her for 100. I'm sorry, I would kill her. I asked her to make 100 for us, and they're cloth, and she washes them and irons them, and she'll be mailing them to me, and the idea is that we would give those out to the businesses to give out for free. Now, obviously, that's not going to cover anybody, and I think she's open to making more. She's not asking for any money. I'm going to pay her regardless for at least her supplies as my donation, but that'll be one way. And they're cute, they're cloth, they'll be free, and the businesses better not charge people for them. But the idea is that might encourage more people to wear a mask, and she's doing this for homeless people in Guerneville and others in her area, and she was thrilled to be able to do it for us. So I'll ask her to mail those to me. She was going to come down, but she wasn't able to. So just want to mention that as one way to get the ball rolling on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank her from us.
I will. Her name's Norma McFadden.
Okay. We'll write a thank you note. So the things that we need to handle, Garrett, I'm actually going to let you walk through them because you know exactly what you need from us before we can close this meeting. If you're there.
Yeah, there it goes. It wasn't a meeting. Okay, so here's the overall map. And so one of the key questions that we need direction on is the loading zone. Is it okay to temporarily allow coffee roastery use that loading zone? And the new loading zone will basically be in the middle of Bank Street, where all the large trucks park now anyway for loading.
Okay, and so maybe while we go through each of these things, we don't get into a huge discussion, but we just say what we think. It's pretty clear. John?
Okay, well, don't hate me for this, but why not move that bike rack up to the Bank Street lot? That will open up a lot of space that coffee roasters can use.
We can put that on the table.
Yeah, but I'm for yes.
We're talking about the loading zone on Bolinas. Right?
I'm a little concerned on how easy that is because it's difficult for trucks to unload stuff. But you know, if it works for them, if they can make it work.
Yeah, we have had times where they've had to do it, and it's a pretty common thing to use the center lane. Okay.
Okay.
Anybody? How does anyone else feel about the loading zone, Barbara?
So clarify to me what loading, I thought you were talking about the loading zone in front of the roastery.
Yes, on Bolinas. So it's a yellow zone, and that means the deliveries need to go, and the delivery trucks need to park up on Bank.
Okay, so that's way over. So I'm fine with that as long as they adhere to it, because one of the things we've heard, and I can see truck drivers violating it all the time is we've heard from the businesses that are there that they want their parking spaces. So I think we have to have some agreement with Coffee Roastery that they'll make it very clear to their truck drivers that they are not parking in front and taking those parking spaces. They have to go around.
Okay. Bruce, Stephanie?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good.
Okay. Garrett, one down.
Garrett, what else do you need?
There we go. Okay. The next is the mono parking lot. Would you be okay with closing the lower half of the mono parking lot? And the question is, on the weekends only or all the time? And then the thought pattern is we would pay the chamber to monitor the chairs and tables and disinfect them after use, and they would be responsible for putting them away. And the other concept is it okay to allow the consumption of alcohol in that plaza? In which case, again, we're asking the chamber if they would provide the liability and the coverage for that while it's being used for that purpose.
Okay. And
Now
any thoughts, anyone?
This hammerhead that you've spoken of, I don't totally recall how that worked when you did it before, but could a car come down the alley going the opposite direction to the way the alley is striped and then turn around and come up the middle of the mono lot and park on the way? Is that
No, because Gestalt House would also use the Gestalt House uses the portion of Mono Alley for its little plaza there on whatever times it uses it. So how the hammerhead works, can you see on the slide the faint diagonal parking of the vehicles next to the...
Yeah.
If you could see that, when you come into Bank Street, what happens is you go down to the end, and basically you'll lose about 4 spaces, 2 on each side. And what happens is the car goes in, it goes either way, but let's say it goes left into that space, it backs up, and then it goes back toward Bank Street and parts diagonally facing the correct way. So that's the hammerhead turn. And that's what we did when we did the sidewalk improvements there right in front of the mono parking lot.
So my suggestion would be, rather than every day, to do it on a long weekend. So you would do Thursday through Sunday, rather than all week. I think we heard from some of the businesses, or at least I did, that the parking is kind of important. So I think if we did a long weekend, and I'm suggesting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday through midnight, or through the morning whenever anybody can clean it up, I think that helps with the busyness on the weekends, and it gives a little time over.
I will say I was up there twice today in the middle of the day, and the parking lot was nearly empty, the mono lot.
Yeah, I was there yesterday, the same thing. There was like 5 cars parked downtown.
Am I on mute? No.
Nope.
I'm wondering if we could have some signage or some indication that the tables are intended for patrons of Gestalt House and possibly Village Saki. I'm not too keen on the idea of public drinking there.
The only thing, Stephanie, is that the idea of that Gestalt Platz was that wouldn't be the Gestalt House taking care of that. They have already got the lane,
right?
Which they will take responsibility for, but the other would be more of one of those public places, those public commons, and we'd be paying for the sanitation and using the...
Right, I realize that, but you could have signage, that's what I'm saying, to tell people that the intent of those tables are for, you know,
For diners of local restaurants or
Yeah.
downtown. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's to avoid people going to 7-Eleven and coming over and drinking at the tables in our
exactly,
public
to
space.
dissuade that behavior.
Mhm.
Also, that puts a kind of onus on those businesses to control what's happening there, so that it's not, you know, 16-year-old kids walking by and grabbing a drink.
Yeah, and you know, there's gonna, right now, the people are, the Gestalt house, they're already sitting there on the ground. There's gonna be spillover anyway. It's gonna be largely Gestalt, you know?
Well, I hope it'll also be able to be kept nice enough that people from Village Saki taking things to go would come over there, or Mas Masa, or, you know,
Yeah.
it has to be for everyone. And I agree with you. I think we can come up with some signage, but I would still vote that we do allow alcohol in that space. That will be the only space that we're allowing.
Well, that's how I'm gonna get comfortable doing it, is if we create some signage that, you know, leans in that direction.
I hear you.
So that's,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all for creating signage. I think that's important. Otherwise, it'll seem like Gestalt plots and, you know, Gestalt house will kind of own the space. And I think it's really important for it not to be just them. Though, you know, having it local businesses. I think the suggestion that Vice Mayor Ackerman made, if I may be so formal, is, I think in lieu of the Hammerhead, you would lose only 1 or 2 parking places if somebody could drive down the hill on Mono Alley and then turn before getting to the eatery place and be able to enter the lot from the side there. I think that was what you were describing. Wasn't that right, Bruce?
Yeah, there is a low curb there. That's the only issue. But otherwise, that seems like a kind
Yeah,
of...
we might be able to deal with it, though, in some way quickly. I don't know. You know, there could be a speed bump, you know, be turned into a speed bump without...
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have the technology for that, you know.
Garrett, is that something that you could look into?
It's, oh, sorry. It's a curb. So we'd have to move a pole too, because that's the ADA space, but I'm not sure. I'm looking on Google Maps. Well, you have your ADA pole and you have another pole. Plus we have wheel stops. So I think what you're talking about quite a bit to try to ramp up right down, move out the wheel stops, maybe move a pole, and it's going to have the same effect as having them do a Hammerhead. That's much cleaner.
I think we should stay with the Hammerhead because this is all temporary too.
Yeah, I like the idea of being able to move fast and change things as we need to. So I'll retract that suggestion. Yeah, it just seemed like people didn't really get what Bruce was talking about. But to answer your question, I think that the parking crunch is actually on the weekend. I mean, when I've been around during the week, there's not really a lot going on. And if we're trying to keep our businesses alive, it seems like, you know, that we should allow that during the week.
Allow what?
Allow that space to be used during the week.
Okay.
And I'm, you know, and I think we have to, in terms of the alcohol use, it's a high visibility area, and we need to make sure that kids aren't drinking there. But I think alcohol sales are an important part of our business's profit center. So as long as the ABC is going to be good with it.
So is everybody good with Barbara's suggestion that we do from Thursday, like a long weekend, Thursday through Sunday for that lot? I'm personally good with that.
Yeah.
Bruce, John?
As a starting point, yeah, we can always change.
Yeah, I'm fine with a starting point that way. But, you know, I
Okay.
mean, we should flex with what the needs of businesses are.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Oh, so on this topic, are we saying long weekend?
We're saying
Yes.
long weekend.
Yeah,
For
so the weekend is Thursday through Sunday night at
Thursday
midnight.
through Sunday night, and the chamber, it sounds like it's agreed to clean, and we'll just be paying them for that service, Madam Mayor. Is that what
Yes.
this?
I'm hoping they'll hire college students.
Okay, so we're gonna, okay. They'll assume that responsibility for maintaining that area. Okay.
Okay, so as far as I can tell, there's one major issue, and that is that we discussed the use of and the width of traffic lanes on Bolinas in order to create that extra buffer for pedestrians and space for the shoplift.
I think it was well described and by John in the drawing, and I think it'll work. I don't agree that there's a problem with fire egress. The fire department has signed off on it. I think we should try it.
Anyone else?
Second.
Barbara?
There it is.
I don't love it because I do think that people will encroach. And so I like John's idea of let's be clear, maybe through paint or something, where the end of their tables are. And let's be clear what the business is. You can't move this further into the street, but I think it's okay to try it. If it ends up being a mess, we can easily change it.
John?
Yeah, I think on that note, having it, because we're talking about paint, I think businesses will want to expand also. So, and they will push pedestrians out into traffic. So I think we should establish one color for the pedestrians and another color for the businesses, just to delineate where those are.
That would be great. Okay, because there's, yeah, so we won't go there. There's one last thing, and I'd like to raise. Is that
you didn't ask me, but
oh, I'm sorry, Stephanie. Please share.
Okay, I'm in favor of it. It's all good.
I thought you said because you tend to be succinct. So the last thing I wanted to raise, because it came into this, and people can believe what they will, but I did not request the bike lanes on Broadway. But I will say that if we are able to incorporate, regardless of the fact that we don't seem to be using much of the street space on Broadway, we know we have the width. We know it's a notoriously, historically problematic area for bicycles to maneuver. We know it's in the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee's plans is to create a safer bikeway on Broadway. This is for school children. This is for anyone who traverses our town. And so if there is a chance, given that it's been drawn in here, and again, believe me or don't believe me, this was not my drawing. If there's a way for us to incorporate this bike track, this bike lane here, we will be fixing a very important problem.
So I'm just going to weigh in and say I'm against it for the simple reason that we went through this with that discussion, I don't know, was it 2 years ago? And we had so many people come out. I really think we ought to hold off on this right now. And, you know, we're also, as things reopen, we're going to get more traffic. And, you know, I'm a bicyclist too, although right now I'm not allowed to bike. But can we just hold off on this? We had so much resistance before and so many people were really angry. Could we just wait and do some of the other things now?
Would anyone else like to weigh in? Because I would like to respectfully converse about this, but does anyone else want to talk about it? John?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think it's actually a good idea because, I mean, aside from the fact that kids have been dodging trucks going through the middle of town now trying to get to school safely. Putting that aside, I think 18, 19 feet wide for a car lane is a bit much, and it only encourages fast driving. And it creates a buffer zone which keeps those fast driving cars away from the people trying to sit there and eat or shop or whatever they're doing. I think it's a good idea. I would vote for it.
Anyone else?
I mean, I'm conflicted because it doesn't feel like, I mean, I wasn't around when you've had public forums on this in the past, but to me, it's a fantastic idea, but we didn't present this opportunity in the context of reimagining our public space, you know, over the last 2 sessions. I'm all in favor of it, but it doesn't really feel fair, honestly. So I don't feel right about it because this is the first time we're really presenting it, and just to vote it through doesn't sit well with me, even though I'm very personally in favor of it.
Bruce? Thanks, Stephanie.
Well, I have to say it didn't even occur to me as this idea was presented tonight to consider that in the light of previous discussions about a bike lane on Broadway, because it just seems very different. For one thing, this is temporary, and we all know that. And for another thing, I just took it on face value as John Bella presented it, which is that it's a buffer zone for safety, because I mean, it seems a little sketch when you think about it to say that people are going to sit out on the street on Broadway. The way Broadway is right now, I wouldn't want to sit out there on the street, because there's, you know, it's just, there's a lot of traffic that goes down Broadway, and it's a sort of a busy street, a big wide street. It has that feeling. And that's, the bike lanes are what resolves that problem by creating, again, with paint, using the paint. And I like John's idea of 2 different colors of paint, really delineating out and being consistent with what's on Bolinas Road, that you're delineating out this is where traffic goes, this is where people sit, and this is a space in between, which may not even get used that much, but maybe bicyclists will use it. Myself, I don't bike in bike lanes in Fairfax. I bike in the street. I don't have a problem with Broadway myself. I can see where people would have a problem sending their little kids down Broadway, but I probably wouldn't even bike in the bike lane. I would bike with the cars. Yeah. But I just see it as a buffer zone, and I'm in favor of it. I think it can be done.
I hear what Stephanie's saying, and yet I have to say that when we went through previous workshops where we met lots of resistance, that it was not just about this kind of a bicycle lane as a, you know, as a, how do I say this? It was part of a larger plan that we received pushback on. It wasn't an isolated bicycle lane that was being put in a place that needs a bicycle lane in isolation. Do you know what I'm saying?
I get that, but I also think Stephanie pointed out she likes the idea, but she feels uncomfortable. You know, I don't want to drag this out forever, but I don't think this is critical that we decide this tonight. Why not have a very short item, which may of course take forever, on the July 1st thing, so more people have an opportunity to weigh in. I just remember what went on with that, and I feel really uncomfortable.
Okay, I respect that, and I think that's a good idea. That people would have time to then bring it back, and we can look at that. But I think to drop it is really, we'd be remiss.
Yeah, I feel strongly that even if it's, I mean, we need a buffer there. We need a buffer there in between people shopping or eating or whatever and these cars moving by. And you know, maybe it's not a bike lane. Maybe it's handled the same way as the area where people are walking on along Bolinas. You know, that buffer that fire trucks can use.
This is
that
on
people can't.
Broadway, John. This isn't on Bolinas.
This is on Broadway. Yes.
Right. And so.
And if
I
we
don't
use
think
the
there's
same color to delineate that as we use to delineate the buffer zone between traffic and the tables that people are using as shopping areas, it keeps the people putting tables out from moving, encroaching into the traffic lane, and it keeps the traffic from encroaching into where the tables are.
So I think we have a beautiful baseline to then have this conversation at the next meeting. I agree with Stephanie and Barbara that this is being sprung and that people should have time to come forward and talk about it.
Okay.
And
well, I agree with that too, but I think we need a buffer.
Okay. Well taken. So Garrett, what else would you like from us tonight?
I think that's it. You're okay if we put in some curbside 20, 30-minute spaces. Right, well, businesses, we said mono, the commercial.
Sorry, what about the ADA space? If we use mono lot, we've got that ADA space.
I'll have to talk to Mark about that. Since it's temporary, that may be fine. If we have to put an ADA space in, then yeah, we would do something on Bolinas.
I think we need to replace that. We were supposed to have 2 ADA spaces in that lot, if you remember. So we definitely need to replace them.
Because if we do that, though, the temporary thing is we're going to have to paint that space blue.
Well, it's paint.
So what you're telling me is you want to replace that ADA space even if we don't have to. Okay, we'll do that. If that sounds like the council.
Well, we're taking the space out.
I know, but it's just temporary. So I don't know if we put one on the top of mono or if it's too steep, or it sounds like.
I think John, Bella, when we talked and when we looked at all this, we found a spot for it over on the east side of Bolinas.
But I don't know why we wouldn't just put it in the bike parking lane, because we don't have any bike racks. So why couldn't we just put the ADA space there?
Yeah.
Where?
That's where it's shown here.
Where it's shown on this map.
Yeah.
I guess the problem is the lot's only closed Thursday through Sunday. So I guess I couldn't put a space to block it. But it had it right there, just one space up. That's fine.
I'll be honest, I think with all we're doing, we should have a space on both sides of Bolinas for ADA. We are taking parking places out, and I think that we're creating less accessibility, and that's not a good thing to do.
So you want a space on the other side of Bolinas, even though we didn't have that on here. Okay.
I think.
I agree.
I would agree also.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Are we, so what, this item was discussion and consideration.
Well, you gave me direction
Done that.
spaces we have control over. So there's no action that you actually need to take other than by consensus, you've approved all these different things.
All right.
I'm going to sign off, guys. Thank you very much for your consideration and marathon meeting and your attentiveness as mayor and council members. And yeah.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for all your efforts. It's been very valuable to the community.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Fun to work with you.
So council, we have come to the end of our meeting, and I want to thank all of you, and special thanks to staff for making all this happen and working so well with us and the community. And I don't have anything else to say. And we'll then.
We have special violin music.
Well,
that's what I wanted to say. Okay. Good night, everyone, and thanks to the public who hung in there. Okay.
Good night, you all.
Good night.